actively look for it is that they fear the consequences. So, in my family, depression is like a serious thing. So everyone shies away because they fear that when they have to accept a new paradigm, they will fall into a depression because everything falls away under their feet. And they don't know if they can handle it. So basically, they are globe skeptics, but cannot deal with it on an emotional level because of the fear it brings, because they understand the consequences.
Yeah. Imagine being accountable for every deed and every action.
Yeah. Yeah, and my uncle was a professional photographer, and when I grew up, he had a picture of the Chicago skyline. He from across the Great Lake. So, and he used that to make art. He was into, like, in the 80s, the first digital Photoshop revolution stuff, and he was kind of like, with the company he worked for, pioneering digital manipulation of images. And we had a kind of like digital painting of that picture in our house. And I asked him, what am I looking at? He said, well, that's the skyline of Chicago from across the Great Lake. And at that time, it doesn't make sense, or it makes sense because, yeah, sure, he's a photographer, he knows what he's talking about. And a few years back, I was reminding him of that picture. And I didn't mention Flat Earth. I probably had my Flat Earth T-shirt on, but I said, well, remember that picture you made? Yeah, man. I'm just amazed that you did that back then.
Hello?
Would you find out, the perspective on it? Like, how would the perspective work for this picture? And he looked at me, and then I said, never mind, I'll figure it out for myself. Like, I just had to trigger him to think about the picture he took.
Y'all hear me?
Yep.
All right. What's going on?
Oh, we're just hanging out.
So
he was showing you a globe proof inadvertently, or I mean a flat Earth proof inadvertently when you were younger.
Yeah, and it's like it was a piece of art that he made back then, in the 80s. And back in the 80s, you already had that, Joshua Newicki photograph of the Chicago skyline that was already in the circles of the photographers, but they never said anything about globe or flat Earth. They said it's possible to do it because they did it, and it was something that more photographers did back in the 80s.
Yeah, it's still one of my favorite proofs. Like, they can't deny it. They showed it on the news. They lied about it. So, like, I'll post it, and the Global will say, that's CGI, it's fake. It's, you wrecked yourself.
Yeah, but that's the funny thing. My uncle never denied it as being a mirage. He said, no, you can actually see it. And every photographer, like, if you, back in the 80s, the photographers who did that, because that was like if you knew about the event, then you, as a photographer, and you were interested in long distance shots, you would go to the Great Lakes to photograph Chicago. That was just one of those,
I would say it's kind of like the Van Allen radiation belts, where like if you don't know it's not a mirage, if you don't know it's a mirage, then it's not a mirage. So like they didn't know to say mirage, so they're saying it's just Chicago. We see it because they didn't.
That's the whole point. They were professional photographers. Those were the guys that were working for Hasselblad and all that kind of brands. So they knew the difference between mirage and real, and they said it was real. You could see Chicago.
What does he say now, though?
Yeah, now he's like, because flat Earth has become an issue. Now you see the cogs working, and I dropped it, like, never mind. I want him to think about it. I don't want to push him because it's family, and you don't want to jerk family members all around to get a point across. I want them to find out for themselves. Like my mother, who had that picture in the living room, she just shuts the blinds and says, no, I don't want any of this.
What's your rebuttal to the mirage?
If it was a mirage, it would be upside down. It would be mirrored.
No, I mean the common viewpoint around flat Earth is the curvature, but that was debunked from the mirage photos, or not the photos, but the heat bending light.
If you want to know what mirages are, go to a military airport like Nellis when red flag is there. You will see a few French mirages. But besides those mirages, which are actually something tangible, if you look through the exhaust plume of a fighter jet prior to taking off, you will see the hot air excite in the surroundings. And looking through that plume, that is called a mirage.
Yeah, I understand, but
and it doesn't bend up, down, left, right. No, it goes like in generality all in all directions, but equal in all directions. So you just get a slightly enlarged, blurry image.
Yeah, that's raising the curvature and perceived through the eye.
I don't know if you can raise the curvature, because it would the light waves would be blocked by the curve in front of it.
Well, no. I mean it's perceived. I mean, because of course it'll look like it's the backside that's raised up, but it's really the front.
Are you able to repeat this effect in any way and post the video?
Well, I'm no expert in this field, but I can try to find one.
No, I want you to repeat this thing.
Repeat what? This experiment? What? That'd take time.
You'd have to show me that we can see around a corner.
No, you can't. Heat doesn't bend through the corner. It'll make it look before the corner enters. It's when
You're saying that we can see around the corner.
I didn't say that. I said through the perceived eye. It looks like it's sort of an illusion that the curvature has risen, but it's.
I'm saying I see Chicago right there in the picture. You're
Chicago.
saying we can see around the curve of the Earth and we can see around the corner.
No, Mod Monkey was understanding what I was saying, but he didn't respond. I'm just trying to get to the bottom of this because it's just a rebuttal. So, like, what's up with the backstory with Flat Earth? Is there like are you guys like investigating the journalistic thing going on?
Most of us were truthers researching the government and their corruption. And then somebody suggested that we research flat Earth, and we're like, whoa, shit. Earth is flat. There's no curvature, no Earth spin, no proof of gravity.
Oh.
What's your backstory?
I just, I was invited in here from a friend a while ago, and then I just hop in here when I'm bored.
You must be a bored person.
Well, it's like 12, and there's nothing else to do. I'm not tired. I can't sleep.
Yeah, some topics are off limits, but yeah. I don't know how much, I prayed a long time, but
no, I'm just curious about this flat Earth thing, because like usually when somebody says flat Earth, people just look at them like he's retarded or something.
And then then I debate them, and they get destroyed in 5 minutes.
Oh yeah, you have a lot of viewpoints readily available. Usually they just blindly come in here underestimating everybody.
100% of Globers do not know their own model, so.
Well, I'm sure a physicist could like handle a debate in here, but a lot of people.
No, like a physicist deals with physics.
Well, okay.
Well,
a physicist who's researched biomes within their.
Yeah, but the globe is a geometry. And you don't settle geometry with physics. You settle geometry with direct measurements of the elements of the geometry.
But physics stems to, well, you could say physics between physics and environmental science, I guess. Sort of correlated with each other.
Well,
environmental science.
You research movements of tectonic plates and other things like that.
Those things have no relation.
The math does, and the slopes certainly do.
No, they don't. Because they, like, earthquakes, any geological event, flat earthers and globe earthers both experience. So that doesn't matter for the geometry of Earth.
Well, you have to understand, physics doesn't only stem from just applied math. A lot of it has astrophysics involved too.
And those things all depend on the radius of Earth, which they never observed and documented in any research paper to verify the value that they use for the radius of Earth, which is a requirement to call their work science, because every value they use has to be measured before they can use it within a calculation. And that measurement comes from a observation which is well documented and repeatable for everyone else to do, so you can do science, aka repeat what the other has done to verify if he's correct. Not one globe scientist has ever measured curve on the Earth or radius. They take the values as given from assumptive calculations. Not one observation is documented of the curve of the Earth or radius. So thereby they have failed to meet the scientific requirements.
Well,
and therefore they cannot claim themselves to be scientists, because their baseline is not based on measured observations.
Well, NASA has published many of this stuff, but I mean, you reject anything NASA says, so like you.
No, I don't, because I have NASA papers which state that the Earth is flat.
Yeah. Well, you could always twist anything to say what you want.
No, the point is that if NASA says it's flat, and I got papers for it, and on the other hand they say it's a globe, and other people got papers for that, then you have one institution speaking two different things. That means you got to figure out what is true and what is not. And the only way you can do that is to measure the Earth for yourself. And that's pure geometry.
Yeah. If you're going to be agnostic about science, then why not be agnostic about globe? Why do you have to just flat out deny a globe and just conceal it to flat Earth? I mean, I don't see the logic here. You could just be agnostic. You don't have to go out, because a real scientist is agnostic. They don't just flat out.
My thing is not about boo the globe or boo politics. My point is boo stupid human that believes in things that you can measure for yourself. No one has to believe a globe or flat Earth. Okay. Anyone can go out and measure it for yourself. That's why I'm here. I can help you do that. I can help you explain the method. But I'm not going to tell you, oh, you got to believe in the flat Earth because the globe sucks. No.
Any method that's derived from the party who wants you to believe their idea, of course, the methods will be arranged to whatever supports their idea. I mean, these methods to measure if the Earth is flat should be based on their own knowledge, not this knowledge coming from here, because it's bias. You don't want bias in research.
If you don't want bias in research, then you have to handwave everything they tell you about the globe.
No, you have to enlist in a controlled study of every single factor and do a long and tedious...
I already explained that to you. If I want to repeat a scientific study of astrophysics or astronomy or physics that involves a value of R for Earth, and I dig down into the sciences where they got their radius value, I find out that they never measured it, it has never been observed, and thus everything dependent on that radius value is therefore nullified, because you need direct measurement of the values used. Otherwise you cannot claim the value to be true. And that is pure scientific method.
You have been listening to excerpts from the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord Live YouTube channel. If you would like to join the discussion, simply type in your address bar discord.gg/flatearth. Thanks so much for listening.
And we have a new person here, Yellow Weasel. Do you want to open your microphone and talk to us? I just unmuted you.
Hello. Yeah. So no, a friend of mine said, like, he got into Flat Earth and he said I should check it out, but I'm not really that convinced yet.
Yeah, well, to be honest, we're not here to convince you. We're just let's, before we get into all that, how did you find this, sir? You said a friend invited you. Have they been here before?
No, he said he sometimes watches your live stream on YouTube.
Okay, cool.
And he said, like, maybe if I have questions, I could come here and see what you have to say.
Okay, cool. So do you have any questions to ask us about Flat Earth?
Yeah, I'm just a bit confused in the sense of that I hear of so many different models and versions. So, for example, it's like my friend. He's like he believes that the moon is a hologram. But then also I've heard of other people who believe that it's a flat surface, and then like other people say it like crumples up when it gets like half moon and stuff. And I'm just a bit confused to like what exactly.
Hold on. We all see the moon the same way. We experience the phases. Now, what and where and how that works, we have no idea. That's a really good question, because the moon is very mysterious. I mean, it's still mysterious to us. I mean, in the astronomers' ideas, right? They're like, well, it's a rock, and it's affected by Earth's gravity. We're the third rock from the sun, and it's traversing the sun, or traversing Earth, held by Earth's gravity, and the reason you see the moon phases is because of the way that the sun shines in the different times of the month and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, I mean, that's a standard story. We all.
Well, yeah, I don't know. It kind of makes sense to me. I don't know.
Sure, it can, but it's not the only explanation for what the moon is. You know what I mean? Because you can explain it another way. Go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, you. Okay.
Yeah, but I guess you also don't believe that we went to the moon.
Well, I've never been to the moon, but I don't think anybody else went there either. Yeah, you're correct on that.
Yeah. You see, because this is something that when I was younger, I investigated a lot. Because that started with all this. It started with 9/11, and the conspiracies surrounding that. So I would say I was a 9/11 conspiracist. And really? Then I got sucked in a bit into the moon landing conspiracies. But I don't know, from what I researched, I deducted that the moon landings happened. And so then that sounds like, if I'm correct with that, and so we would know a lot about them. I looked into the moon landing, yeah.
Well, you looked into 9/11, but you said you were like, you came to the conclusion that the way that the official story of 9/11 is true or not true, or there's some question.
I'm not completely sure, but I would say it's more likely to be true, because the problem with the official story is that if they were looking for a reason to go into Iraq, they would have made Iraq the culprit for 9/11.
Yeah.
And that just sounds very weird to me, and also the way that the buildings collapsed is sounds expected. Looks expected.
It sounds like you've done your work on that one, but you were questioning moon landing, and then you came to the conclusion, yeah, they probably did go.
I'm
after
sure
looking
that
at some of the 9/11. Well, cool.
Yeah. I'm just saying so that, because that is when it comes to, for example, the different ways that people think that the moon is, then that doesn't really compute with, I don't know, if I'm quite sure, I would say 99.9% that the US landed a few astronauts on the moon multiple times.
Okay, what makes you 100% sure about that?
I said I'm not 100. I said 99.9.
That's pretty close to 100. Come on.
That's pretty close.
Yeah,
you're completely right.
The closest you can get to 100.
Right.
Yeah,
the thing is that at the time, it would have been more difficult to fake the moon landing than to actually do it.
Oh, really? What makes you say that?
So the kind of cameras you would need, the kind of, I would say, the slow motion cameras didn't exist yet. The problem is you would have with the live transmissions.
Cameras. Yeah, we didn't have slow motion cameras, but after you shot a video, you can replay it at a slower feed.
But not with you, and if you shoot. That's the thing, If you replay it with the lower feed, you can see it in the video that the feed rate has been lowered, because it's only been shot
How can you see that?
You can measure the difference between each picture, the time difference. And
So
that means
you
like
need
how
the
many pictures you
original.
have like per. You can measure
Yeah,
the
for
amount of
that,
pictures you see per
for
minute,
that,
per
to
second.
wait. To establish that, you need the original video, correct?
Yeah, I mean, I'm wondering which pictures you're talking about specifically, because
Yeah. Can you point me to the original film? Yeah, it was a roller. Yeah, with physical film rolled on it. Can you show me the original one?
I don't have it in my possession, no.
Yeah, NASA officially is saying that the original doesn't exist.
yeah, they don't have
I
it.
think they said some of it was lost.
They
That's also something
destroyed.
that I
No,
heard.
no, it wasn't lost. They destroyed it.
Well, that was the technology to go, but to them. But as far as the pictures and images, I mean, you can go on NASA's website right now and look up the moon landing pictures from some of. They had like chest cameras. They had a camera on the capsule, and these were certain types of cameras. But are you familiar with how they captured this footage?
It was all analog film, and this is also the interesting part is that if you look at that's the thing, you know, I'm going by the difference in live transmission versus captured video that was recorded, and captured pictures. And if you look at the live transmission, there is not a single speck of dust, not a single weird blip, not a crack in the film like on it. And then when you look at the captured images, the original ones, then you see that you have influence of the radiation, you have dust on there, you have like standard analog picture problems. So that means that the live transmission couldn't have been recorded. The live transmission couldn't have been recorded in beforehand. That with the technology of the time, it would have been nearly impossible. I would even argue impossible to have this.
Or are you talking for yourself?
I'm talking from myself.
Sounds like you're reading a script.
No, that's cool. I mean, check this out. Here's something to think about. Maybe something you haven't considered.
Go ahead, man. Yeah.
Check this out. I mean, we're, in the globe idea, we're in the solar system, third rock from the sun, right? The only reason that we're not burnt to a crisp on Earth is because of the atmosphere, right? In the heliocentric model.
No, it's the magnetosphere, actually.
Say that?
That does most of the work. The magnetosphere.
Okay, well,
you know that the Earth, like that, when you have a compass, it can.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Go ahead and explain that. So the magnetosphere, instead of the atmosphere, actually prevents most of the UV rays from frying.
No, most of the high energy particles, which would over time destroy the atmosphere. So, like, look at Mars, for example. Doesn't have an atmosphere. Why? Because it doesn't have.
Are we looking at Mars? I'm talking about Earth, bro.
How do you know Mars?
Okay. Yeah, because of the measurements we've done with space probes we send out. But if you don't believe that we send out anything, if that's all fake, then of course.
Are you telling me that drones can fly in vacuum?
Well, what do you mean with drone?
Yeah, can a drone fly in a vacuum?
What is a drone from your point of view? You mean like propeller powered, or what do you mean?
Those bullshit drones, with propeller powered, drone.
No,
Don't you know what
that can't fly in a vacuum.
If they have propellers or propulsion engines,
remote control.
They have to have atmosphere for anything to fly.
No, but a rocket motor doesn't need an atmosphere.
And you said, if you look Mars, I'm looking Mars, and I cannot realize if it's atmosphere there and if it's not. How you realize that?
Oh, that's actually also something you can do with a telescope yourself.
With the telescope. With the telescope.
See the atmosphere of Mars with a telescope.
Are you saying that you can see the Mars and you can see the atmosphere, or not see the atmosphere of the Mars? Or you can see birds or whatever. You can see the rock passing or whatever.
No, but you can. Really cool. So when you
saw Venus Saturn and Mars in the sky
let's take
tonight.
it
They were
easy.
like right next to each other, like Venus, Saturn, and Mars. I didn't pull out a telescope, but I'm pretty sure if I did, still wouldn't see the atmosphere of any of them.
Yeah. And
Well, you can see the atmosphere of Saturn.
Wait.
Man,
At the
how you
beginning,
can see?
Sorry.
Sasha, let
you
me
make a claim.
finish. Sasha, I didn't finish explaining.
Sorry.
I started this argument with him. I need to clarify and end it.
Yeah, go ahead.
His claim was, he said that there's no atmosphere on Mars, but NASA showing us that they are sending a drone and it's flying. Yeah, but you were saying earlier that Mars has no atmosphere. You said it.
I said it slowly rips away the atmosphere, which is what's happening to Mars. And I'm saying it's not. I never said it doesn't have an atmosphere.
Stream because you said Mars has no atmosphere.
No,
Earth.
I don't think I've said that.
Let's say that you
anyway,
you
if
said
it came out that way, I didn't.
Change idea because he doesn't mean that now.
Yeah. Anyway, I didn't. It came out that way. I don't mean it.
So what do you mean then?
But you mean that we can with telescope see what is going on Mars?
All right. So if you want to find out what gases are somewhere, you can see off the light.
Or if you want to find out what gas is doing, look into and find me where we can have gas pressure without container, and then we will speak about Mars and everything.
Okay. So the thing with gas pressure without container is, like, to me, like, for example, look at the ocean. You see, like, there's at the bottom of the ocean, you have a lot of pressure.
Ocean is not a gas.
Water is not a gas. Water's not a gas.
Okay, so if it if it doesn't work with gas, then
what?
Well, if you don't believe in atmosphere, if you don't believe in gravity,
I don't believe in anything. I don't believe. Listen, this. I don't believe in anything. I don't believe in atmosphere. That's for sure. Do you believe in atmosphere?
I know it takes guts for some. Hey, listen, you probably. It sounds like you've. Hold on, everybody. Hold on. It sounds like he's familiar with our arguments. So let's, like, No,
I'm familiar with my friends' arguments, but they don't, like, to me it doesn't sound that right. And he said I should come here because you guys can explain it better than him.
We also don't need to bombard you and
Question: do you believe in atmosphere?
Like in that we have an atmosphere around me now, or like that there is no atmosphere in space?
Do you think that what we call what is around us it's atmosphere?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. How gas taking the shape of the sphere? Can you tell me? Because
it is pulled to the sphere by the force of gravity.
Wow.
What can you provide the academic citation that the gas is pulled by gravity?
Hold on, guys.
Yeah.
Both of the people that are talking to you now, hold on. Everybody here used to think. Hold on. Everybody used to think gravity was the thing before, so don't just try to take the piss at him because he thinks gravity's real.
Yeah, come on. I'm not angry at him.
Man.
Actually,
explain how we found out that this cannot possibly be true.
All the arguments. Yeah, I want to get with him through all the arguments.
I hate when people do that shit. When new people come in and just like, and just like, oh, you think gravity? Then just freaking jump down their throat about gravity. I mean, it's like we all think that shit was real too.
Yeah, first thing first, I need to explain is, I welcome to this server. I want you to know that you don't know about the stuff that we know. You think we have beliefs and things like this, but actually we are extremists. We do not accept stories for explaining reality. When we deal with reality, we stick with science and its scientific method. And if something is not, if a story is not a scientific theory, has no experiment to back it up, then we will not accept to blindly believe that story because just someone thought of himself to say this nice story.
I'm completely on board with you. Yeah, I'm also. I want to believe as much true stuff as there is.
Yeah,
and there's the least false stuff. So
yeah, the globe model has a ton of positive claims, but none of them have been demonstrated or
none of
empirically proven. Yeah.
But like, for example, when we want to come back to gravity, let's say, okay, because like
gravity. Let's take it from the start. The first theory of gravity is Newtonian gravity, mass attracting mass. So
yeah, let's stick with Newtonian. I'm completely fine with that.
And this includes also Newton's laws of motion. So do you think they are real?
Do you think what is real? Sorry.
Do you think that theory of gravity, the Newtonian theory of gravity, is actually functional? It is real.
It is functional, yeah. Until you get into like the high velocity stuff where you need to go with special relativity.
Well, that's the problem, actually, because Newton's theory of gravity has been debunked and superseded, meaning it has been replaced
Exactly,
by
I completely agree with you.
Yeah, by Einsteinian relativistic gravity.
And I can also show you when you look at the... Yeah?
Wait, yeah. Which, for Einstein's gravity, you cannot demonstrate to me empirically the bending of space-time. So when I'm waiting the train in the train station 5 minutes, show me how you're gonna be bending my waiting for the train. How are you gonna bend that?
No, but this is not what bending space-time would even mean. I mean, so I can, you can. So, for example, look at, you don't believe in that. Okay, wait.
The train station is
let him answer, man.
In space.
Let him answer.
Yeah, go ahead.
Give him his rope.
Right. So let's say you're waiting for the train on the station, and you're just standing there. You're not really moving relative to, let's say, the guy next to you.
No, I am moving. I'm smoking a cigarette while waiting.
Okay, then you're...
Yeah.
Are you like spying on me? Get? Because that's like exactly what I'm doing right now. I'm at the train station.
So let's say if Earth was 20 times as heavy, like the gravity pulling you towards Earth
you have
was
to
a lot
bring
stronger.
Imaginary concepts.
Well, the problem is that in order to see,
can you show me a Earth 20 times heavier than the Earth that we live on?
No, I can't. So okay, let's stick with something else then. No problem. Let's take a clock.
Hold on. I'll ask you a question. Let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
When you say gravity, you mean the cause of the effect? You mean the cause of the effect? Is gravity the cause or gravity the effect?
Since gravity is just the effect of a formed, of curved space-time, because it's not really a force in that sense, if you want to go technical with it. But it makes sense to look at it from as a force when you do like small Newtonian physics, in the same way as it makes sense to think of the what is it called? When you spin something around you in a, like, I don't know, you take a hammer and you spin around. It feels like the hammer exerts a force out from you, right? But this force also doesn't really exist in that sense. It's just the hammer wanting to go on in a straight line all the time, but you're pulling it in.
Acceleration.
Well, there's a reason I asked you whether it was a cause or the effect, because just that one question alone demonstrates that it's not actually a scientific theory. Because the causal mechanism for, say, things falling can't be demonstrated by experiment.
Yeah.
You'll have to
What do
say,
you
like,
mean?
I can't. Okay, so an experiment that has cause and effect has independent variables. Manipulate the independent variable and measure an effect on the dependent variable, right?
Yeah.
The independent variable is the cause. Dependent variable is the effect.
Exactly.
Right? So what
And
causes
the
things
cause
to fall?
is that you have mass deforming space-time, which then leads to other objects halves seeming to curve, although they still go on in a straight line.
Can you repeat that?
Yeah, I was talking about that's what we're talking about. That's the story,
mass
right? So where's the experiment?
Okay, I can give you an experiment. You take a very, very, very heavy sphere. I don't know, let's take a 30 centimeter diameter lead sphere. And then you take a smaller sphere or like another object, let's say a 1 centimeter diameter lead object. And if you place them in a low friction environment, you will see that they will over time move closer to each other until they touch without other forces put on them.
Yeah, good example. Indio, I want to ask him a question.
You actually have that experiment that you can show us. You can have that.
I've done it. Yeah, at my university.
You've done it. What exactly did you do?
What?
Yeah, what exactly did you? Are you talking about the Cavendish? Is that what you're talking about?
It's the Cavendish. Yeah, it's the Cavendish.
So I asked you what falls. There's nothing falling in the Cavendish experiment.
Yes, there is. You have the small ball falling towards the big ball in the same way as the big ball is falling towards the small ball.
Falling sideways.
Well, it's all just a point of. I mean, it depends on the point of reference, doesn't it? If you think of yourself as the small ball, you would say I'm falling towards the big ball, wouldn't you? I don't know. Like, what do you mean?
Yeah, so we'll get into that. I think and I imagine. That's where I jump ship because we don't want to think and we don't want to imagine.
Yeah, the problem is we're using words like fall, which don't even make that much sense.
Fall towards the earth. Fall means go the acceleration 9.8 meters per second squared towards the earth.
So are you falling right now?
Not yet.
But you're accelerated against the earth at all time.
Yeah, really awesome. But I asked you for the experiment which demonstrates the cause of that. I didn't ask you for an experiment that demonstrates
I gave you the Cavendish experiment that shows you that mass attracts mass.
Hold on. I want to break down what he said. So you're accelerating against the Earth. It sounds like his English is not his native language, right?
No, it's not.
Accelerating against the Earth. Accelerating
towards, like you're at all times. The Earth is pulling. Yeah, like you're being pulled.
Earth is not pulling anyone. What are you talking
about? I don't even think you did the Cavendish experiment because you didn't actually describe. Well,
you take two balls and you have you take two big balls, two small balls. You have the small balls.
Everybody, let Indio do this, please.
Okay, you have a laser. And you point it over a long distance, and you can see the movement until even both of the two balls touch each other.
And that's actually not what happens. So you're actually describing it wrong. So what happens is the big ball and small balls go towards each other, and then they oscillate. And then you measure the speed of the oscillation, and then you infer big G from that. So you're not even describing the experiment, right?
They oscillate? What do you mean by oscillate?
They oscillate because they're on a torsion. They're on a torsion wire, so they bounce back and forth.
I'm getting weird noises.
Torsion wire has a.
India's got some background noise, but yeah, I mean, he's talking about a horizontal. Well, actually, what you're talking about is you're both talking about a horizontal attraction, not a vertical attraction.
Well, the problem is that we can't turn off gravity for these two.
What the hell is gravity, bro?
No, I mean you cannot turn off like as long as we're in Earth's gravitational field.
Yeah, Weasel, you claim that you've been to a university and that's where you came across this Cavendish so-called experiment. Do you know this experiment like in depth? Have you studied it?
Well, no, but we've at the end, like not anymore. At the time, we've done the calculations on it.
You mentioned
we measured
that
the gravitational constant.
Listen, you mentioned that you were using lead balls. Lead is a metal, correct?
Yeah, but that's not even what they do.
That doesn't work because.
No, I need to know what do you know about lead metal?
What do you mean? What I know about lead metal? At the beginning of the experiment, you let both of them touch each other in order to equalize the electric.
I'm talking
forces.
about your knowledge about the lead metal.
Well, I studied two semesters of metallurgy, and I can tell you.
Okay.
Like, what do you mean? Like, it's what do you mean the properties?
Well,
in that
the lead. Yeah,
it's
it has
non-ferromagnetic
properties, electroconductivity, magnetic properties.
It doesn't have. It has. Lead doesn't have magnetic properties.
Oh, let's get
What
to
do
the
you mean it doesn't have magnetic properties?
Listen, base of
lead itself. Lead is not ferromagnetic. You cannot magnetically polarize lead.
So lead, the metal, is paramagnetic, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's not ferromagnetic, but it's paramagnetic if you have movement.
No, I didn't say it's ferromagnetic. Stop.
Okay. Yeah.
Don't do that. Don't gallop. This is the claim. The lead metal is paramagnetic. I know very well what paramagnetism is. So you don't need to explain it to me like a kindergarten. But I'm assuming that you also know. Now,
yes.
What about the lead atom? What are the magnetic properties of the lead atom?
What are the properties of the lead atom?
Yeah, the magnetic properties of lead atom.
None.
Not true. The lead atom is diamagnetic. And when it forms a crystal, a metal, when you have more lead atoms, they crystallize into a metal, and that's when they are paramagnetic. This element, now
wait, lead
has
lead
opposite magnetic properties in the same time, and because of these opposite magnetic properties, the lead is always attracted to itself, to lead metal. So when you have tiny pieces of lead metal, they are attracted together. They conglomerate always.
No, they will get attracted to a other magnetic field, but not to itself, because that's why they are paramagnetic.
No. Have you ever seen these gold diggers? They use this ladder, where you pour water, and sand, and the gold deposits on the bottom, and the water washes all the dirt and sand away, but the gold remains because it's heavier, When you do this with lead metals, when you do this with lead, you will find that lead not only deposits itself into those crevices, but it also conglomerates itself into one place, one blob, one pile together, because the lead metal is attracted to itself slightly. Magnetically is slightly attracted to itself. So these are very well known magnetic properties of lead metal.
If you say so, I'm certainly searching for
It's
information on
not
that
me
because I'm not
saying
as well versed
so.
in that as you think.
These are the most expert physicians
Look in the
of
live
the
stream
world,
voice text channel.
the biggest physicians.
Excuse me?
Dude, we post everything in the live stream voice text channel. It's the text channel right above the voice channel.
Oh, I've never seen that one before. I think because before I wasn't allowed to talk, I couldn't see the text channel.
Yeah, are you VC verified now? You got
I
the
have no
role?
fucking idea. Wait, let me check.
Well,
Yeah,
I'll
VC
give it to
verified.
you.
Yeah, I'm verified. I can see.
Yeah,
it,
you
yes.
can't see that channel unless you're VC verified because people will come in and try to spam and porn and.
I see. Because is that the channel you can see in the live stream?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, I'll look into it.
Anyway, let's not beat gravity to death because the whole point is that, I mean, even mainstream science admits that there's problems with the theory of gravity. It's not one of the fundamental forces, like in the standard model of particle physics. It's admitted that there's a bunch of problems with it. People come in here like, hey,
of course, yeah.
Conclusion.
I mean, there are like problems with everything, like more or less, like there is nothing concrete.
No, not
per
with
se
everything.
in science.
There's no problem with boiling water.
Well,
There's
there
no
actually is. There is a lot of
water.
a lot of stuff that goes into how, when, and where water will boil differently.
Listen, when you put water in a container and you add heat to it, it will boil. You will reach the boiling point by adding heat. So you have the cause and effect, 100 Celsius. The boiling point of water
I lived at a place where water boiled before that.
In vacuum, the boiling point drops. Yes, we know.
Exactly. So it's not. It's not always.
I told you from the beginning there is no problems in boiling water, like there are problems about gravity. And you said
there's a bunch of variables. Yeah, boiling water is a bunch of variables, but we know all the variables, right?
Yeah.
So we know the cause.
We know. I don't like. I don't know. I haven't researched into boiling water.
Pressure, temperature, salinity.
Yeah.
Number of air bubbles are in it. There's a whole bunch of variables to determine its boiling point. Typically, we only deal with pressure and temperature.
Yeah.
But I don't know. Like I wouldn't be able to tell you that there isn't another thing that I don't know about that also influences it a little way. Like I don't know. I wouldn't know about that.
Well,
I can tell you.
So let me tell you. Let me just go. I want to go back to the internet, kind of. So our point is, we base our view on experimentation, not things scientists say, not stories, not anything like that.
I don't give a shit what someone else says. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so I don't if you read a scientific paper, it'll have an abstract, it'll have the experiment, and it'll have their conclusion. I don't even care about their the abstract and the conclusion. I only care about what the experimental results. So we know that we cannot we don't have a viable independent variable for determining the causal mechanism for things falling. Because if I take, in the example you used, if I take a 100,000 kilogram lead ball and a 1 kilogram lead ball and I drop them, the so-called cause, right? The mass has changed, but they're both falling at the same rate. So according to the scientific method,
if you don't have a difference, a difference in aerodynamic forces of the balls, yes.
Yeah, so no error.
Right, like everything stays the same, just the mass is different. Right.
Yeah.
But
that's the claim. That's the claimed causal mechanism for things falling. Mass attracting mass, right? That's the cause. But there's no experiment that demonstrates that. That's the problem. But I mean, a lot of people come in here with gravity. They think that Newtonian gravity predicts a bunch of particles will form a ball, but that's actually not even a prediction of the theory. So they've run this in simulation, and they can't get an ensemble of particles to actually form into a ball. So it's a common thing that people just say, oh, gravity, so gravity is as a consequence of gravity, things will form into a ball. That's not even true.
Yeah.
Can you link the
in the live stream
because
voice.
that would
I'll
be
post it in the
interesting evidence. Can you
I'll post in the live stream voice text. So what they did is this astronomical journal tried to simulate like formation of asteroids. So they used Newtonian gravity. They couldn't get the shit to stop moving around, so then they added like what they call the stickiness factor, right? So basically, when the things would, it was like almost like a glue. When they would hit each other, when the particles would hit each other, they would partially stick and then bounce. And eventually it formed into something. It wasn't a ball, it was a freaking egg. And this is cheating. Even with cheating, they couldn't get it to happen. But I'll post that in live stream voice text.
Yeah, go ahead, man. Because I didn't know about that.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's funny. It's just like something that they teach you in school, right? Right? Because it sounds good, right? Sounds good. Gravity will form things into balls. But no, who actually did the math to test that out? Is that a prediction of the theory? And it turns out it's not.
Well, then,
but
yeah,
give me like 5 seconds.
I think the so if you look at objects, let's say in the asteroid belt, but if you don't believe that there's an asteroid belt, then that doesn't count as evidence, so that doesn't work.
Well, I can look at the sky, at the night sky, and make a fortune telling. That will be the same with looking at your hand and predicting your future. Yeah.
Both bullshit, exactly.
Well, we'd have to look up there and speculate as to what's going on. And there's a bunch of different theories competing for speculative power. Quote unquote, gravity pulling stuff to a ball, electromagnetism, which I would go with, and other stuff like that. So it just depends on which theory you want to speculate with. But do we see this gravity thing pulling things into balls for a ball shape, say? Not really. We just look up there and infer and assume that that's what's going on.
You have been listening to excerpts from the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord Live YouTube channel. If you would like to join the discussion, simply type in your address bar discord.gg/flatearth. Thanks so much for listening.
I'm a goofy cowboy, yeah. You're a goofy cowboy, yeah. Is a mod in here like monitoring this?
Hey, what's going on, Brandon?
Oh, hey, what's up?
Not much. I just heard you saying goofy goober.
Yeah, I just came on here and started acting silly. Sorry.
All good. No, they got my attention. You know, there's kind of, I guess somebody always kind of listening to the live stream. You know,
Brandon.
what's up, Speak?
All right, bro. Brandon, did you ask for a mod, or did you ask if a mod was called Mimas? Was that what you said at the end of it?
I was asking if a mod was here because I knew there was somebody listening. A mod was listening, but I was just asking.
I was just checking. Yeah, well, I was listening on YouTube, bro, but I thought you maybe needed something. But that's cool. I'm just going to bail anyway, but I'll catch you later.
Oh, yeah. No, I wasn't asking for anything now.
See you a lot. Bye.
Yeah, he was just checking to see if like you needed, you know, sort of any permissions or something, or. But I think you were kind of asking a different question. Like, is there anybody listening?
Yeah, I'm just wondering.
So how you been, Brandon? Have you been looking more into this topic?
Well, I do have a question. Is there a map that... Hold on. Is there a map of whatever you think the shape of the Earth is?
Not really, because, like, when somebody says, okay, like what you just said, what do you think the shape of the Earth is? I don't have a picture in my head. Like, I used to, right? I used to think of a ball, and I was like, you know, this is where we are from outside of space, and this is kind of what it looks like, and I can imagine it spinning around, and oh my gosh, we have Google Earth Pro, you know, and we could really look at it. We could zoom in, we could zoom out, and I used to really think that was reality, right? However, I mean, it's a hard pill to swallow, I guess, but there is no true map of Earth, and mainly because we just haven't had the resources yet, at least as a common people, to explore freely, or even, I mean, let's face it, they make sure you have a job, you got to pay taxes, you got to take care of a family, you got to do a lot of things. So they definitely try and keep us busy from even wanting to go out and sort of explore. I myself am an architect, and I love, cartography. I love drawing maps, topography maps, hydrology, contours, all sorts of things, right? And even myself, I'm pretty limited to what I can explore. I can't even fly my drone at my house because it's quote unquote close to an airport, even though it's really not even that close. So to answer your question, a lot of maps are just projections, right? That doesn't mean those projections are, of course, reality. Now, don't get me wrong, logically, one of them could be very close, right? And we just don't even know it. But the point is we don't know it, right? There are people who speculate, even flat earthers, and again, speculation, they would say, yeah, there's more land, right? That's kind of why there's even this big lie, right? Is of course, I mean, think about it. They didn't want people leaving sort of the United Kingdom either when we sort of came to America, right? Sort of the colonies, they sort of fled for, or at least what we're told, religious freedom, right? And freedom from taxation, right? All these kinds of things. And it's kind of funny that they would say like, oh, we didn't know what was over there, just because that would be kind of a suicide mission, right? Because, I mean, they kind of teach this in school even, right? They go, well, Columbus, he made like a really big, flip of the coin. He was like, I'm going to go prove that it's not flat, is what they tell us, right? I'm going to go over the curve and see what's over there. And everybody was laughing, oh, you're going to fall off the edge, right? Or I don't know about you, but that's what I was definitely taught in school. And, I just thought it was like, wow, yeah, I'd be that daring guy. My name's Christopher, So I, always connected with Christopher Columbus, of course, especially as a young kid. Like, yeah, go Christophers. But anyway, maybe a long-winded answer. But I guess my question when I say, have you looked into it, have you gone outside?
Just using your eyes? I mean, sure, things can seem a certain way, but...
Well, at first, you can just use your eyes. Yeah. I mean, you can also use your senses, too, and realize you're not moving either. Because that's something that's part of the globe model, too, right? They just explain your senses away, though. They go, well, you don't feel anything, but that's because you're moving so fast and at a constant rate. Even though they say this rate changes, by the way, especially like recently. That's kind of funny. They're like, oh, it's slowing down. Oh, it's speeding up. Oh, it's slowing down. And you think you would be like, oh, guys, did you feel that one?
As far as I know, it's not that drastic of a slowdown or speed up when you're talking about like winter and summer months. I think that's what you're getting at, right?
Right. Yeah. Even percentage-wise, it's really not much, supposedly, what they're saying. Right. However, you don't feel a thing.
What do you have in your body that you, damn, that, I don't know, man, that would scale
well,
that kind of...
into is your vestibular system, right? That little part in your ear. I mean, there's a whole diagram and everything. I don't exactly have it on me, but if, of course, somebody puts it in the chat, they'll probably help you out. But your vestibular system is, of course, what keeps you in balance, right? They say this is why people have, like, if their vestibular system is even off a hair, that they have vertigo, they have a lot of seasickness. There's some people who can't handle roller coasters, and it's, of course, because of this vestibular system. But you don't feel the spin of the earth, right? Regardless of model, that's what we experience, right? Me and you, we're on the same earth.
Yeah, well, why are these people getting sick, then vertigo and stuff? Maybe they are feeling the spin of the earth. That's why they get vertigo and they get sick and stuff.
Well,
that's kind of answered your own. Yeah.
That would be bad logic, though. You can't. It's like somebody going, "Well, I ate 10 cheeseburgers, therefore I'm full. If I'm full, that must mean I ate 10 cheeseburgers." Is that true? Can't there be more reasons for why I'm full? Or in this case, why I'm spinning? Or feel seasickness, if you will. No, it's probably because of the boat, Brandon, not the spin of the earth. Have you ever been on a boat where it's like wobbling back and forth at sea? For some people, yeah, I can imagine. I don't actually get seasick. I have a pretty good vestibular system. I ride with the waves, no problem.
Well, that ecosystem, the equilibrium, I don't think it's that sensitive.
Oh,
It's made specifically for us to feel like our own balance.
It's more sensitive than like even some of the equipment we have today. Like it's pretty amazing what our human bodies have. But see, they try to explain that away right away. Oh, you don't feel yourself moving because you're moving so fast. Don't worry, you can't trust your senses. And I say that facetiously.
Well, it's a constant speed. You don't feel constant speed.
It depends, right? So I get what you're saying, right? Because I've been in a plane before or a car, right? And I've moved at a relatively constant speed, right? And if I don't move and, I'm sort of stationary in the car or plane, I don't really feel that movement, right? I think you're definitely right about something, right? However, if I start to move out of my seat, especially if I stand up, I'm like, oh, okay, I have to catch my wits or get a grip on sort of what the car is doing because I'm still, of course, touching the car, right, or plane. But as soon as I move back of the plane or forward to the plane, those are two very different sensations in my body. That's what I experience, and I've definitely concurred this with friends and family, and of course, just watching a guy go to the back of the restroom on a plane. It's funny if they kind of fall a little bit. Not that it's twisted humor, but there's definitely two situations going on. They're definitely experiencing a difference, right? So to say that constant rate you can't feel it, not exactly true. It is true if you're not moving. However, once you start moving in this rigid object that is moving, you definitely feel.
That analogy is flawed because of scale. We're not on an airplane. We're on the Earth, which is, forgive my French, fucking huge. It's gigantic. It's way bigger than a plane could ever be. So, wow, yeah.
Scale would also be illogical, Brandon. Right. Sometimes we have experiments in the smallest of test tubes does not mean that there's a significant change at a larger scale. We know this all the time in architecture. That's why we make architectural models, right? So, I mean, don't get me wrong. I love my models all day. I love building them. I love looking at them, all kinds of models. But it's definitely just a model. It's not the real thing. Yeah, have you ever seen Zoolander? Where they present him an architectural model, and he goes, I need something at least 10 times bigger than this. This is a model for ants, right? Because he thinks it's the real thing.
Yeah.
Sorry, I thought it related.
I've seen the other one too. There's another one out.
Yeah, I saw bits and parts of the new one. It wasn't as good, fortunately.
Yeah.
But yeah,
they would have made the second one. If they would have made the second one in the same tradition as the first one, it would have been awesome. But it was still good. Don't get me wrong.
Keep the same formula of a lot of people write that way where they just take sort of the zeitgeist of the time or the culture of the time, and they try and use the same formula as the last movie, except switching cultural references, but it doesn't always work.
It kind of should have been added on, although it's just my opinion now.
Of course. Do you have any other questions about, sort of where you are? I guess my question to you, because I've seen you a couple times, Brendan, and I know you kind of listen in or, hopefully getting some of the gist. But I like to ask, especially globes or globers or people who still think that it might be a globe, on a scale of 1 to 10, 1 being flat, 10 being globe, where do you find yourself now?
It's still a globe to me. I mean, I will probably always disagree, but that doesn't really mean anything when it comes to me being on this shit's oval, because it's not like I'm gonna try to convince anybody. I'm just, I just disagree. That's all.
Yeah, and I'm saying like I'm trying to convince you, but you know, I noticed a little bit of hesitation, like you know, so I'm thinking maybe a 7, right? Not 100% like you were sort of to begin with, but maybe it's coming down a little bit. You're starting to question it. I mean, you kind of even said, I don't know, right? Is also what I heard. I'm not trying to overanalyze, but you know, this is what I kind of do as a professor, even, you know, ranging my students and understanding that they're getting the material too. It betters me as a professor. But at the same time, it, you know, we care, especially I think the people here, when we ask you these questions about our flat and stationary Earth, because it's something that we went through as well, and it was pretty difficult alone, I should say, for myself, until even finding this server, and just finding all the resources and definitive information. So, you know, just looking out for you too.
Okay.
It can be hard realizing that the globe model has never existed. It's hard to even say it sometimes. It's gotten easier. You know, I used to be a NASA fanboy for sure. I wanted to be an astronaut. They told me you need to be good at math and lots of things. So, you know, I prepared quickly as a kid, but maybe it was all for the better. Because now I do all that on Earth. I mean, how ridiculous is that too? Like, oh yeah, Earth is crumbling. We have too much trash. Everybody's consumption. And let's just go somewhere else. Let's go do the same thing. Does that sound logical?
Yeah, I don't actively do that, but yeah, you've got a point now.
Sounds like an absolute human virus.
There's no actual solution for trash. Even we could
Au contraire. Au contraire.
to burn it. What?
Well, they try and blame us, right? You know, but really at fault is the company that is supplying this trash, right? I mean, don't even get me started. But the design of how we consume could be so much better. I mean, don't get me wrong.
Biodegradable bottles. Biodegradable bottles and apples are being researched.
I didn't catch that, Brandon. Sorry.
Sorry. Yeah. I said biodegradable bottles and apples and stuff are being researched.
Oh,
it's in the pipeline. It's within the next decade or so. We might come up with biodegradable bottles and stuff.
They've been talking about these designs for a very long time. There's something kind of holding it back, and it's really just sort of a supply chain, right? If you have somebody who like sells a lot of plastic, do you think they're going to want to change from plastic to something else, or say even aluminum cans, right? I mean, don't get me wrong, some of those things are already recyclable, right? It's not exactly good for you to drink out of aluminum, though.
Well, it still takes time. Think about what the thing about marijuana in some states in the United States now.
We give NASA $50 million a day. Aren't they supposed to be researching and making the world a better place?
How quickly do you expect results? Damn, dude. Science is a slow process.
Not if you're, you know, got $50 million. You better be on your butt, dude. Money makes things go fast. I'll tell you that. I can experience it in architecture when I design a $1 million house versus a $5 million house. You know, there's more people on it.
It's different. different when you're like dealing with chemicals and science, and
that's not true.
It's more complicated than architecture. Come on.
That's not true either. My brother is actually a biochemist, right? So he tells me, we have conversations back and forth. I give him the study on architecture. He gives me the study on chemistry, organic chemistry, the way things actually work. And guess what? They work at both scales.
Genetics and biology. No way.
Seriousness. To me and him, especially architecture and chemistry and a lot of subjects are really actually all interconnected. You can't really separate them. However, they've taught you to separate all of them, right? You had to take English and reading and math and PE, and you had to take them all separate your entire life. Oh, that makes it easier. That's more organized. Sure. However, is it actually conditioning you, of course, to view things separately? Decompartmentalizing you so that you're ready to be decompartmentalized when you go to your next job. I'm just saying, have a perspective that maybe they're actually all interconnected, that architecture and chemistry are very much alike, that chemistry and cooking is very much alike. Right? Putting ingredients together to, of course, make sensations.
Okay, I guess.
Nutrition, health, reviving the body. It's kind of magical if you think about it, which often is referred to in chemistry as sort of alchemy, magical. There's this component of the natural earth and the way that it actually works, right? If I put this much chemical and this much chemical together, this will happen, period. It's been tested, observable, right? So, of course, me being the architect, my brother being the chemist, I immediately took him to the ocean, right? We went to the beach together, and I showed him, the flat horizon. He had the exact same arguments, of course, because we were taught at the same, literally, schools. We're not too far apart as siblings. He said he could see the curve at first, right? Now it's been a honestly 10-year process, but he's slowly starting to realize the illusion, right? The laws of perspective, the flat horizon, and how it seems to apparently be at eye level, regardless of height, right? So we started doing drone tests, going as high as we can with that, maybe about 1,000 feet. And it's just amazing, how far you can really see. However, he's starting to realize that it means the Earth is actually far more beautiful than we were ever taught, which is what I like to tell people too. You're not losing the globe. You're actually realizing that the Earth is just as beautiful it was yesterday, and it will be tomorrow.
Actually, I have a question. Do you know? Okay, I'm going to use an analogy for it too. Do you know what a piss ant is? A tiny little ant. Let's say we're one of those, and you want a basketball.
Did you say a piss ant?
A piss ant. You know what those are?
I'm looking it up.
It's a very, very, very small insect. Yeah, it's tiny. Let's say you were one of those and you were on a basketball and you looked out. What would you see?
You'd see curve. Especially at
you think?
Given height. Yeah. Eventually you will see curve.
Standing on a basketball, you would see curve?
It may appear sort of flat to you around, right? And you'd see all the little bumps of the basketball and things like that. But as soon as you raised in height, what would you see, Brandon?
The horizon would be flat, and it would
on a ball. Where's the flat edge on a ball?
if if you're small enough on it,
curved,
it will
right.
look flat. If you're small enough and you're on it, it would look flat. I know it would.
You know.
Yeah,
How do you know? Have you been an ant on a basketball before?
but I know enough about art and stuff.
What I know is that NASA has given, right, and mainstream has given us the geometry of that said quote unquote basketball, right?
Okay. Are you saying NASA told us about what? Wait, what did you just say? I'm sorry.
NASA in the mainstream story, right, says it's a globe, right?
But not for just no reason, because it's been
we're not talking
measured.
about reason. We're talking about geometry, right? They've claimed a radius. This radius, of course, calculated comes to a circumference. We can agree on that, right? There's a said geometry.
Yeah, they say it, but it's not just them. It's not just them saying it. You know what I'm talking about? So research has been done.
Right, and I posted actually a GIF for you to kind of further explain what I mean by the laws of perspective. Because the law of perspective have nothing to do with the earth. It has everything to do with your eye, right? So it's the way that our eyes optically obtain information, right? That information comes in at actual calculatable geometries, right? When you calculate those things, right, they are observable, repeatable, and verifiable, right? They're even falsifiable. So when we're looking at the earth, right, and we're starting to test that claim geometry, I didn't make this claim, right? It was taught to me by NASA, mainstream, honestly, Discovery Science Channel all day long as a kid, you know, watching how it's made and everything. They gave us this claim that we are living on a ball, that what you experience, Brandon, you and I, that we're living on a ball. However, we can't find the curvature that they are claiming. Period. In nature. You and I experience, we can find it on TV, I can find it on my computer screen, I can find it in my kid's classroom, I can find it in my old classroom. It's definitely not in any of my offices, but it's everywhere. In fact, have you ever watched a movie? What's the first thing Universal Studios shows you? Is a spinning globe. In fact, they've done this even since some of their first movies. Before NASA, somehow Universal Studios already thought they knew what the ball looked like. Does that raise any red flags to you?
That movie studios use a globe as
that it's coincidence.
It's a thing. I don't see that being propaganda at all. I don't.
Well,
I really don't.
I mean, somebody that's brainwashed wouldn't quite see it yet, you know. But maybe even after this conversation, you'll notice it just a little bit more. Don't get me wrong. I don't think anybody wakes up and is suddenly like, you know what? Think the Earth's flat. You know, no. But it starts to have a little bit of an itch, right? That's why you keep coming back here. That's why you keep kind of wanting this sort of confrontation in yourself, because it's hard to do it by yourself. It's hard to have an argument in your head with yourself. But don't get me wrong. You could do it. I think everybody is sort of self-reflecting. That's kind of that inner argument or that inner dialogue sometimes, right? We're questioning our paradigm, our reality, right? Does outside match what I actually see in my head? For instance, when I draw something, I see it beautifully in my head, and I've taught myself and my hands to actually produce it, right? However, for some people, especially in the beginnings, you can see it so vividly in your head and how it works and how it even sounds sometimes, or smells, and you can't even put it to paper. You couldn't put it to words. You couldn't put it to anything, right? So don't get me wrong. What I'm trying to say is it's a process, right? But I think you're on the right track, asking the right questions, even coming up with the right examples for me to really kind of demolish. Hopefully for you, I don't demolish them because of you. I just want to show you that the idea can be deconstructed, taken apart completely. That there is no curve in reality. Unless you have some evidence for this globe, right? And all their claims. Otherwise, it is what it is outside, which in this case is flat and stationary. I wouldn't even say I'm a flat earther, right? Because that's become sort of this negative, quote unquote, conspiracy theorist, right? No, it's a guy going, hey, outside, I have a feeling it's not moving. Oh, it's not. I also tested the claims that you guys were saying it was a ball, and I can't find that either. And every time I ask you guys, you censor me. Isn't that kind of strange?
Who censors you?
Big tech and, just really the fact checkers. Lots of money really into sort of the publishing aspect too. They want to be the publisher of some of this information, and they knew this was going to be a problem, I think, as early as 1998, or maybe after the first sort of bubble, internet bubble. Anyway, there's a they, right? And it's the people controlling these systems, right? You don't have internet just because it magically comes to your house, right? It's been designed to get to you. Very nice and dandy, right?
And
You can
I
get
can
it through a
do
Cat 5. You can
whatever
get
I
it through
want on
Wi-Fi.
it. And I can do pretty much whatever I want with it. And other people do shady shit with it, and
Very true.
they can't. They're allowed to.
Internet of Things. What was it called at first? World Wide Web.
It's freedom, yeah. Worldwide. It's everywhere.
Yeah.
It doesn't really have a purpose either, or are you saying it does?
Oh, it has an immense purpose, but I'm just saying it didn't just like randomly come out of the forest. It was designed and given to you and made sure that it was available for everyone. Eventually, right? So that it can be used in all aspects.
It could make our lives easier. I mean, I can order stuff on Amazon. It makes your life easier. That's
sure. No, couldn't agree
what it
more.
does.
Oh, I wouldn't know half the stuff, or even have gone honestly through college that well without it. I mean, just the access to resources, books, maps, architecture drawings. Yeah, it's a plethora of wonderful, beautiful information. But anyway, my point, Brandon, was I'm glad you're here and still asking questions. So that's why I wanted to come in, especially when I heard Goofy Goober, because I'm kind of a SpongeBob guy. That's my generation too. So you seem like a great guy to talk with about this subject. So yeah, keep coming in, man, and asking these questions.
Yeah.
Okay, then. You didn't have to leave. cut this shit. Or cut off the knees. That World Wide Web, don't let it get you. Don't be ensnared in its cob-like web. I don't know, I'm just trying to sound Texan today. It's Friday. I'm pretty excited. Hope you guys are having a great morning, day, afternoon, evening, wherever you might be on this flat and stationary realm. A beautiful one it is indeed over here. It's been kind of rainy over here in Texas, San Antonio. But it's clearing up. It's been a beautiful, like, just 72 degrees every day, so can't complain in Texas with that. So, but yeah, it's been a pretty eventful week. I know I'm maybe kind of just preaching to the choir here, but I know we maybe got some listeners on YouTube, and maybe talking to people in the future if they're hearing this recording. But yeah, we're still doing it. Still haven't found any curve. Measure's flat, and we're spreading it. Spreading the truth. One question at a time, one person at a time. A lot of things happening this week. I think Mayhem's Wig Snatchers. Apologize. Started up this week. It's pretty sweet. Thought it was a really great idea too. Kind of wanted to let them know that, just kind of being sort of transparent like that, seeing your face and being able to talk and kind of record it for later. That dual stream, I think, is kind of perfect, right? There's been talk about, sort of moving the conversation to like live stream too. I think that's a brilliant idea too, especially to get into some of the other true subjects that we always try and dance around, at least in the Flat Earth live stream. So, yeah, it's great to see these ideas coming about and keeping things fresh. Looks like we have Jaja Light. You there? VC Verify. Haven't seen your name around. Maybe just kicking back, listening. Yes, we got the Gress. Hope he's doing well. Cut off the knees. Legend. Yoke Smasher. Always glad to have him here. F.E. Batman. The man himself. Wave Mixer. Hopefully joining in. Working on the side. Looks like we got maybe one more popped in. Jay Sun. True Curation. What's going on, man? No roles. I could VC verify you actually now. If you wanted to go to the VC just above this chat. But unfortunately, you won't be able to see the live stream or be able to use your mic quite yet. However, if somebody's listening in, or I would imagine relatively quickly, we can get you all set up. see. Any announcements? Right. Same old. Lots of support. Lots of things going on. Same here. Cut off the knees. Yeah, I'll probably chill in the back. Enjoy some of those snacks. I've heard they've been replenished. Probably got to take, Mother Nature's calling as well. Got to start the 3D printer up. So I'll fade to the back and listen in it as well.
24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Go get VC verified.
Put your knees on the ground, gotta pray to the king with a crown. I have to tell you that we're living deep in the matrix. We in the matrix. Chase all the lines and you'll find that this place was created. You were created, darling. What they gonna say right now? What they gonna say right now? You about to have a panic attack real quick. Like, sorry, the earth's flat, it's fact, no trick. Just look at the proof and the true measurements. Cause I've been winning arguments against the best physicists. But this, don't know what it is. Lately I've been going around in circles, but I do not feel the spin. Oh, this, don't know what it is. But you gotta keep it like a secret, you can't even tell your friends. And if you tell them, they say, how could it be? Don't mean nothing to me, they're gonna pick up and leave. And if you tell them, they say, how could it be? Don't mean nothing to me, they're gonna fall back asleep. What they gonna say right now, right now? Oh, they really wanna hate right now, right now. But I think they're just afraid right now. Got their heads in the clouds with a mask on their face like a clown. What they gonna say right now, right now? Oh, you wanna be awake right now, right now? Well, you better get real brave right now. Put your knees on the ground, gotta pray to the king with a crown. I have to tell you that we're living deep in the matrix. We in the matrix. Chase all the lines and you'll find that this place was created. You were created, darling. What they gonna say right now? What they gonna say right now? What they gonna say right now? What they gonna say right now?
It is photographic, but it has to be. It is photographic, but it has to be. It is photographic, but it has to be.
What you're seeing here is a mirage.
A lie is a lie, and it don't matter how many dumb sheeple believe it. And the truth is the truth, hiding right out in plain sight, and still people don't see it. Man, this shit got me heated, and I won't stop till the elite are being defeated. They keep us deceived about everything that we think, and they keep it a secret. What we're taught is not conducive with reality. Big bang, evolution, and there's gravity. I tell the truth, and then these motherfuckers laugh at me, telling me the earth is photoshopped because it has to be. Most people accept the deception happily, but what they're doing to us all is a tragedy. God created the heavens and the earth in a verse, but we're living in a Freemasonic galaxy. They say we're monkeys on a ball flying through outer space, but there's no proof, it seems to have vanished without a trace. NASA and other agencies falling down from grace. You can take that bullshit pseudoscience and get out my face. I'm the antisocial type, you're a government prototype. That's why you make it a point to tell me that I'm crazy every time you're angry, cause you know I'm right. I'm standing outside the house of cards about to watch it fall. No more living on a cartoon ball. Horizon means horizontal. Indoctrination is awful because you're taught the globe model. Ever since y'all could crawl, we follow rapists and murderers, liars, thieves, and sun worshippers, saying we can't see curvature cause we're all too small. And though it's never been proven, they say we're ripping and shooting. The earth is spinning and moving. Oh no, no, not at all. It It's a criminal enterprise where deception intensifies. And assholes got us all living like on a cartoon ball.
It is photoshopped, but it has to be. What you're seeing here is a mirage.
They say that we went to the moon 6 times, but pure BS is the way that smelled. Now they're telling us that we can't even leave the planet because of the Van Allen radiation belt. Yeah, okay, sure. NASA, what you lying for? You lying now? You lied before. I can't take this anymore. The only thing they took to space was your imagination. Fake aliens are coming, now they have you waiting. We need to do something about it, no procrastination. Trying to cause the masses to awaken, that's the path I've taken. But you can see if you check all the percentages. So many people having cognitive dissonance. But that's what happens at the loss of your innocence. Then you get involved with all of this wickedness. They try to do all the humans this way. So are they just idiots? Who is to say? Conditioned by the television, it makes your decisions, opinions, and you just obey. Stuck in the material domain of Satan, where everything in each and every day is pagan. Mandela effect, cause the game is changing. People waking up and now the cage is shaking. The earth is flat, and that is a universal fact. If it isn't that, then tell me where the fuck the curve is at. They tell us that we can't see it because we're all too small. And now we're spinning on a cartoon ball. Horizon means horizontal. Indoctrination is awful because you're taught the globe model. Ever since y'all could crawl, we follow rapists and murderers, liars, thieves, and sun worshippers, saying we can't see curvature cause we're all too small. And though it's never been proven, they say we're ripping and shooting. The earth is spinning and moving. Oh no, not at all. It's a criminal enterprise where deception intensifies. And assholes got us all living like on a cartoon ball.
It is the world that has been pulled over your eyes to blind you from the truth. Like everyone else, you were born into bondage, born into a prison for your mind.
It is photoshopped, but it has to be. It is photoshopped, but it has to be. It is photoshopped, but it has to be. What you're seeing here is a mirage. It is photoshopped, but it has to be. It is photoshopped, but it has to be. It is photoshopped, but it has to be. What you're seeing here is a mirage.
We accept the reality of the world with which we're presented. It's as simple as that.
if gravity did exist, why would it cause both planets to orbit the sun and people to stick to the Earth? Gravity should either cause people to float in suspended circular orbits around the Earth, or it should cause the Earth to be pulled and crashed into the sun. What sort of magic is gravity that it can glue people's feet to the ball Earth? Gravitation is only a subterfuge employed by Newton in his attempt to prove that the Earth revolves around the sun. And the quicker it is relegated to the tomb of all the Capulets, the better will it be for all classes of society.
Gravity sucks, gravity pulls, gravity don't follow rules on a spinning bar. It makes us stick. Gravity, it's a con trick. It's magic. It's magic. It's magic. It's magic. It's flat. We don't live on a spinning ball. Not from where I'm set. 'Cause I can't see no curve at all. I've waited all my life just to think for myself, just a little bit more locally. Now I've grown out far to be true, but my senses always knew. I just want to scream. This
We don't live on a spinning ball.
So where is the edge?
Who's to say that there is an edge, and why assume there is one? Is it because when we are introduced to the idea of a flat Earth, it's always depicted like this? In the currently most accepted model, Antarctica is not a continent, but a 360-degree landmass made up of ice that holds the oceans within. When we look at a Gleason's map from 1892 that states at the top that it's scientifically and practically correct, as is. We see this Antarctic ice rim. The Gleason's map is basically an azimuthal equidistant projection, which can be traced back to the year 1000. The AE map is also an official map of the United States Geological Survey, the USGS, and the official logo for the United Nations. The oldest known globe in the world is from 1492. This is something you need to keep in mind because many people argue that the azimuthal equidistant map is just a flattened out version of the globe, when in fact the globe is just a rounded version of this true world flat map. If the flat map came first and it has the ability to convert into a globe without any problems whatsoever, then that should tell you a little bit about how this globe deception was achieved. Now, back to if there is an edge or not. There is no proof that there is an edge past the Antarctic ice wall, but it is speculated by many that perhaps the plane that we live on is either extremely expansive or it's possibly endless. In these two scenarios, it would be logically assumed that more land is being hidden from the general public. In a 1954 interview with Admiral Richard E. Byrd, an American naval officer who specialized in exploration, he had this to say.
But strangely enough, there is left in the world today an area as big as the United States that's never been seen by a human being. And that's beyond the pole on the other side of the South Pole from Middle America. And I think it's quite astonishing that there should be an area as big as that unexplored.
Implying that there is more land past Antarctica. If that uninhabited land was on a globe, it would be in the Indian Ocean. A recent discovery of an old Buddhist map in a newspaper from 1907 seems to support the idea of a vast plain with much more land.
Where does the sun go if the Earth is flat?
Well, the sun neither rises nor sets, but travels in a clockwise circuit from east to west, and only appears to rise and set due to perspective. The sun disappears at the vanishing point of human perspective on the horizon where the ground meets the sky, and since the sun is not 93 million miles away, I repeat, not 93 million miles away, but much closer and smaller, The light emanating from the sun only illuminates about half of the flat plane at once as it makes its daily journey.
What's underneath the flat Earth?
This is obviously an unanswerable question since the assumed edge has never been known to be reached, but many people suppose that whether the Earth is round or flat, that either way, it still must be floating in the middle of outer space. But the idea of outer space goes out the window with the round Earth theory. Many religious texts support an immovable Earth that has its foundations on which it is laid and its pillars by which it is supported. We simply don't know, but we do know that the Earth is obviously fixed in place, as we can tell by our everyday experience of non-movement. What we see in the skies above are illuminated objects making circles around us just as it appears. Whatever this place may be, it's the center of all we survey. Some say that the Earth is the floor of the universe. In the ancient Hebrew conception of the universe, we are surrounded by the waters above and the waters below, known as the Great Deep. The deepest hole ever drilled into the Earth was a total of about 7.5 miles. The very core of the Earth is nothing more than wild speculation, if not another malicious lie. So what's under the Earth? That remains a mystery to us all. But another thing that you can research is what's inside the Earth. Multi-billion-dollar deep underground military bases known as DUMBs, D-U-M-Bs, right?
What about ships and boats disappearing over the horizon?
This is also due to human perspective. They don't go over the horizon, they go into the horizon, moving beyond the limit of our vision and past the vanishing point. But the ships and boats are easily brought back into view with a pair of binoculars, a telescope, and any camera with a good zoom lens. A great question to ask yourself is why can't we see noticeable curvature from 120,000 feet up? But many people claim that the supposed curvature can be seen from the ground by watching boats. It doesn't make sense.
And what about all of the pictures of the Earth?
They are all clearly computer-generated images. They claim this picture from Apollo 17 in 1972 is real, and they also claim that the 2015 epic Earth picture is real. But NASA employee Robert Simon gave us a glimpse of how they do it when he shared his experience of creating the Blue Marble 2.0 in 2002. He is now called Mr. Blue Marble. He was interviewed and on record stating, "The last time anyone took a photograph from above low Earth orbit that showed an entire hemisphere, one side of the globe, was in 1972 during Apollo 17. NASA's Earth Observing System, EOS, satellites were designed to give a checkup of Earth's health. By 2002, we finally had enough data to make a snapshot of the entire Earth, so we did."
In 2002, Blue Marble 2.0, NASA's Rob Simon made this. Simon's job is...
It's primarily taking data and making pictures out of it.
That's what this is, a composite of data sets from several different instruments translated into a picture.
So we actually had to take clouds out.
They stashed the clouds for later, went onto the ocean. That came from an instrument that measures phytoplankton in the sea.
Where it was low, I colored it dark blue because they're low mostly in mid-oceans. And then where it's a little bit higher, it was like a little bit brighter green.
Then add the clouds back in.
There's a small problem with it because there's a very slight gap in between each orbit.
So some of those are painted on.
It is photoshopped, but it's has to be.
Then
there was another layer to sort of simulate the atmosphere.
And then there's this little bright spot.
It's called the specular highlight. So it's the reflection of sunlight off of water.
Those are the pieces, but you can't just slap them all together.
It just didn't look realistic. It looks kind of flat, or the clouds are sort of too see-through. So I just take Command Z a lot.
There's artistry to creating the world.
What I imagine it to be. Unfortunately, I'm not an astronaut. I've never been to space. But I've looked at these images over and over again, trying to sort of get the essence of it. It is photoshopped, but it's has to be. It is photoshopped, but it's has to be. It is photoshopped, but it's has to be. It is photoshopped, but it's has to be.
Why are all the other planets round then?
When you compare amateur footage done with professional grade cameras and compare it to NASA's official images of planets and stars, it's clear that NASA images are all computer generated, no different than the photos of Earth. What have become known as planets are round lights that seem to be set over the flat Earth. The so-called planets and stars are not what we have been told they are, and comparing luminous objects that you see in the sky to the Earth under your feet is very ineffective for actually proving the supposed rotundity of the Earth. Since there are no actual photographs of the Earth and motion has never been experienced or proven, it would seem more logical for one to assume that we are on a flat, motionless plane and everything we see in the heavens revolves around us.
What about satellites and GPS?
As crazy as it may sound, satellites are a hoax. Have you ever wondered why there are never any damaged or fallen satellites? And why there are no satellite malfunctions due to constant heating and cooling? It's weird they don't melt in the thermosphere that's over 2,000 degrees. I find myself looking at the moon and wondering why we never see satellites pass by the moon. Did you know there are thousands of miles of fiber optic cables under the seabed that supplies 90% of the Earth's communication, internet, phones, etc.? And GPS works off of cell phone towers. It's called triangulation. Haven't you seen those really tall towers and wondered what they are? Satellite TV is just enhanced radio using ground-based towers. It's all ground-based, just like the old TV antenna. Science fiction author Arthur C. Clarke proposed the idea of geostationary satellites in 1945 in a magazine called Wireless World. And 20 years later, in 1965, they claim to have successfully launched the first commercial geostationary communication satellite. Today, there are said to be thousands, but the odd thing is that trying to prove it only leaves you fruitless.
Is outer space even real?
Yes and no. What you see in the sky, as far as stars and wandering stars, also known as planets, are there. How could we deny them? We don't know what they actually are, but they are there. Now, what we are told about outer space and what it is not true at all. Everything we believe about so-called outer space is due mostly to Hollywood movies and other media, including children's cartoons. Of course, NASA propaganda is the biggest culprit. As we have already gone over, there are no pictures of Earth, and even images of all the other so-called planets are computer-generated. NASA has gone on record numerous times stating that humans can't get past low Earth orbit.
NASA's next spacecraft, already being built and tested across America, will do those things and more.
This is the spacecraft that's going to take humans to explore the solar system. It's the next big step for NASA in exploration.
Called the Orion Multipurpose Crew Vehicle, or MPCV, this next-generation spacecraft will enable America to explore beyond low Earth orbit.
As we get further away from Earth, we'll pass through the Van Allen belts, an area of dangerous radiation. But Orion has protection. Shielding will be put to the test as the vehicle cuts through the waves of radiation. Sensors aboard will record radiation levels for scientists to study. We must solve these challenges before we send people through this region of space.
Plan that NASA has is to build a rocket called SLS, which is a heavy lift rocket. It's something that is much bigger than what we have today, and it will be able to launch the Orion capsule with humans on board, as well as landers or other components to destinations beyond Earth orbit. Right now, we only can fly in Earth orbit. That's the farthest that we can go. And this new system that we're building is going to allow us to go beyond and hopefully take humans into the solar system to explore. So the moon, Mars, asteroids, there's a lot of destinations that we could go to, and we're building these building block components in order to allow us to do that eventually.
And unlike the previous program, we are setting a course with specific and achievable milestones. Early in the next decade, a set of crewed flights will test and prove the systems required for exploration beyond low Earth orbit.
Low Earth orbit is supposedly between 99 and 1,200 miles away. The funny thing is that they say the moon is over 200,000 miles away. How did we make it so far in the 1960s and 70s if we can't do it today? Also, the International Space Station, just like everything else brought to us by NASA, is a fake Freemasonic hoax, completely fabricated and done with special effects, models, pools, zero-G planes, and various other camera tricks.
How is circumnavigation possible on a flat Earth?
Very easily. You can travel east and west directions to ultimately end up right back where you started. The face of the Earth looks similar to that of a clock. In fact, clocks were most likely designed after the true appearance of our world. If you follow a compass east for long enough, you'll make a full circuit. Same thing if you travel west long enough. As we've already gone over, the flat Earth map that was around before globes were easily converts to a globe, so everything you believe you are doing on a globe is actually taking place on a flat Earth.
How come the moon is upside down in the southern hemisphere?
This is another very simple explanation. When somebody is in the northern part of the Earth, or on the northern part of the Earth, they see the moon from this angle. When somebody is on the southern part of the Earth, the moon looks like this. They're looking at it from this angle. They see it from the opposite angle, and that's all it is. Imagine you tape a picture of the moon in the center of your living room, right? Depending on where you are in the room, the moon will be seen differently. When pondering this question, keep in mind that the face of the moon never changes. On a spherical Earth, we'd expect to see other sides, but we never have.
What about the seasons?
The sun is close and small, and it circles around and above the flat Earth in a spiral pattern on the Tropic of Cancer in the northern summer months, and then down in the Tropic of Capricorn in the northern winter months. So when the sun is further away from the North Pole, right, the center of the flat Earth, it's winter in the north and summer in the south. Since the sun is smaller than we are told and closer, it makes much more sense that we experience seasons in the first place. If the sun was 93 million miles away and had a radius of over 400,000 miles, we would hardly experience temperature fluctuation as we do.
What about gravity?
Gravity is necessary in order for a spinning ball Earth to work. People readily believe that you can't fall off of a spinning ball that's darting through outer space at speeds that you can't even comprehend, yet they will deny how much easier it is to stay on a flat surface that doesn't move. Gravity is a scapegoat for all that cannot be explained, and it has never been proven. The reason why things fall or float is because of density and buoyancy. If something is heavier than air, it falls. If it's lighter than air, it floats. Very straightforward. Your phone is denser than the air, therefore it falls when you drop it. Everything works because of density. No need to factor in imaginary components. Quote, "The law of gravitation is said by the advocates of the Newtonian system of astronomy to be the greatest discovery of science and the foundation of the whole of modern astronomy. If, therefore, it can be shown that gravitation is a pure assumption and an imagination of the mind only, that it has no existence outside of the brains of its expounders and advocates, the whole of the hypotheses of this modern so-called science fall to the ground as flat as the surface of the ocean. And this most exact of all sciences, this wonderful feat of the intellect, becomes at once the most ridiculous superstition and the most gigantic imposture to which ignorance and credulity could ever be exposed." Thomas Winship, Zetetic Cosmogony.
What about the Coriolis effect?
They say that the Coriolis effect is a result of the Earth spinning and is responsible for the deflection of an object moving above the Earth, rightward in the northern hemisphere and leftward in the southern hemisphere. The problem is that things like hurricanes and water in the sink aren't always predictable and have been known to spin both ways in either hemisphere. Also, another contradiction that proves the Coriolis effect false is the fact that no flying machine above the Earth has to account for it. If a bullet that travels 1,700 miles per hour has to account for the effect, then an airplane traveling at 550 miles per hour would definitely have to account for the effect. When you look for the answer, you'll find that we are told that since the atmosphere moves with the spin of the Earth, planes aren't affected. So why would bullets be? Especially when they go much faster than common airplanes.
Why can't I see infinitely far?
This is for the people that wonder why they can't see certain things that they believe they should be able to see if the Earth was flat. I've been asked on numerous occasions, why can't I see Mount Everest from anywhere on Earth? I've also been asked, why can't I see Spain from the east coast of America? Well, besides dirt, dust, dew, rain, fog, smog, smoke, clouds, mist, haze, snow, etc., your vision is limited by the vanishing point of your perception. Check your weather app on your phone and notice the visibility in your area.
Is the flat Earth a religious thing?
Yes and no. I say this because I myself am not religious. I'd rather not have faith in something, but know the facts to the best of my ability. And the facts are that the curvature and motion of the earth have never been proven. The Bible, without any doubt whatsoever, supports the earth that's fixed in place. The book of Enoch, which is biblically endorsed and most likely belongs in the Bible, describes the flat stationary enclosed earth in great detail. Many religions and civilizations preceding Judaism and Christianity support a flat and stationary earth, such as the Babylonians, the Egyptians, the Mayans, the Norse, the Hindus, etc. This fantastic spinning globe earth is very new to the people of the world, yet most of us carry on as if the theory is unquestionable, and we've been conditioned to laugh when the flat earth is brought up. Whether you are religious or not, you can see the flat earth for yourself.
Is the Flat Earth Society behind the resurgence of the Flat Earth?
No, the Flat Earth Society is designed as a containment unit. Gatekeepers that tell the truth about some stuff, but then lie about other things in order to make it appear ridiculous or steer you in the wrong direction. For instance, this is what FES has to say about gravity. In the Flat Earth model, gravity, rather than being a force, is the upward acceleration of the flat Earth. The Earth always accelerates upward at 1g, which is equivalent to the gravitational acceleration in the round Earth model. Like the force of gravity, the Earth's acceleration causes several commonly observed phenomena in our daily lives. If that isn't the biggest turnoff, I don't know what is. The flat Earth argument has never died. It only died down. Real flat earthers have always been among us, but it wasn't until late 2014, early 2015, when Eric Dubé started making a lot of noise about the flat earth conspiracy and got people like myself on board. It took me 10 months of research before finally accepting the truth about where we live. Thanks to the many great flat earth researchers, content creators, and activists since then, more and more people are waking up to the massive deception every day.
Are all scientists, pilots, and members of the government in on it?
No, most scientists, pilots, and members of the government have been indoctrinated just as the rest of us have. When they work at their everyday job, they go about it as if the Earth is most certainly spherical. If indeed some of these people did know the Earth is flat, they most likely wouldn't even speak out about it in fear of losing their job or ruining their reputation. The average scientist goes about everything they do with the spherical Earth already factored in. For mainstream science, questioning our current model is a huge no-no. For pilots, computers do most of their work, not to take away from what they do because I personally appreciate it. And also, pilots often switch out at stops, making it difficult to understand the real layout of Earth's land masses. As far as government members and politicians go, besides high-ranking officials at NASA, which isn't government at all, it's safe to assume that they are not in the know and they are not knowingly perpetrating this lie. Very few people compared to the population of the world are enlightened to the flat Earth.
NASA isn't the only space agency. Are all others in on it too?
The answer is yes. Here's a short clip on what you need to know.
The Vector, NASA's official logo. If you've ever looked at NASA's official logo, both their official insignia and their official seal, you'll see that the most prominent object in the seal is a red swooshing object. They call that the chevron or the vector. If you ask NASA's Public Affairs Office, this symbology is featured so heavily in their insignia and seal, they'll give you what really amounts to the standard facile cover story for the unilluminated. They'll tell you that that is a representation of a hypersonic wing design from the 1950s, which was the time the logo was created. Not exactly the case. Someone might want to ask the Russian Federal Space Agency, Roscosmos, that was formed in 1992, why they chose that same logo. And while you're at it, you can go ask the Chinese, who formed their space agency in 1996, why in the world they're using a hypersonic wing design from the 1950s as their official logo. Then you can ask the Japanese, the South Koreans, Taiwanese, Malaysia, Mexico, Iran, all of these countries, even Bulgaria. They all utilize the vector symbology in their space agency logos for their national space agencies. It gets even deeper. You can go look at the individual manned program patches for NASA. The Mercury program, for example, a blatant use of covert symbology. In every logo dealing with the Mercury program, you'll see what looks like a number 7 in their logo. And again, NASA's official story is that they put this number 7 there so that they could pay homage to the original 7 Mercury astronauts. Kind of forgetting the fact that only 6 Mercury astronauts actually flew into space, because number 7 never did. Deke Slayton had a heart problem, so he didn't get to go up. So there were only 6 Mercury astronauts. Yet there's a 7 in every single logo. That's in the official mission or official program insignia for Mercury, as well as the 6 individual mission patches carry this logo. And it carries on to the Space Shuttle program. If you look at the Apollo logo has a big letter A in it. At least that's what they want you to believe, but it's not. Again, that's just a simple way of explaining away the inclusion of this vector symbology in the logo. If you go to the Space Shuttle program, the original Space Shuttle STS program patch is a triangular patch that, again, hides the use of the chevronic vector symbology. And that also goes for many of the STS-specific mission patches. Every single one of the International Space Station expedition patches carry the vector symbology. The Russian Mir space station used the vector symbology. That was their official logo. You can even go deeper and look at military-industrial complex companies. Look at the logo on a company like Lockheed Martin, 2 vectors. The X Prize logo, Ames Research Labs, U.S. Space Command. When you get into the military realm, the United States Space Command, their official logo is the vector symbol. And when you look at the military's individual space-specific programs, all of them deal with vector symbology in their official insignias. And the question really becomes, who or what are these people paying homage to?
Let's look at NASA's Earthrise. Now let's look at JAXA's Earthrise. Do you believe this is real?
Well then, who's responsible for this deception?
You will find that the Jesuits and the Vatican have been intimately involved in all things space, including owning the earliest telescopes and, to this day, the largest owners of observatories and telescopes in the world. The Society of Jesuits have been actively spreading the heliocentric theory for 500 years, while trying to bury thousands of years of flat Earth cosmology. The Jesuits are rulers of all powers that we are aware of, and have been ruthless in their pursuit of world domination for centuries, no matter who is killed or what has to be done to establish a one-world order out of chaos. They rule over, or are deeply partnered with, people like the Rothschilds and many other international banksters, secret societies, especially the Freemasons, as well as Zionist Jews, and especially Zionist Jews in seats of power. They rule over all the alphabet agencies and government think tanks, including the NSA, CIA, FBI, Mossad, KGB, Roundtable, Committee of 300, Tavistock Institute, Lucius Trust Publishing, Bilderberg Group, and the Council of Foreign Relations, including representative government and legislation like the US Presidency, Congress, and the Supreme Court. The Jesuit order is said to have been established by Jews, again showing that the Jews are behind some of the biggest hoaxes in history, including the Holocaust. Freemasons are also spread out all over the world to further the different agendas that serve this Illuminati elite.
Why the lie?
Why the fuck you lying? Why you always lying? Oh my god. Stop fucking lying. Always lying to me. You lying so much. You making it hard for me.
Their desire is to convince us that we are only one of a septillion other planets flying through infinite space. A septillion? Where do they get these numbers? A septillion has 24 zeros. They want us to think that we are nothing more than a cosmic accident caused by a big bang that took place 14 billion years ago. Again, where do they get these numbers? How one could draw that conclusion is unknown. They want us not to understand our origin and go on believing that life is meaningless. They want us to believe that alien life is real and that they created us. Look no further than ancient aliens for the propaganda. Not to mention countless shows and movies they program us with. This isn't just about flat Earth versus round Earth. It's much bigger than that. Whatever they plan on doing needed the spherical Earth groundwork laid before they could proceed. They may either shock us with a fake alien invasion or a disclosure of the beings that have always been among us, passed off as life from distant galaxies. Who knows? Another reason to turn the Earth into a ball is to hide extra land. If this is a vast plain, and there are places past Antarctica, with more oceans and more land masses, then an easy way to get rid of them is to wrap our part of this plain around a ball and make it seem as if there is nothing else and everything has already been discovered. The globe is full-fledged slavery for the inquiring mind.
I'd like to be an explorer, like the great Magellan.
Oh, you're too late. There's really nothing left to explore.
What does it mean if the Earth is flat?
It means that the origin of man is deliberately being covered up from us. Man, woman, child, you are being deceived on a massive scale. Flat Earth, enclosed flat Earth, expansive plane flat Earth, or even infinite plane flat Earth with an infinite ceiling barrier, or possibly another plane of existence above us and below us. It means that this place was created, that you were designed, you were crafted, you are special and with purpose. A purpose being hidden from you on purpose. We are supposed to know our world and our reason for being. We've been swallowed whole by this economic fiat money system that controls absolutely everything and fuels this manufactured reality. Most of us know that we are slaves, and it's no wonder we desire to escape through movies, TV shows, and video games that happen to also further our programming and mental conditioning. We were never meant to live like this, and knowledge of our flat Earth is a step in the right direction. It's something that can't be taken from us. It's the fuel that we need to let these bastards know that we won't go down in ignorance. We will not willingly accept their one world authority that wants to rule over all mind and all matter. Embrace this flat world of ours and free your mind from the globalist mind control. It's time that we stand up for ourselves and our beautiful Earth. All I want to know is, who's coming with me?
Or maybe meeting other beings from another place? Have you ever wondered what it's like on other planets? Then you watch a science show and come to believe you understand it. You feel empowered by the knowledge and you feel enlightened. Listening to Bill Nye and Neil deGrasse Tyson. But then you wake up and you start to see the obvious. Life is just a lie and this whole world ain't what we thought it was. NASA's missions to the moon were never completed. They just filmed them in a room and people believe it. I used to wonder what it's like to be an astronaut. Now when I see them acting, I can't help but to laugh a lot. They give us cartoons and they claim that we live on a ball. But it's flat and it's not moving or spinning at all. Why you lying to us, man? That's something that we want to know. After that, you're gonna have to pack up all your stuff and go. History has been rewritten by winners of wars. The Jesuit order, Khazars, Freemasons, and more. They pulled the veil over our eyes, and it's time to awaken. Through organized indoctrination, our minds have been taken. It's time we take our power back and we rescue our people. The Vatican and the bankers are like Resident Evil. They may have had the greatest plan that was ever concocted, but Illuminati never thought that they'd ever be spotted. They're manufacturing reality all in our heads. They tell us if the earth is flat, then we'll fall off the edge. But if it is a spinning ball, we won't fall off it then. And gravity is our imaginary magic friend. Why is water always flat when unmanipulated? Why are pictures of the earth computer generated? Why you lying to us, man? That's something that we want to know. After that, you're gonna have to pack up all your stuff and go.
Crystal clear that you and the other space programs that are in operation are connected and are deceiving the entire world. More and more people are waking up every single day, and we are now able to see right through you. But what we really want to know is, why are you lying? Sincerely, me and the great people of this earth.
Frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement.
The captain thinks the world is around, see? But we all know it's a flat, right?
Of course it's flat. Sure, I know the world is flat.
Yeah, so do I. Everybody knows that.
It is part of the natural physics of water and other fluids to always find their level and remain flat. If disturbed in any way, motion ensues until the flat level is resumed. If dammed up, then released, the nature of all liquids is to quickly flood outwards, taking the easiest course towards finding its new level. If the Earth is an extended flat plane, then this fundamental physical property of fluids finding and remaining level is consistent with experience and common sense. If, however, the Earth is a giant sphere tilted on its vertical axis, spinning through never-ending space, then it follows that truly flat, consistently level surfaces do not exist here. There are rivers which flow east, west, north, and south. pace at the rate of 100 miles in 5 seconds of time, the waters of seas and oceans could not, by any known law, be kept on its surface. Whenever experiments have been tried on the surface of standing water, the surface has always been found to be level. To drop the theory which supposes a curved surface to standing water is to acknowledge the facts. If the Earth were a globe, the surface of all standing water would be convex. This is an experimental proof that the Earth is not a globe. There are rivers which flow east, west, north, and south. Now, if the Earth were a globe, some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, and others down. Some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, and others down. Rivers do not flow uphill. Rivers do not flow uphill. There are rivers which flow east, west, north, and south. Now, if the Earth were a globe, some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, and others down. Some of these rivers would be flowing uphill,
Yeah, here come the truth. Yeah, you know he ain't gonna lie. No, 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 you know he ain't gonna for miles in our homeland. NASA sends us pictures photoshopped. They feed us pills, can't see ourselves. Turn TVs off, seek bookshelves. Oh God, please, won't you help them see the truth? Here they come to snuff the truth. Oh yeah, yeah, here come the truth. Yeah, you know he ain't gonna lie. No, 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 you know he ain't gonna
Like everyone else, you were born into bondage. Born into a prison. For your mind.
Buckle your seatbelt, Dorothy, because Kansas is going bye-bye.
You'll want to remember this moment as the last time you thought the flat earth was stupid.
Hello everyone, this is ODD, and yes, I'm finally admitting that even though I don't like labels, I'm a flat earther.
God, these partners.
Based on my research for the past 10 months, our world is very different from the model that we are being taught by the authority on the matter. It took me a while to come to terms with this, and it took even longer to gain the courage to talk about it. It can be pretty embarrassing to go against popular opinion, but this is real. It's not a psyop, it's not a distraction, and it's not a bandwagon. It's a reasonable debate. It's thousands of people taking what we've been told and comparing it to what we see and experience, only to find out that they do not match up. Once you start digging into this, it becomes clear that there is no evidence for the speculated spinning ball that we supposedly live on, and everything points to a flat Earth. The flat Earth is much more than just reasonable. The one and only reason that it's reasonable to argue against the flat Earth is that we've all been taught otherwise our whole lives. We blindly believe something that A, has never been proven, and B, is pretty much impossible. Thanks to people like Eric Dubay, the flat Earth has re-emerged and it has more steam than ever. Before I've ever even entertained the flat Earth, I knew not to trust the space programs of the world. Close examinations of NASA and other space programs reveal that things aren't what they seem and that we, the people, are being lied to. We have no real pictures of the Earth, and no matter how hard we try, we just can't find the curvature. Not only that, but flight paths make more sense on a flat map, and large bodies of water not being able to curve into a giant ball completely resonates.
Forensically speaking, the globe model is so very unlikely that any good detective wouldn't believe a word the globe says. The globe's story is so full of circumstantial, impossible coincidences, which only prove that the globe is a flyer.
We'll be going over that in this video, as well as other reasons why the world isn't what we're led to believe. I appreciate you tuning in. Let's get started. Our daily observations of the Earth are consistent with a flat and stationary surface. Most, if not all, ancient civilizations knew that the Earth was flat. The people of today would say that ancient cultures were ignorant and unaware, yet they accomplished great feats that we still can't accomplish to this day. The truth is that they had real knowledge, and some of us only have an education. But what is an education? Education is when you are told what to think and how to think. Those that are able to remember and regurgitate what they've been told on command are considered well educated. But there is a big difference between being educated and being intelligent. Just because you believe what you've been told doesn't make it true. In fact, the flat versus spherical Earth is a debate that has never really died. It's been raging for centuries. It was a huge argument as recently as the early and mid-1900s, but with programs like NASA, founded in 1958, the latter half of the 20th century was a win for the spherical Earth. It wasn't a question for the average person anymore. Though at the time the shape of the Earth was still up to be proven, NASA claims that they went to the moon and captured a shot of the spherical Earth as if they always knew it was indeed spherical.
Those of you who think this technical difficulty was planned and think I'm scamming you, go do it for yourself. Because you're going to find the exact same thing. I got nothing to hide here. This is live on the air, okay? I'm going to zoom in on the Earth in Photoshop. Can you see the Earth? To image, adjust, levels, and I'm going to bring the levels over here. And I'm going to bring the levels up. Uh-oh. What is that? Why is there a square box around the Earth allegedly taken from the scientists on the moon in Apollo 17? And people wonder why I don't trust NASA. That's why I don't trust NASA. I mean, they're always out there saying, you know, Rob, everybody's trying to show you stuff from space and you keep rejecting it. This is why I reject it. These guys are liars, you know?
What are some of the basic observations someone can make to ascertain that the Earth is neither a globe or spinning?
We've been taught that we're on a ball spinning around the sun, and so to hear that you might be on a flat plane, motionless at the center of the universe with all the celestial bodies spinning around you, just as it appears, actually comes as a surprise. But it shouldn't, because our eyes, experience, and common sense all tell us that the horizon is perfectly flat, and we feel motionless. We don't hear ourselves whizzing by at thousands of miles per hour. No matter how high amateur rockets or balloons have gone up, the horizon rises to the eye of the observer all the way up, and that's only consistent with a flat plane. Their theory just gets more and more wild as time has gone on. And so, yeah, it began with the spinning Earth going 1,000 miles per hour, which is then circling around the sun at 67,000 miles per hour, which then they decided the sun wasn't a heliocentric model, but more of an acentric model, where they don't know where the center is, and we're just exploding out of a big bang. So the sun, we're spinning around the sun, and then the sun and us are spinning around the Milky Way galaxy, they say, at 500,000 miles per hour. And then the entire Milky Way galaxy, they say, is shooting off from the Big Bang at 670 million miles per hour, almost the speed of light. So there's at least 4 rip-raging, contradictory motions supposedly going at all times, yet you don't experience any of it, nor can you measure any of it using the stars. The flat, motionless Earth is not only is it the greatest conspiracy of all, it's also the easiest to prove. I mean, it just is flat and motionless, just as it appears. Look into it more and more, make it a thing to try and debunk it, if you will. You know, even if you want to do it that way. Negative reinforcement works too. Try as you will, you're only going to find proofs for the flat, motionless Earth. You're not going to confirm that you're on a spinning ball.
The curvature of the Earth eludes us. Either the Earth is much larger in circumference than we are told, or the curve just doesn't exist. People assume that there is a curve, but it's never really been proven beyond a reasonable doubt. Cameras with fisheye lenses, Hollywood movies, and NASA CGI are the closest we get to seeing curvature.
The deception and the lies are just so pervasive, and they're just so deep that I swear it gives me a headache.
The surface of water is always level. This is just natural physics. We know this, that water, if unobstructed and uncontained, will flow outwards, finding it the easiest course to maintain its own level, right? So, but the Ball Earth model claims that the oceans are huge 100-mile walls of curved water curving around the ball. That's ridiculous. They say that gravity makes this possible, but you don't see that. You go to the beach and you see completely flat horizon. You see water just ever so gently coming up on the shore.
So there's the pretty blue marble that NASA claims we are living on, with circumference of 24,901 and 3959 radius. So to find the curvature, you take 8 inches times your distance squared. That's 8 inches times your distance squared, and if you don't square the distance, you end up with this, and this is not what NASA has shown us. They have given us a beautiful blue marble that we love. So you get 8 inches for 1 mile, 32 inches in 2 miles, 16.6 feet with 5 miles, so on and so forth. So what I did is I shot this pier, which is in Daytona Beach, Florida, and as you can see, between the water and the walkway of the pier is about 12 to 16 feet based on the height of the people and the railing. So I started at Granada, which is 4.92 miles away, and I shot this, and based on that distance and the formula, there should be 16 feet of curvature, but obviously you can still see the entire gap under the walkway there between that and the water. So in addition to that, behind that pier is actually a lighthouse, which you can see right above the pier. You can see the light. That is 16 miles away from my location, and I shot that lighthouse. Now that lighthouse is 175 feet tall, and the curvature from 16 miles away should be 170 feet. You can clearly see about the entire lighthouse beyond that pier. So like I said, there should be 170 feet of curvature, but there's none. And those hotels there are even further. Those are in New Smyrna, which is 20 miles. If NASA is right and there is, we do live on a ball, they're going to have to make up that curvature. If it's not in the 20 miles I'm shooting, well then that means it's got to be made up further on down the line. So you can't have it both ways. You can't say we live on this ball and then say, oh, you can't detect the curvature. Well, you got to detect it somewhere, because if it's not dropping here, it's going to have to drop even more down the lines in order to make that circle, that ball they say we live on. And it's pretty round. That blue marble they give us is perfectly round.
Lighthouses are one great example. The Isle of Wight Lighthouse in England, it's 180 feet high and can be seen up to 42 miles away, a distance at which modern astronomers say the light should fall 996 feet below the line of sight. Why can you still see it? Another one worth mentioning that people be familiar with is the Statue of Liberty. It stands 326 feet above sea level, and on a clear day can be seen as far as 60 miles away. Now, if the Earth was a globe at the dimensions that they give us, that would put Lady Liberty at an impossible 2,074 feet below the horizon.
one picture of the Earth. Imagine that. 2016, and we still don't have a picture of our home. Thousands of satellites supposedly orbiting the Earth. Why can't we get thousands of pictures? One shot with the whole Earth in it. Hell, we should have a channel on cable that shows the Earth rotating 24 hours a day, every day. Nope. Let's listen to NASA's very own Robert Simmons talk about how we get our fake pictures of Earth.
In 1972, we saw our home in a new way. Apollo 17 astronauts snapped this picture.
It gave people the first look at their home planet as a single entity.
Last week, scientists at NASA released this. The shot is compiled from data from NASA's VEERS instrument, which orbits the Earth about every 100 minutes, taking measurements of light coming off the planet. That can be translated into ribbons of imagery like this, and then into one of these. And this is just the latest in NASA's Earth from Space album, which may be one of the most mind-expanding collections of images in human history. Then in 2002, Blue Marble 2.0, NASA's Rob Simmons made this. Simmons' job is...
It's primarily taking data and making pictures out of it.
That's what this is, a composite of data sets from several different instruments translated into a picture.
So we actually had to take clouds out.
They stashed the clouds for later, went onto the ocean. That came from an instrument that measures phytoplankton in the sea.
Where it was low, I colored it dark blue because they're low mostly in mid-oceans. And then where it was a little bit higher, it was like a little bit brighter green.
Then add the clouds back in.
There's a small problem with it because there's a very slight gap in between each orbit.
So some of those are painted on.
It is photoshopped, but it's has to be.
Then
there was another layer to sort of simulate the atmosphere.
And then there's this little bright spot.
It's called the specular highlight. So it's the reflection of sunlight off of water.
Those are the pieces, but you can't just slap them all together.
It just didn't look realistic. It looks kind of flat, or the clouds are sort of too see-through. So I just hit Command Z a lot.
There's artistry to creating the world.
What I imagine it to be. Unfortunately, I'm not an astronaut. I've never been to space. But I've looked at these images over and over again, trying to sort of get the essence of it. It is photoshopped, but it's has to be. It is photoshopped, but it's has to be. It is photoshopped, but it's has to be. It is photoshopped, but it's has to be.
Excuse me, I'm allergic to bullshit. Not having one authentic picture of the Earth alone is a huge red flag.
Christoph, let me ask you, why do you think that Truman has never come close to discovering the true nature of his world until now?
We accept the reality of the world with which we're presented. It's as simple as that.
The flat Earth model is a working model. It's by no means definitive due to the nature of this massive cover-up. For the past 500 years, we've been completely buying into the Copernicus heliocentric model, but what we do know about the flat Earth is based on the azimuthal equidistant map that seems to be working out. This map goes as far back as the year 1000 and possibly earlier, now used as an official map by the U.S. Geological Survey and also as the official logo for the United Nations. Is this our real home being hidden from us in plain sight? I think it is. The first thing a lot of people say is, where's the edge? Well, look at this map where Antarctica is a 360-degree ice barrier that holds the water in. These ice walls are real and they stand 150 feet above the surface of the water. Then you need to understand that there is no independent access to Antarctica. Average people can only go there on a guided tour. It has no towns, no cities, and no permanent residences. What's past the 150-foot ice wall is anyone's guess. How far the ice extends, how it terminates, and what exists beyond it. The Antarctic Treaty, signed in 1959 by 12 nations and more later on, states that Antarctica is for peaceful purposes only. No military activities, just scientific research and government exploration. Expeditions by any party must be discussed in advance. It's the longest and most successful treaty between nations. The treaty also states that there are ships, stations, and equipment to ensure compliance of the treaty. Sounds like military activity to me. Anyway, so this azimuthal equidistant map appears to be correct for the most part. Over the centuries, there's been other maps that look pretty close to it as well. Let's look at an interesting story that was recently in the news that supports this flat map. A woman gave birth on a flight from Bali to Los Angeles, so the flight made an emergency landing in Alaska. Here's what it would look like on a globe. Now, here's what it would look like on a flat Earth. Which one makes more sense? Exactly. A big issue I was having with the flat Earth for the longest time was the sunrise and sunsets. I realized that it was a perspective issue. First, you must understand that the sun is not 93 million miles away. If it was, we would never see anything like this here. This is concentrated because it's closer. It's much more probable that the sun is only a few thousand miles away and that it's the same size as the moon. Once you comprehend this, all of the sudden, solar eclipses make sense. Holy fucking shit! Something that makes sense! Okay, so the sun is close, which gives it the ability to spotlight the area that it's over, and when it leaves your view, due to perspective, it takes the light with it. There is a generous amount of light where the sun is at, but since it's so close, it doesn't spread its light like it would if it were bigger and further. The sun circumnavigates the Earth like a huge clockwork. Sometimes...
Can whoever's hot micing please mute?
Alright, let's talk about the Coriolis effect. The Coriolis effect states that when a moving object leaves the ground, the Earth continues to rotate, meaning that when shooting a gun at a certain distance, the bullet would be a little...
No, somebody was hot micing.
Rotation. If that's the case, then airplanes would have to account for the Coriolis effect, but they don't. This is only a few things that work better on a flat, motionless Earth. Do you need 100 excuses as to why you're not feeling any motion or seeing any curvature? Are those excuses easier to believe? Or is it easier to use Occam's razor and go with what our senses are telling us? The Earth is flat and not spinning.
Now, real quick, let's kind of just explain the Coriolis effect in layman's terms. The Coriolis effect is the effect that when the bullet leaves the barrel of the gun, it is actually leaving the surface of the Earth. So as the bullet leaves the barrel of the gun, the Earth is still rotating, and the bullet is not rotating with the Earth. So the Earth will actually rotate out from underneath of the bullet while it is in flight.
This one is a touchy subject. This whole fucking video's a touchy subject. So anyway, this one's hard to get across to people big time. But outer space is up for debate. Space programs are compartmentalized, and most astronauts are Freemasons that have to swear an oath of secrecy when dealing with the so-called missions. The thing is that there is so much footage of NASA and other space agencies making mistakes. Sometimes we could see bubbles in the spacewalks. Sometimes we could see harnesses and wires on the people in the International Space Station. The permed hair that moves nothing like it would in zero gravity. These are huge red flags. Not to mention the Van Allen radiation belt. The Van Allen radiation belt is a layer of energetic charged particles that is held in place around a magnetized planet such as Earth by the planet's magnetic field. Sounds kinda like a dome if there is one. Oddly enough, one of NASA's employees admitted that this radiation belt needs to be figured out before humans could pass through it. Listen closely.
As we get further away from Earth, we'll pass through the Van Allen belts, an area of dangerous radiation. Radiation like this could harm the guidance systems, onboard computers, or other electronics on Orion. Naturally, we have to pass through this danger zone twice, once up and once back. But Orion has protection. Shielding will be put to the test as the vehicle cuts through the waves of radiation. Sensors aboard will record radiation levels for scientists to study. We must solve these challenges before we send people through this region of space.
Let's talk about satellites. We've already discussed how there are no pictures of the Earth, so are satellites even real? Not likely. Ground towers are built all over the world and are more than adequate to relay our television, radio, and cell phone service.
All GPS is done through land-based towers, and things like Google Earth are taken with high-altitude planes, and most of them are just done with cars on street level. Did you know that satellites were actually invented by Arthur C. Clarke, the science fiction author?
I didn't know that.
they shortly became science fact after that. The geostationary satellite, look it up. It was created by a science fiction author. And then within a decade, NASA claims to have sent a real one up there, and ever since then, that's where we get all our communications from.
So if satellites were real, we would constantly hear stories of them being hit by meteors or comets, and that doesn't happen. No one's ever lost their direct TV feed during the Perseids meteor shower because one of the meteors knocked out one of the satellites. It doesn't happen, it's never happened, and it won't happen. And that to me tells me there is no satellites. You would constantly be worried about them, and you would constantly hear about them having something happen, and it's so rare that you hear that.
So you may or may not have heard the term cognitive dissonance. Cognitive dissonance is when new information challenges your beliefs and you just can't let go. It's just like that scene in The Matrix.
No. I don't believe it. It's not possible. Stop. Let me out! Let me out! I want out!
We have a rule. We never free a mind once it's reached a certain age.
It's not easy going through this kind of deception and then realizing that your whole life was spent thinking and believing one thing when it's the opposite. Nobody wants to feel like they've been fooled, like they've been had. I'm a human just like you, and I never would have thought in my wildest dreams that I'd be on this kind of journey. This journey of realization and reckoning. This journey of putting everything I know to the side so I can absorb information that seems ridiculous, yet so sensible. It's time to say fuck it. It's not your fault that you were wrong. It's not your fault that you fell for a trick that the whole world also fell for. I'm right here with you. It's time to take down your mental barrier and recognize that we have a lot of work to do in order to find out what this place really is and why we're here. It's not to be slaves of the dollar. It's not to be slaves of the clock. Our reality is being manipulated and hidden from us. Please wake up and try to awaken those around you. So how did this happen? Okay, let's start in the classroom. The first time anybody enters a school classroom, they are introduced to the globe model of the Earth. This three-dimensional scale model of the Earth that has never been proven was invented in the 1400s. Fast forward to 1927, a big budget movie company called Universal Pictures came out with its movie intro, and guess what? The spinning ball Earth still hasn't been proven. This is 30 years before NASA was founded. Over the years, Universal kept coming out with similar logo intros, and to this day, we see the spinning ball Earth before many of the movies that we watch. Besides, there are countless movies about outer space that use the same model. We have been indoctrinated, and it's as simple as that. For the spherical Earth to remain unproven after this long is a wake-up call to everybody that lives here. We need to shed this programming right here, right now, and find out what the fuck is going on. No more embracing this sick illusion that was created by psychopaths. I'm going to keep searching for answers and trying to make something happen. All I want to know is, who's coming with me?
Of the Flat Earth Society.
I'd like to be an explorer, like the Great Magellan.
Oh, you're too late. There's really nothing left to explore.
For your surgery, I asked if you had packed your cell phone, and you said, which one?
When? Skylar, I was medicated. I mean, I could have said the world was flat.
You know what I think? I think you accidentally told the truth.
The world was flat.
You know what I think? You accidentally told the truth.
The world was flat.
You know what I think? You accidentally told the truth.
Really, the evidence shows me that it's flat and stationary. There is much more evidence based on just pure analysis that it's flat and stationary.
So it's not actually a sphere, it's oblate. And officially it's an oblate spheroid. That's what we call it. But not only that, it's slightly wider below the equator than above the equator.
A little chubbier.
A little chubbier.
Yeah.
Chubby's a good way. It's like pear-shaped.
Yeah.
Really, we're in big trouble as far as lack of critical thinking and lack of free thinking. We really are in big trouble. We need to step it up as far as the awakening goes. You really need to put your thinking cap on, and you need to start to look at these things and look at them with a critical eye and with a critical mind.
1,500 years ago, everybody knew the Earth was the center of the universe. 500 years ago, everybody knew the Earth was flat.
Hey there, Flat Earth researchers and debaters. This is ODD, and this is a follow-up to my video entitled True World, which is a 30-minute rundown of the Flat Earth phenomenon. The response to that video is incredible. I can't even keep up with the comments. Every other second I hear, "Dude, look at the moon. That proves we're on a sphere." "My dad is an airline pilot. This theory is garbage." You know what I mean? Some arguments don't even make sense. It's like, "I ate a chicken pot pie last night for dinner. How does that work on the flat Earth? Huh? I can relate when people are wondering how the sun works and what's the benefit of hiding this from us. But to say that Earth must be a sphere because other things look like they might be spheres is foolish. There is Earth, what we are on, teeming with life and providing us with what we need to be able to sustain or destroy. To build civilizations on a vast flat surface where large bodies of water are incapable of curving. Earth, where curvature and motion cannot be detected. And then there's other celestial bodies that aren't teeming with life, and we really don't know what they are or what they look like up close. Science batters itself impotently against the barriers of the unknown. All we get is CGI from NASA and friends. The spherical Earth paradigm is coming to an end. But was this meant to happen, or are we really unveiling something that was to remain hidden? Are we getting the full picture, or is this just the tip of the iceberg? Either way, I'm dedicated to this journey, and I'm honored to live in such an exciting time. Let's keep tearing NASA apart, including all the other space programs. It's one of the main keys in understanding the flat Earth. Once someone sees how much deception is interwoven throughout these agencies, it's easier to grasp this grand conspiracy and how it was achieved. As always, we'll be going over that and much more in this video. I appreciate you tuning in. Let's get started.
Where is the curvature? Where?
Where's the curvature? Where? I still haven't been able to find any curvature since I put out my last video, and believe me, I've been looking. Ever since I came out as a flat earther, I've been examining things much more closely. It's as if I'm secretly hoping to find something that will lay this flat earth to rest, so I can get back to my normal life of exposing chemtrails and secret societies. It's just not happening. The more I look, the more I'm convinced, and the more I want to talk about it. There is no curve to be found or measured. And there's hints sprinkled all over the place, like this popular study, for instance. A study conducted by Department of Geography, Texas State University, and Department of Geography, Arizona State University, concludes that the state of Kansas is flatter than a pancake. On a scale where 1.0 means perfect flatness, the calculated flatness of the pancake is approximately 0.957. That's pretty flat, but Kansas is 0.9997 flat over its length of 400 miles, a distance that should render 20 miles of curvature from one side to the other on a sphere that's 25,000 miles in circumference.
And I've seen plenty of stuff at between 100,000 and 130,000 feet that's flat as a pancake.
No matter where you are above the surface of the Earth, the horizon always rises to your eye level. Doesn't matter if you're standing on a beach, or up a hill, or in a plane at 35,000 feet, the horizon is always at eye level. We know intuitively if we stand on a beach with a panoramic view that the sea is flat. It's flat at sea level, it's flat from the top of Mount Everest, it's flat from over 20 miles high.
In my efforts to try to prove the globe, it's falling apart with horizon tests and seeing things that we shouldn't be able to see. If the ball is real, the math shows that, you know, with the curvature, there are things we should not be able to see, and yet people are seeing it. So that has me really questioning the globe, and I don't question the math, because that math came from globalists. It came from people who believe the globe. So it's not math conjured up by flat earthers. I used to be a lifeguard on Ventura Beach, and on a good day, on a clear day, we could look out and see the Anacapa Arch. Well, the Anacapa Arch is almost 20 miles away, and it's only 40 feet high. So the math says that if we're on a ball, 25,000 mile circumference ball, that the top of that 40-foot island arch should be over 200 feet below our ability to see it on the other side of the curve.
I found this photo from Grandmere State Park. This is from Joshua Nowicki, and what you're seeing here is a mirage. We typically would not be able to see this from the Lake Michigan shore. We talked about this last night. Conditions are right on the lake that we're actually seeing a mirage of the Chicago skyline. Very interesting here. Here's what's happening. This is a good example of a superior mirage. So Joshua was on the Lake Michigan shore. He was looking towards the west, and Chicago's beyond the horizon. Should not be able to see it. However, with the right conditions, we have an inversion. We have cold air near the cold lake water and some relatively warmer air above it. This will bend the image of that skyline back towards the viewer. And so typically we would not be able to see this. This image would be viewable from much, much higher in the sky, up in space. But instead, we're able to see it on the Lake Michigan shore.
Shut up, conspiracy theorist.
The horizon is not the curvature of the ball Earth. The horizon is just the vanishing line of perspective from your point of view. You can use a telescope or binoculars and zoom in on the horizon, and something that's been completely disappeared beyond the horizon, like a ship, can come all the way back into view, proving that that is not the curvature of the Earth you're looking at, as they tell you, but it's just the vanishing line of perspective from your point of view. And they still use that as a proof of the ball Earth. They say that ships going away, as you see their hulls disappear before the masthead, because they're going over the curvature of the Earth. Yet we've got technology now to prove that that's wrong, but they'll still keep saying it. I put it in my videos. I'll put it right here. I'll put it in this video of me talking about this right now. You may be watching this on YouTube. You're watching a horizon shot, seeing a boat that was out of view. Now it's completely into view, so you can see that that is not the curvature of the ball Earth, but there will still be 50 people in the comments section saying that that's the curvature of the ball Earth. The idea that people are standing, ships are sailing, and planes are flying upside down on certain parts of Earth, while others tilted at 90 degrees and all other impossible angles, is complete absurdity. The idea that a man digging a hole straight down could eventually reach sky on the other side is ludicrous. Common sense tells every free-thinking person correctly that there truly is an up and down in nature, unlike the everything is relative rhetoric of the Newtonian Einsteinian paradigm.
There's no curvature. It's wonderful. This is this is the most amazing thing ever. There's no curve. It's flat. Can you imagine? It's exactly what we see.
I cannot express this enough, but NASA is just not giving us the truth about what they know. This is crucial to understand. Forget about the flat Earth for a minute if you have to. Focus on NASA and research them for a few days or for a few weeks. If you can't tell that you're being deceived, then I'm afraid that there is no use for you in this cause anyway. Check out this NASA document describing a flat, motionless Earth. So I came across this paper. It's an official NASA document published in August 1988 called The Derivation and Definition of a Linear Aircraft Model. And it's jam-packed full of mathematic equations, formulas, and all sorts of other stuff that describe a linear aircraft model. What I found interesting was on page 35 it says this: concluding remarks. This report derives and defines a set of linearized system matrices for a rigid aircraft of constant mass flying in a stationary atmosphere over a flat, non-rotating Earth. I'll put a link to this in the description.
The other thing I'd like to mention at this point is how easily we can be fooled by two-dimensional imagery. We've been trained and conditioned to suspend disbelief when we see certain two-dimensional imagery, such as photographs. You know, a photograph is not reality. It's a photograph. And photographs can be altered and manipulated. Video is not reality. And here's some examples of that. Point is, you can't automatically trust any two-dimensional imagery or media that's presented to you by the establishment. When you try and search for a picture of Earth from space, you'll find surprisingly few of them. In fact, all of them, including this one, this is from NASA, it's called the Big Blue Marble. All of them are composites. NASA will freely admit to them being composite images or CGI or Photoshop.
It is Photoshopped, but it's has to be.
Even the one image that is claimed to be an actual photograph of Earth from space is called into question, simply because of a film that was released accidentally by NASA of Apollo 11 faking the very first picture of Earth from space. So let's have a look at that video.
An old reel received by mistake. It contains the raw or unedited footage of the crew of Apollo 11, Michael Collins, Edwin Aldrin Jr. and Neil Armstrong, staging part of their mission for nearly an hour in living color, with exceptionally clear behind-the-scenes audio of conversations discussing the techniques used to achieve a disingenuous picture depicting the Earth at a distance, in order to falsely demonstrate their far journey from it and their ability to survive passing through the Van Allen radiation belts. It cannot be misconstrued that this staging was done for some other reason, for the reel itself is slated and dated July 18th, 19th and 20th, 1969, the very days of the mission when they were said to be approaching and achieving lunar orbit. Understand too that only about 20 seconds of this raw footage was ever broadcast to the public, and these conversations discussing their deception were believed to be private. Until now. Here they discuss that these television transmissions were in fact not broadcast live as everyone believed. They were first screened and edited for playback later.
Roger, Neil, we just wanted a narrative such that we can, when we get to playback, we can sort of correlate.
Here they discuss the fact that they have turned out the lights and have blocked out sunlight from entering the spacecraft through the other windows, as to not cause any reflected light to fall onto the spacecraft's wall in the foreground.
Okay, very good. Well, we shut out the sun coming in some of the other windows into the spacecraft, so it's looking through the number one window, and there isn't any reflected light.
The reason this was done is so that the truth of the matter would not be revealed.
The best example of space shuttle fakery is the Challenger disaster. In 1986, the shuttle Challenger exploded about 74 seconds after takeoff, killing all 7 astronauts inside. Or did it? It turns out that 6 of the 7 are still alive and kicking today. Ellison Onizuka claims to be his identical twin brother, Claude. Yeah, I've got an identical twin brother, Claude, too. The Challenger pilot, Mickey Smith, hasn't even bothered changing his name. He's now Professor Michael J. Smith of University of Wisconsin. Now, Krista McAuliffe was a bit of a sneaky one. She was the Challenger payload specialist, quite famous for being a teacher. It turns out during her astronaut days she was using her middle name, Krista, and now she goes by her first name, Sharon, and she's a Syracuse law professor. The Challenger commander, Francis Richard Scobie, is now Dick Scobie, which sounds like a rather unpleasant disease, CEO of Cows in Trees Limited. Judith Resnick, the Challenger mission specialist, again hasn't even bothered changing her name. She's a professor at Yale Law. And finally, Ronald McNair, another Challenger mission specialist, claims to be his identical twin brother, Carl McNair. What are the odds? What most people don't realise is that All the characters in this story are all actors in the same club, as George Carlin put it.
Evidence that is coming from primarily NASA, the government, and the military. 3 organizations that have proven to be completely untrustworthy on numerous counts. If we were to put them on trial, they would all be guilty of being pathological liars.
All you have to do is lie on your back on a moonless night and look around carefully.
Yeah, occasionally you'll see something that looks kind of like a star, but it's moving. It's moving a little fast too, and that's actually a satellite.
Now, I do accept that you can look up into the night sky and see what we're told are satellites. I've done it myself. I've seen bright lights moving across the sky, but I have no idea what those things are. In this video, you can see several large, bright objects. However, none of them appear on any satellite tracking applications. When you look up at a jet airliner flying at 35,000 feet, you can only see it as a small dot. So how is it if something the size of a jumbo jet is rendered as a small dot at about 5 to 7 miles up, that you can see a satellite which is the size of between a car and a school bus at 100 miles away? You just wouldn't see it. There may be things that are way beyond the human mind's ability to comprehend.
I won't even go into stars here. Stars are still 100% a mystery. All we know is that they say that they are trillions of miles away. That's for you to believe or to not believe. But planets, okay, we can see them independently. They look like luminous objects in the distance. But without NASA CGI photos where shading is added, they can't be confirmed as spheres. Through my telescope, they don't appear to have life or livable terra firma. We simply don't know what they are, but they appear to just circle around us and have something to do with the mechanics of this reality. Just because something looks like a circle doesn't make something else a ball or an oblate spheroid.
It is claimed that the other planets are spheres, and so therefore Earth must also be a sphere. Firstly, Earth is a plane, not a planet, so the shape of these planets in the sky have no bearing on the shape of the Earth beneath our feet. Secondly, these planets have been known for thousands of years around the world as wandering stars, since they differ from the other fixed stars in their relative motions only. When looked at with an unprejudiced naked eye or through a telescope, the fixed and wandering stars appear as luminous disks of light, not spherical terra firma. The pictures and videos shown by NASA of spherical terra firma planets are all clearly fake computer-generated images and not photographs. The etymology of the word planet actually comes from the late Old English planet, or from Old French planet, from Latin planeta, from Greek planetes, planetae, wandering stars, or to wander of unknown origin, to spread, or notion of spread out, from Latin planum, flat surface, plane, level, plane. They just added a T to our Earth plane, and everyone bought it.
Here's a picture of Jupiter. This is from 3 separate images, okay, 3 separate periods, but they're always at the same angle. Now, if someone's in the North Pole, and then someone's in the South Pole on the bottom side of the globe, they would see Jupiter upside down. Now, if you're going to tell me this was taken with a satellite, even a satellite would move in all different directions. It wouldn't take the same angle over and over again. This one has a moon in front of it, same angle. This one doesn't. This one's a little lighter, just about the same angle, nothing. So again, I mean, you want to talk about major bullshit. This is it right here. Okay? Yeah, you might be able to see something through your telescope, but you're not seeing this. Okay? In high detail like this, you're not. Not with any amateur telescope, period. Here we go. This is Europa, one of Jupiter's moons. Again, same angle. Only difference is they colored this one. It's the same damn photo. All they did was darken this one, and then they put a little bit of a shading right around this edge where the pointer is on it. But it's the same damn thing. So they didn't change anything. They're not even trying that hard. They're just putting out photos. Here goes Saturn. Now, this is supposedly a actual photo from a satellite. This is off NASA's website. Sure, it looks pretty, but it's not real. And they're telling you it's real, and you believe it because your ego won't allow you to say, look, it's all fake. Your ego won't allow you to know the truth.
Every picture we have from NASA of a planet is a artist rendering. They're not real pictures. If you take a strong telescope and look at a planet, it looks nothing like this. It looks like a self-illuminating light. It looks more like a star. They used to call planets wandering stars. Next, Saturn, I've looked at myself through high-power telescopes, and it really looks like a light bulb. It doesn't look like it's reflecting light. The rings are lit up. There's none of these colors on there. And these are just artist renderings. And if you believe that they're real, you're just sadly mistaken. Next, we recently had Pluto, pictures of Pluto. The one kind of center bottom is the most recent one. And that was taken by a probe that was whizzing by Pluto. Pluto's spinning. There's barely any light out there. And it gets this perfect, brightly lit, crisp, clear image of Pluto and transmits it all the way back to Earth, where we can barely get cell phone signals, when you go out of town. Go to the next one. And if you look at it, again, Disney style, they show us this ridiculous picture, and Pluto is actually on Pluto. They're literally laughing at us.
In 240 BC, a Jesuit named Eratosthenes, he calculated the Earth's circumference. He did that by planting a stick in the ground at midday so that the sunlight, being directly overhead, would cast no shadow. Simultaneously, about 400 miles away, somebody else planted the stick in the same way and found that the sunlight cast a shadow. So by taking a shadow length and knowing the distance between the sticks, you could theoretically work out the circumference of the Earth. This method requires that the sun be a long, long way away so that the light coming from the sun is all parallel. However, it turns out that you'd get exactly the same results on a flat Earth if the sun were only 3,100 miles away and 34 miles across.
Amateur balloon footage taken above the clouds has provided stunning visual proof that the sun cannot be millions of miles away. In several shots, you can see a clear hotspot reflecting on the clouds directly below the sun's spotlight-like influence. If the sun were actually millions of miles away, such a small, localized hotspot could not occur. Another proof the sun is not millions of miles away is found by tracing the angle of sun rays back to their source above the clouds. There are thousands of pictures showing how sunlight comes down through cloud cover at a variance of converging angles. The area of convergence is, of course, the sun, and is not millions of miles away, but rather relatively close to Earth, just above the clouds.
We'll talk about the vanishing point a little bit. These lines are parallel the way we see. They don't look parallel here, but if you flick to the next one, these are the corners of the hallway, and they rush to the point of convergence or the vanishing point. And that's how our eyes see. Everything rushes in from the sides, the top and the bottom, to our point of focus. And that's the vanishing point. The sky has no bumps on it. The sky is smooth, but the Earth has bumps on it. It has mountains, it has trees, it has cars, people, waves. Anything that comes across the flat plane that even rises up a little bit will create a false horizon in front of that vanishing point. So if you look at the light on the ceiling and imagine that's the sun, the sun's not getting any closer to the floor, but it is going down. And if you had some bumps in the hallway or some people standing down the hallway, the sun would disappear. That light would disappear behind their heads from the bottom up, just like we observed on this plane.
Let's turn our attention to the moon. Many of us have seen the moon appear full at various times throughout the day, as in this picture. But how can that happen? If you're standing at point C, then it's the middle of the night. Full moon, no problem. And if you're standing at point A, it's early in the morning. Certainly if you stare back at the moon in the night sky, then yes, you can see a full moon. But if you're standing at point B, which is midday, that is, the sun is directly overhead, then there isn't anywhere that the moon can be that will allow you to see it as full, because the sun will be illuminating the side of the moon that is facing away from you. So the best you'll be able to see is a sliver of the moon. Think about it next time you see the full moon during the day. Every month the moon goes through 8 distinct phases. Always the same 8, always the same order. Supposedly because of a relationship between the position of the moon relative to the position of the Earth and the Sun. So let's say it's December, and throughout the month we see the normal 8 phases of the moon. But what happens when it's June and the Earth is supposedly on the other side of the Sun? Shouldn't the phases be reversed? That's not what we see. We see the same 8 phases in the same order.
At night, the craters, or the dark spots I like to call them, are black because it's in our sky and there's black sky behind it. Next, if you look at the full moon during the day, those spots are now blue because we are seeing through whatever the moon is. And to prove that, go to the next one. We have a crescent moon, and behind the moon was a planet. And when you zoom in, you can see the planet through the moon. And this shot was proven that there was a planet in that position and you could see it behind the moon. And there's many people that have photographed this.
Now, people in the north, when they're looking at the moon, they are looking at the moon in this direction. And this, of course, this moon is oversized, so it's much bigger than what it really would be on this map. But the people in the south, they are looking to the north at the moon. So what they see is the opposite of what the north sees, and that's why for the south it's upside down from the north, and it's as simple as that.
So I'll cut right to the chase. Powerful Jews are operating and manipulating this reality. As of right now, it doesn't take much research to figure this out. Just to clarify, not every Jewish person is in on the conspiracy, but in the grand scheme of things, wealthy Jewish families have the control. They own the Federal Reserve, they own the World Bank, they own Hollywood and the media, they own Freemasonry, and much, much more. Freemasonry is one of the oldest secret societies in the world and was born from Judaism and has nothing but Jewish terms and ideas. Freemasons are scattered across the world to serve as instruments for the elite agenda. Several of these Freemasons work for NASA.
Ptolemy, who first put forward the heliocentric model, was acknowledged as the first Mason. Copernicus was a Jesuit priest. Sir Isaac Newton was a Freemason. All the astronauts are Freemasons. So you can see how this lie could work if all these celebrated people are telling the same story.
Nicholas Copernicus, Johannes Kepler, Galileo Galilei, and Isaac Newton, the 4 forefathers of the globalist heliocentric doctrine, all posed for Masonic portraits, highlighting various symbols and hand signs denoting their affiliation with the Brotherhood. Galileo poses on a Masonic checkerboard floor, Kepler with the hidden hand sign, and all 4 of them pose with a Masonic compass and globe while flashing the Masonic M hand sign. Sir Isaac Newton was even knighted by Queen Anne at Trinity's College Masonic Master's Lodge. An inordinate number of NASA astronauts, the current propagators of the globalist heliocentric doctrine, are or were admitted Freemasons as well. John Glenn, 2-time U.S. Senator and one of NASA's first astronauts, is a known Mason. Buzz Aldrin Jr., the second man to lie about walking on the moon, is an admitted ring-wearing, hand-sign-flashing 33rd degree Mason from Montclair Lodge, number 144 in New Jersey. Edgar Mitchell, another supposed moonwalker aboard Apollo 14, is an Order of Demolay Mason at Artesta Lodge, number 29 in New Mexico. James Irwin of Apollo 15, the last man to lie about walking on the moon, was a Tejon Lodge number 104 member in Colorado Springs. Don Eisel on Apollo 7 was a member of the Luther B. Turner Lodge number 732 in Ohio. Gordon Cooper aboard Mercury 9 and Gemini 5 was a Master Mason in Carbondale Lodge number 82 in Colorado. Virgil Grisham on Apollo 1 and 15, Mercury 5 and Gemini 3 was a Master Mason from Mitchell Lodge number 228 in Indiana. Walter Schirra Jr. on Apollo 7, Sigma 7, Gemini 6 and Mercury 8 was a 33rd degree Mason at Canaveral Lodge number 339 in Florida. Thomas Stafford on Apollo 10 and 18, Gemini 7 and 9 was a Mason at Western Star Lodge number 138 in Oklahoma. Paul Weitz on Skylab 2 and Challenger is from Lawrence Lodge number 708 in Pennsylvania. NASA astronauts Neil Armstrong, Alan Shepard, William Pogue, Vance Brand, and Anthony England all had fathers who were Freemasons too. The amount of astronauts known to be Freemasons or from Freemasonic families is astonishing. It is likely that more astronauts and people of key importance in NASA are affiliated with the Brotherhood as well, but not so open about their membership. For there to be this many Masons, members of the world's largest and oldest secret society, involved with the promotion and propagation of this globalist heliocentric doctrine from its outset to today, should raise some serious suspicion.
I'm still surprised how often I see the globe in corporate logos, almost every piece of media I look at, including commercials, magazines, and music videos, and album covers. I mean, it's a lot. And the rest of us describe a ball Earth as where we live because we don't know any better. When it's drilled into your head as fact before you even get to the 3rd grade, you end up with that core belief, a belief that's hard to part with. We all have a little bit of ego and we don't want to be wrong, but this flat earth epiphany is rousing us from our sleep and we're now noticing the massive amounts of programming.
The world has been systematically brainwashed and indoctrinated for centuries into believing the greatest lie of all time, that the earth is a spinning globe.
Decades of programming through entertainment media, over 100 years of science fiction books and stories and television programs and films. I must admit to being a science fiction fan myself. I grew up watching Star Trek, Star Wars, Babylon 5, Battlestar Galactica, watching films like 2001, 2010. I truly believed that our future lay in space. I saw an exciting future for mankind, moon bases, Mars bases, interstellar travel. But now I sincerely doubt there is any such thing as space.
It really is simple, believe it or not. Why were we all taught the globe from the time we could walk? Why are we all told it's the absolute unquestionable fact of all facts? Why are we told flat Earth is stupid, ancient, and primitive? Why are we shown globes in every logo, and why are they in every classroom? Well, that's simple. Because it's not possible to live on a globe. You can't live on a sphere. I get it. They taught us that we can and do, yet they forgot something very important to the truth, and that's called proof, or evidence. Without it, the only way to teach it is by forcing it down our throats from the age of 3.
It's simple. Because worldwide governments and agencies trying to falsify where you live in your mind is the epitome of mind control. Think about it. History is already obscure and shrouded in secrecy. We don't know our true origins. What better than to also hide where we are and what our natural purpose is? We are considered cattle, goyim, Easily fooled and easily swayed by the mainstream media, our society is engineered, and the ideas that we think are our own are actually pre-manufactured by entities such as the Tavistock Institute, and then it's seeded into our minds through movies, TV shows, and music. When one doesn't recognize this, they are essentially controlled in every way without even knowing it. I have knowledge of this, and I'm still controlled by time and money and other things. Trying to find out what they know and also what they don't want us to know is important, and one of the things that they are keeping from us is our home.
This is the case. If this flat Earth is our universe, then it elevates man and this Earth to supreme importance, where every life, human or otherwise, is significant and sacred. And when we all realize that, then the world, the universe, changes.
Why don't they care? Well, it's not that they don't care, it's that they don't know that it's true, and even if it is true, they can't see how deep this goes, so they don't understand why it's even relevant or important. The shape of the Earth doesn't seem that important until you really expound upon the deepness of this conspiracy and how far-reaching it is.
To me, it matters because if they're going to lie about something like what the Earth actually is, then there's no limit to what they will lie about.
We're a random sneeze, we're an accident, we just blew up and molecules started spinning around together, and eventually a fish crawled up onto water and turned into a monkey, and that turned into you, and here we are. That's what they're trying to tell you. Think about how that makes you feel metaphysically. Where does that place you as a speck of dust in the corner of the universe? You can see the Earth is flat, you can feel the Earth is stationary, but according to the gospel of modern astronomy, you are wrong and a simpleton worthy of endless ridicule if you dare to trust your own eyes and experience. As much as people like to ridicule it and laugh about it and claim like there's no proof for it, when you really start digging into it, not only will you find reams and reams of proof and evidence for the flat Earth, you're going to find that there's no evidence whatsoever for the spinning ball Earth.
The Earth is flat. The whole all the information about how the planet is a sphere is made up by NASA. It's a NASA conspiracy. They're just trying to find ways to get more funding, more money. But in reality, the Earth is flat, and the rim is completely closed off by this massive ice wall, kind of like in the Game of Thrones. Why do they believe this conspiracy? I don't understand what the point of it is. Do you see what I'm saying?
I know.
They
are lunatics. Oh. And I think what it is that there is a certain group of people who have a psychological condition where they're paranoid about everything. Mm-hmm. And so this feeds into it. They're like, yes, I knew it.
It is known that the Earth is flat.
Well, so what's behind you?
Behind me, there is a wall of ice that goes up to space.
But why would there be a wall of ice if you're in Dothraki and you're in a Dothraki field?
I am near the Dothraki Sea.
Oh, is that right? Okay. It was a great pleasure, and thank you for saving us from falling off to Earth.
The pleasure is mine.
Okay.
Once you start seeing past this illusion, and you accept that things aren't adding up, you also start to notice how this subject is heavily and unnecessarily ridiculed. It's the single most taboo topic in this day and age, yet the evidence for the flat Earth and the lack thereof for the spherical Earth have a different story that desires to be heard, and some people are hearing it. We're waking up and we don't care if you can't handle it. Others will handle it, and you'll be left with your pride and a flat Earth kernel in your brain driving you mad. Free yourself from this insanity, at least if you truly don't care. Focus your attention someplace else. There's no need to feed all of your energy into something that you thoroughly don't believe. We would love to have you on board, but we don't need you. You stay firmly put while the rest of us try to unlock the doors to the real knowledge.
Prepare for the onslaught of NASA brainwashed zombies that are going to come your way, thinking that they know everything about the spinning ball they're living on.
Let us never tolerate outrageous conspiracy theories.
The world is flat. And it's a conspiracy of scientists and others who publish these pictures. The evidence is remarkable. People like me have not done their job. But shooting the messenger isn't going to change the science.
Don't give me the conspiracy bullshit. Come on, you're a more intelligent man than that. Come on. I mean, come on. Listen. There has never been a conspiracy.
All that's left now is ad hominem attacks.
And if someone says the earth is round and someone says the earth is flat, at some point you're going to make a judgment. The earth is flat, people, is just flat.
Everybody has the exact same response. We all have the same response. This is crazy. This is stupid. This is absurd. Why are you even thinking? What, you've lost your mind? We all have the same initial response. But for those who actually take one day to try to research this stuff for themselves, at the very least, they become hooked and have to spend another day and another day. And the more you spend looking into it, the more you're going, I don't know what to believe.
Siri, is the Earth a ball? A ball? Heavens no. How could you live on a ball? That doesn't seem possible. The Earth is clearly flat.
So mainstream science tells us that the Earth formed 4.6 billion years ago, after a big bang that created the known universe. This wild theory is widely accepted as fact, and it's mechanically repeated by most people due to the fact that it's what public schools teach to the kids without challenge. There is absolutely no possible way to determine whether or not an event took place that long ago. It's actually very strange that anyone would believe this nonsense. Mainstream science also tells us that life on Earth evolved into monkeys, which eventually evolved into us. There's only one huge gaping problem with the theory of evolution. We are not only missing one link between monkeys and humans, but we are missing hundreds, if not thousands, of evolutionary links. Maybe more. They want us to believe that one day we fell out of a monkey's ass and we landed on a spinning ball that's advancing through outer space at ridiculous speeds. We are being deceived.
Let's put it in perspective. They think they came from monkeys, okay? I don't care how many letters they have after their name. You know, these guys go to school, they read books, they come out believing they came from monkeys, and then they have the audacity to say that we're the stupid ones. Listen to what they have to say.
In the beginning, there was darkness, and then bang, giving birth to an endless expanding existence of time, space, and matter. Every day, new discoveries are unlocking the mysterious, the mind-blowing, the deadly secrets of a place we call the universe.
It is, of course, a mystery as to why the universe exists in such an intelligible manner.
but it suggests to me at least that there's a deep link between the universe, the grand scheme that's unfolding, and beings like ourselves. Somehow the universe has become self-aware. It's engineered the emergence of comprehending, thinking beings like ourselves who can come to know the universe.
Some people marvel at the fact that the universe has, over billions of years, given birth to beings who can appreciate its complexity. We can even ponder where and how we fit in. But at the dawn of history, people thought they knew the answers to these profound questions.
The ancients viewed their world as a snow globe. It's essentially a flat Earth, say a disk, covered by a dome. And we call this in English a firmament. And in the firmament is where all the stars and the planets were hung.
Almost all ancient cultures believed their universe existed in a dome similar to this one. And they never questioned who created it.
The ancients assumed that there was a god or gods responsible for the creation and the maintenance of the universe.
The idea that God created the universe went largely unchallenged until the Middle Ages, when scientists made a sacrilegious suggestion based on their observations. The sun, not the earth, was at the center of the universe.
It was a paradigm shift. There is now another way to explain
How the hell did they make that observation?
phenomena around us, and this is science.
Since the Middle Ages, scientists have developed sophisticated new
How the hell did scientists make that observation in the Middle Ages? There was no critical thinkers back then, or what? Freaking idiots.
There's a couple people in live stream too that were chatting in the lobby. Three Globers. Do you want to try to coordinate getting them here, or you want to just jump down there? What do you think?
Oh, you can use your mod abilities to just like bring them in here if you want.
That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah, bring them in here. See what they got to say.
All right, give me 1 second. They're not going to like it, but who cares?
Hello?
Hello.
Hello, Creation Bear.
What's going on?
Chilling, man. I was just speaking to Savvy. That's his name. I was explaining what I was talking about the whole moon disappearing thing when it goes over the horizon or away, as you guys say.
And can I just add, I'm not 100% on either side yet, but just from what I've seen on being alive on the Earth, I used to do a lot of kind of late night walks. It used to, just used to be my thing, especially when I lived back in the countryside, right? And in the countryside, there's very low light pollution, right? You actually see the moon very, very well. And I have to say that, what I saw just from being there is more reflective of the globe model than what I would see on a flat Earth. That's literally just the thing what I've seen.
Okay, yes, right. I understand what you're saying, but how does you looking at the moon prove the shape of the ground that you stand on? The moon is a light in the sky. How does that prove the globe model?
Because
what do you mean?
I'm not saying it does. It's not saying. I'm just saying that. What I'm saying is that obviously, okay, cool. So we, so for example, NASA, right? They have a video of the Earth and it shows there's a globe, but obviously you guys will think that's CGI, which is fine. I think it's important.
It's a composite, which does take some editing, of course, but yeah.
It does take some editing because obviously it's a 3D object. When you're looking at video, you can't capture all of that. So you have to capture different frames and kind of stitch them together. And so it is edited. That's why, and obviously I think it's important to always challenge government organizations that relate to the government like NASA. I agree with that. But so if we have some kind of video from up there, you guys won't believe it. If we have a video of something going up, you guys will say it's a fisheye lens, for example, right? So based on that,
but the thing is, you don't just just stop there. That's fine if that's being presented as evidence, but you don't just stop at, okay, well, there's the picture, we're done now. You would then take that picture and then go to see if you can verify it, or if it matches reality. So I don't just show you a picture of Bigfoot and you just stop your investigation and go, okay, well, I guess we're done here.
That's what I'm saying.
Also, that's his point. He said he said you should always challenge a government organization.
I know, but you also just said that you've seen videos of the moon supposedly shrinking in size, and you said those videos could be edited. So when we say that NASA could be editing videos, how is that not the same thing? You just said
no. We said that's fine.
You've seen videos of the moon shrinking.
I said
we think that's fine.
You're not listening to me. You're not. I'm saying let's not consider the videos because NASA. I'm telling you now, as someone who I think NASA is an alright organization. I'm telling you they're editing it. It is edited. I'm not saying that they're editing it to make it a globe, but if you're asking whether those videos are edited, the answer is yes, they are edited. Right? If you look through a plane window and you see a curvature, you'll say that the windows of the plane have a sort of fisheye lens effect, right? Fine. So let's disregard all of that. Let's forget about it, right? If we were to think, so we've got two options here, right? We've got either the Earth is a globe or it's flat, right? We've got two options. Mm-hmm. So let's take a look at what would we see if we had a flat Earth, and what would we see if we had a globe Earth, and let's see what we actually see in real life. And then we can see what matches to what. And that's how we can go, because any videos that anyone takes can be edited, right? Like me, I haven't even studied editing videos that much, but if I really wanted to, I'm sure I could come up with something that looks, passable to the average person who doesn't know too much about this.
100%.
And that's my entire point.
All right, guys. Sorry, I will agree with what you just said. So images can be manipulated, but they say when they go into this place called space, which is a vacuum and you can't have gas pressure without a container, when they say that the Earth is a ball, we should be able to observe it and we should be able to measure it, and we would have to practically take account of it if the Earth's surface was curved. Would you agree?
Yeah, of course.
Awesome stuff. So that's why we're here. We don't observe any curvature over any distance of water. We don't practically measure any curvature over any distance of water. In actual fact, we practically use the Earth's surface as a level plane for navigation, for example, for propagating radio signals, for example, radar and all of these types of things. So when you take a deep look into it, and I've been doing this for 8 years, the Earth is observably, measurably and practically used as a level plane. Interesting, right? If the Earth was a ball, we would be able to observe the curvature, measure the curvature, and have to practically take account for the curvature, because the curve physical would get in the way of the propagation of signals and the technology that we use. So, being as we understand that, yeah, they claim the Earth is a ball and we should be able to observe and measure it and take practical account for it down here. We don't, which is a huge problem for them, and it's a huge problem for a ball if the surface of the Earth is not curving. Do you understand the point?
I think he said he's going to be right back.
Manny said he's going to step
else
away
got
for
any
a hot
questions?
second.
Oh, okay. He's okay. To speak into. You can just you can try to explain to him once he's back.
I just wanted to say one thing real quick. Oh, go ahead.
Hey there. Hey man.
No, sorry, Ari. What were you saying before about?
So I was talking about the videos that you guys were talking about how the moon actually shrinks in size as it moves away from us. Because of course, the way that you guys describe the moon is that it hovers over Earth, right? Flat Earth. And I was wondering if you guys have physically seen a moon shrink to the point where it's like, because of course, when a moon shrinks, like as it gets further away, you'd expect it to shrink from all sides and just get smaller, right? As it's a globe, and it's not actually. Because what do you guys believe? Do you guys think it's a disc or a globe? Like, what's your view on the moon?
What the moon? We don't know. We've got as much access to the moon that you've got. We stand on the surface of the Earth and we watch it. We couldn't tell you what it is. You couldn't tell me what it is unless you believed a story that you've been told about it. But we stand on the Earth and we observe it.
I would say neither, bro.
You would say neither. So I
why would it have to be? Why would it have to be one of those
spherical?
Two options? Why would it have to only be one of those two options that you came up with in your mind? Why does it have to only be those two things?
What else could it be? What else could it be?
That's my point. That's why I'm asking you. Why does it have to be only the two things that your brain can come up with?
In a world when there's anything possible, why not rely on something that makes
no? But that's not answering the question, though. I'm not saying that there's infinite possibilities. I'm just saying you've only come up with two, and you're saying that's it. There's no other. There can't be anything else. Why?
Because
why?
I'm sticking with what I find to be the most logically feasible in the situation.
I mean, but are you aware of like what a false dichotomy is?
No, I do not. What is that?
Okay, well, it's just presenting. Well, a dichotomy would be like black and white, right?
Mm-hmm.
But then there's the idea of like a false dichotomy, where I'm thinking that what you're presenting is the moon. It's either a sphere or a disk. I would say it's a false dichotomy. That doesn't necessarily. They don't really. You know, it doesn't have to be. If it's not a sphere, that doesn't mean it has to be a disk all of a sudden.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying?
Cool. Okay. So you guys. So there isn't like a specific thing that you believe in terms of the shape.
No clue what the hell the moon is even at all, or the sun, or the stars.
Yeah. So, but you can agree on the fact that the moon shrinks as it gets further away, right?
I don't know. I mean,
because that's what I see a lot of people speaking about, and theoretically, if the moon is how you guys say the movement is, how it is going on top of the flat Earth, it should, when it disappears, which is what you will see, the moon isn't always visible in the sky.
I'm sorry, but I don't agree with when people say like, well, the moon should do this, it should do that, the sun should do this, shouldn't do that. We don't even know what it is. So why are you guys trying to say what it should be doing? Why are you the arbiter of what the moon should be doing, dude?
I would say what you're trying to do. Sorry, I just want to say what you're trying to do is connect the sky to the ground.
Well, 1 second, guys, real quick. I'm just gonna jump in here and let you
louder.
I'm live streaming. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah,
but be louder. But be a little bit louder, Miggy.
Yeah. The reason why my mic is turned all the way up on my end, so I don't know if it's audio on.
I've just turned you up with your volume. That's all.
Is it coming up low in on Discord?
Yeah, it is coming in quite low, but I've turned you down, so it's not a problem for me.
Yeah, I had some mic issues yesterday, so I was trying to deal with that.
That's no worries, man.
Coming out too loud on YouTube, so I was trying to like balance it out.
Okay.
Just wanted to let you guys know that I am live, and I put the live stream link up on the live stream voice text, and you click on that, you guys
awesome
can see me. But
great, man.
But please continue. I left off with I interrupted Flat Lloyd, right?
Yeah. Go ahead, Chris.
Okay.
Yeah, I was just saying that, you're trying to make this connection between the sky and the ground again, when, there's no verification of that light in the sky, right? But I just wanted to point out that you're, again, trying to put the two together when they're not together. And sometimes, honestly, I see the moon really big at the horizon. And again, that we can't use that as a connection.
Yeah. So, how theoretically, I understand what you're trying to say, but what we can observe from reality is that the moon's size doesn't really change. Like in one single night, it's a constant size from what I've seen and what I've observed with myself. The moon size is constant in one night. At different points of the year and different points of the month, it will change because, of course, we know we would presume from what we've physically seen with our own eyes that the moon's orbit is elliptical. That's why at certain points it's closer and it's larger, and some points it's further and it's smaller. But that ellipticalness doesn't change between a day.
Sorry.
Hello, guys.
Sorry. That's awesome, mate. I get that you're talking about the moon and have this idea about what it should do and what it shouldn't do.
Yeah.
But we can talk about the same thing with the sun, right? And the sun should do this and the sun should do yeah. But the sun changes its angular size quite a lot, depending on the atmospheric conditions and temperature and so on. So these things do happen, maybe not just in locality, but ultimately, if we're going to be pointing at space, maybe I should take it away from you. You know that we're breathing gas at the moment, right?
Sure.
Yes.
Oxygen, nitrogen, and so on, and that is pressurized gas, and it's uncontained from the vacuum of space, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's due to gravity, bro.
2 seconds. 2 seconds before you start jumping in with your gravity answers, because I've removed that very quickly as well. What I'm going to be doing is talking about natural laws of nature that always apply. Are you familiar with the second law of thermodynamics, for example?
What is it? If you go summarize
Okay, so the second law of thermodynamics basically deals with energy movement. So I'll give you a quick description. Say I've got a hot cup of coffee and I leave it alone. The coffee over time gets cold, doesn't it?
It does, yes.
Yeah, it doesn't spontaneously start bubbling away and getting hotter, does it?
No.
No, awesome. So this is a direction. Hot will go to cold. We can talk about this in the same way with the energy of gas. Now, high pressure systems will disperse into lower pressure environments. So, for example, You've pumped up a football, you've got a balloon and you pop it. Instantaneously, entropy takes effect and the gas then disperses into a lower pressure environment. You see, the thing is with gas pressure, that is the force that the gas exerts upon the walls of its container, like the gas in the football or the balloon. The thing is, you can't have gas pressure without anything physical to press upon. Being as they declare that the sky is a vacuum, basically nothing. There is nothing for the gas to press upon. The antecedent consequent relationship cannot happen because the antecedent, the physical barrier, is not there. So the consequent won't happen. That will be the gas pressure. And we also understand that if you don't contain the gas will disperse into the lower pressure environment. So when you talk about space, you have to understand. Yeah. So when you talk about space, the space vacuum, that can't actually exist, being as they declare the Earth is an open system. Within the laws of thermodynamics, they talk about open and closed systems, and what will remain and what will leave within the open and closed system. With an open system, that's matter and heat transfer, thermodynamic energy. Okay?
Yeah.
So our friend just jumped in. 2 seconds. Our friend just a moment ago jumped in with gravity. Now, observably, being as gravity is just a direction down, I drop a solid object and it goes down, it observably doesn't affect gas, because when I release gas from a container, the gas travels randomly and freely in all directions. In actual fact, it's going up too. So even if I was to give you gravity, I don't have to, but I will in this instance, just to prove the point, that even if I gave you gravity, it observably doesn't affect gas. And being as we don't have an observable phenomena, we can't science this shit. There's nothing to base it on. So being as we understand that space up there, the vacuum, could not exist according to natural laws, and gravity, even if I gave it to you, doesn't affect gas, then we've got a huge problem with the vacuum of space. Me and you shouldn't be breathing right now.
But it does. It does affect. Okay, so let's stop. Right.
Show
so
me.
You have to demonstrate it. You have to demonstrate it.
All right. Okay. We'll get to that. So if I were to drop something, right, from any given height, it will accelerate towards the ground 9.81 meters per second.
Drop a feather.
Drop gas.
Or a balloon.
Drop gas. Or drop gas.
Now, right. So what we have to establish is that with the equation F equals ma, for any given thing with mass, because gases have mass, and everything that we're talking about has mass, right? There has to be a force, right? And this is a force, or this is a force of gravity. Now,
right, dude, I've got to interrupt. Dude, sorry, I've got to interrupt. Mate, you're 106 years out of date. Gravity hasn't been thought of a force since the early 1900s. You know Einstein? He comes along with his special
relativity,
space-time. Yeah, exactly. So that
no, it doesn't.
No. So I will give you 4 fights. Hold on, dude. Let me give it to you like this. Do you know who Professor Brian Cox is? Brian Cox.
I haven't heard of
he is, don't you?
I can take it.
Okay, he's usually on TV. Usually on TV, he's the astrophysicist and isn't space great? That guy. If you were to ask him what gravity was, he would turn around to you and say gravity is not a force. You know who Neil deGrasse Tyson is, right?
I'm not saying gravity. Okay, maybe I missaid it, right? And what I meant to say is gravity, the bending of space, the curve, what's it called? The bending of space time results in a force, right? Which is why when I said the force of gravity.
Again. You're misspeaking, man.
This is exactly the road that I'm going down. No, you can't have one and the other be the same thing. gravity is not a force, it's the bending of space-time. But let's put it like this. Even if we talk about both gravities, there wouldn't be a scientific experiment to prove either of them.
Do you know what hydrogen? There's a gas known as hydrogen sulfide, right? Right.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
It's the formula is H2S or HS2, one of the two, right? And compared to other gases in our atmosphere, this is quite heavy, right? And what you can find is, especially in areas like Japan, right? You can find these very pretty lakes. They'll look green, right? Because they'll have a large content will be made up of of acid, right? And because of various reactions that happen, this results in hydrogen sulfide gases being released. And as gases do, they go up. But now hydrogen sulfide is actually quite a heavy gas, so it will actually settle down. It will settle down on rocks, and this is what you guys need to understand. What happens with gases, right? Gases are highly energetic molecules, right? If I pop open a balloon, the gas will go everywhere, right? Because the gas has the energy to overcome, right? To overcome gravity, right? It has the energy, and so when you go higher and higher, when you increase the altitude that you're at, right? The higher you go, the more energy you need, and the fewer molecules of gases there are. Which is why, right now, right? For example, I live in London. I'm gonna let's say both of us lived in London, right? Breathing for us isn't that much of an issue. Let's say we're both physically fit. If we both go for a run, it won't be that hard. But if we were to now go on a mountain, which has a significantly if we were to then go into a mountain, which has a significantly lower partial pressure of oxygen, because there are less oxygen molecules that have the energy to be at that altitude, we would find it harder to breathe. And then when you keep going higher and higher, you find them. Please let me speak. When you keep going higher,
please don't interrupt him. Please don't. Yeah.
You find that less and less molecules of any given gas, have enough energy to be that high, right? And you keep, and then you get to a point where there's basically no molecules of gas at all. That's what space goes. To my understanding.
Mate. Like I said, been in this for 8 years, and we've all heard this story. We understand about the gas pressure gradient, and eventually it runs out, and there's a vacuum. You see, the problem is you can't have that system in an open system. It has to be closed to keep the gas in. Now, I've just pointed out to you that even though that you can drop things, and even though you can have a relationship between a dense gas and a not so dense gas, the gas is observably not affected by gravity. Let's talk about your dense gas earlier. Let's create a vacuum chamber. Let's put your dense gas into that vacuum chamber. You will notice that you have now got a container of your dense gas. It is pushing upwards, my friends, and pushing outwards as well. So ultimately, gravity is just a direction down. You can talk about a relationship between different types of gases, but you must understand the direction of gases freely and randomly in all directions. Gravity isn't a force.
Are you going to continue?
No, I just finished with saying gravity isn't a force.
Right, but to my understanding, it results in a force. I'm going to look this up because you do make a valid point.
That's fine. That's fine. What you would have to do is go into the second law of thermodynamics and point out where it says gravity. Because it says, let's put it like this. To have gas pressure, that's the force that it exerts on the walls of its container, the volume that the gas is in. Now, we understand if you haven't got a container, you've got nothing for the gas to physically press upon to not create the gas pressure. If you haven't got a container, the gas will disperse in. That would be dynamic gas pressure, and ultimately you can only demonstrate a gas pressure gradient within a contained environment. That's when you start mucking around with the heat and the temperatures within and so on. That's easy to demonstrate. But ultimately, you can't demonstrate gas pressure without something for the gas to physically press upon. And according to the second law of thermodynamics, we shouldn't be breathing because the gas would fill the space. Let's look at Jupiter, for example, a giant ball of gas within a vacuum. That shouldn't be happening, my friend, because the gas should fill the space. Just because they tell you a story that Just because they tell you a story that there's lots of gas there, it doesn't mean that lots of gas stops lots of gas dispersing. There's just lots of gas dispersing. You've already mentioned that gas is mass, and then mass attracts mass. Therefore, gas should attract gas, but gas doesn't do that. And you would have to demonstrate something like, I don't know, gas attracting gas, or something solid attracting gas to it, which ultimately it doesn't, because gas has elastic collisions and then fucks off somewhere else. You can't demonstrate this to be true. You said mass. You said everything has mass. Yeah, you said everything has mass.
I said that everything has mass.
Yeah, so so you would have to demonstrate mass attracting mass, or in this instance, with regards to Jupiter, gas attracting gas.
Well,
can you show that?
You need to understand that when we talk about gravity, it's a very weak force in relativity to all the other forces. So when we
gravity is not a force.
Is a consequence.
Gravity is not a force. Okay, it's a consequence. So what's it a consequence of?
The curvature of space-time.
The curvature of can you put space-time in a jar, paint it red, and weigh it for me?
No, of course not.
Okay, so can you tell me what space-time is? Can you tell me what space-time is?
The fabric of space. So
and what's the fabric of space?
Let's see. A good thing to compare it to, if you think about the kind.
I didn't ask for a comparison. I asked for what it is, not what you're analogizing it to. I asked for what it is.
Space-time is the fabric of space.
What is the fabric of? What is it? You can't just say the fabric, because that's just another analogy. What is it?
It's what space is made up. Like, if you look up at space, right?
Emptiness is made of something?
Of course it is.
What's it made of?
You need to think of it like this. It's on. No, emptiness isn't made of something.
So what's it? Exactly. So what is it?
It's no thing.
I'm struggling to
answer this fundamental question. If we can't come down with a fundamental question of what is the basis of your assertion, then your assertion is completely invalid to begin with. We can dismiss it out of hand.
Maybe
we don't even need to acknowledge that it's an idea.
It's a mathematical.
Many. 1 second. I just want to.
Okay, so I have this mathematical model where I have. Hold on. I have this mathematical model where I have 6 apples, and someone borrows 9 apples from me, and now I have -3 apples. Can I actually have -3 apples in reality, or is it just mathematical?
That's mathematical, but
okay. So math is not. Hold on. So math is not reality. So first we're gonna get past this barrier. Math is not reality. Therefore, you don't have an is to tell us what it is that you are basing any of this off of.
Stop. Some math is not reality. Obviously,
all math is reality.
No, that's not true.
Math is reality. It is a logically consistent system that we invented. Math did not exist in nature. It does not exist as a natural phenomenon. Math is something that we invented. We invented it about 4,000 years ago.
No, we've observed. If you look,
no, we've never observed math. Can you show me 7 + 7?
Let me get a 3, bro.
If you look at
where's
nature,
the number 2 in nature? Where do you go see the number 2 at?
Numbers in nature.
A chicken lays 2 eggs. There you go, number 2.
Eggs at time you have applied a number to a count. The count being something that you invented. That is not math. That is you counting it. It requires a human mind to apply math to nature.
But there are numbers that reoccur again and again in ratio. Do you know about the golden ratio, for example?
Yes. But we're off top. Sorry, we're well off top.
Yeah, we are
now.
so off.
What meme's trying to do? 2 seconds. What meme's trying to tell you is, space-time is a reification of not actual things. So space, no thing, nothing. Right. So that's nothing then, and time. Well, that's conceptual, and as meme pointed out, you can't put it in a jar and point it red. Again, this is a reification, making not actual things actual to then apply math to them. So to say that space-time exists is ridiculous. No thing and time has a physical consequence on the universe around it. That's not possible. Einstein, stop blowing kisses. Einstein's idea was basically mathematical. It's kind of cute, but stop it. Einstein's idea was kind of mathematical, mate, right? You understand that. It's not actually physical. It's just a way to explain shit. But we can go further down the path if you want to, and we can point out where gravity doesn't fill in all holes. That's why they have to invent things like dark matter and dark energy and the dark side of the fucking force. because their math doesn't work. When they talk about the cosmological constant, there are hundreds.
Oh, sorry, Jedi. I was going to say that's why Many is struggling to define what it is. When asked the question, what is it? He doesn't know what it is because it's only invented and it's a concept. There's nothing that it,
but it
resembles in nature.
Obviously,
so that's what you don't understand, Many. Wait.
To everybody. Let me reply to what you said real quick. With the I don't know. Right? Yeah, I get what you. Let me reply to what you said with I don't know. Obviously, my education in physics isn't the highest, so there are things I don't know, which is fine. But let's
if you ask the top 10 physicists in the world, hold on, if you ask any of the top 10 physicists in the world the nature of reality, and if math is real, and if gravity is real, and how do they know all this stuff, they will tell you it's all in their heads.
Yep.
All right, no. Let's say there are just some things that we arbitrarily just don't know yet. Because that's
most things.
Because that's the thing, science is a process. It's like our best guess at what
science is a method. It's a method, and best guesses can kiss my ass. And I'll tell you why.
Do you mind turning your mic down? It's a bit loud.
Turn me down to you.
You have the ability to turn him down.
Yeah, turn me down on your end a little bit, okay? Because I got my mic settings like it took me a while to get them perfect.
No worries, mate.
So here's the issue: is that science is a method. It is not a process. It is not a continual barrage of guesses and narratives and stories and explanations. Science is the uncovering of a cause and effect relationship in nature through experimentation. But this idea that it doesn't result in actual knowledge is foolish and stupid, and it's postmodern. I do not subscribe to that definition of science. What you have there, is the alternative. I just told you. The alternative is we don't know. Period. End of story. We don't know is fine. Because the only way you will discover anything is by recognizing what first. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
It's the only way to discover anything is to recognize that first you don't know it. So if they're sitting here and they've got all these models for you, and they've got all these projections for you, and they've got all these predictions for you that can't be tested, then all they're doing is giving you stories, and you will never know. You will always be changing stories. You will always be finding new narratives. You will always witness this process forever changing because they pretend to know.
Okay, and why would they do that? What do they, whoever they are?
Because you're talking about something that's endemic to the human nature. It's what we do. There is no grand conspiracy. There is no they. This is human behavior.
People like to make stuff up, Minnie.
Yeah.
You know that? Do you know that?
Yeah, or but like you have to think about the scale of this entire thing, right?
There is no scale. You're thinking of scale. The big three religions encompass 90% of the earth.
That's flat.
That's flat.
and think about it like this too.
There's a reason why.
All the paradigms that we've ever lived with. I mean, look at the entire Western world just deciding one day, hey, let's tell our kids about Santa Claus. I'm not saying that's right or wrong. I'm simply saying this is a human behavior. And one of the culturally homogenous things across every culture, time, religion, ethnicity, tribe is we tell stories.
And we love to hear them.
We love to hear them.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying.
You're looking for a conspiratorial or explanation when it's really just the mendacity of the reality of humanity.
So you're just saying they're lying because humans like to lie.
Because humans are shit, yes. That's what we do.
Well, you don't think we are, Minnie? You think that we're basically good people?
No, I didn't deny it. I was just trying to get what he was saying.
But that's just basically doesn't even make sense, though.
You say lie.
Aren't you guys the same as the people that say the stories?
No, because what we're doing is we're wiping the slate clean and saying, we don't know. We don't know. Let's start over from scratch, have no stories, have no paradigm from which to look at the earth. And let's just start investigating as if we are fresh out of the cave. We're not going to accept stories or narratives.
From reality and what you observe straight away. Sort of
let me ask you something. And this goes to everyone's question here. If I were like, obviously this will never happen, but if I were to take in a rocket ship or some kind of flying, we went well above, and you look through your own eyes through space and show me the
earth. Hold on, if you were to take me into space and show me the earth, why would I deny it?
So
I would say, okay, cool, yeah. I guess it is a ball. I guess it is space. Obviously, why would I deny that? I'm not in this for I'm not in this for like some tribal reason. You think I want to be a flat earther?
I don't know what you're saying. You don't know, so that doesn't necessarily.
I don't know, but for 35 years, I'm now 42, but for 35 years, I absolutely did know. I knew we were on a globe. I knew there was space. I loved NASA. I loved the space program. I followed it, everything. For 35 years. Right? I knew all about. I read black holes and baby universes. I read Einstein. I read the Cambridge lectures. I read all sorts of stuff. I was big into this.
Me too.
Everything that you're saying, the reason that I can easily talk about it is because I know all of it.
Same.
But by that same logic, though, I could ask you, if I took you to Hogwarts or into Narnia's closet, would you then believe it's real? That's kind of how it feels when you ask us that.
If it was more, if you could take me there with more than one person.
Yeah, like if I'm not hallucinating.
And I knew I wasn't having like a strange acid trip or something, yes. Like if I could confirm with other people that I went there and they went there also.
Yeah. Same with
if someone came to me and showed me these terrible movies, right, and said, look, Hogwarts is real.
Oh no.
Do you think I'd believe them?
But if they took you there, if you took you there, then it's real for sure.
Yeah, then I could confirm it.
I mean, what does that mean by take me? You take me to a castle. You take
the same, but it's the same thing as putting you on a rocket and taking you to a place that may not exist. It's basically why I'm bringing it up. I think space is a realm, a fictional setting for books and video games. So it's not like you can put me on a rocket and send me there. Just in the same way I can't put you in a closet and send you to Narnia.
Yeah.
So because of the second law. Sorry, because of the second law of thermodynamics. But yes, because of laws of nature that apply to the physical. But because of laws of nature that apply always to the physical natural world, which is what the discussion is about. Yeah.
So that's why we can't go to Narnia.
Space.
I love that, bro.
Yeah, because it fundamentally cannot exist like Narnia, like Middle Earth, like these fantasy places. So if you want to put me in a wardrobe and take me to Narnia and meet Thomas, that's brilliant. Let's do that. Meme's got the right answer. Yeah, if you took me to space and there was a ball, then great, excellent. But that's an appeal to the future fallacy. Right? That's not happened. And you said hypothetically,
I'm not making this as like a point of debate. I'm just asking you.
Yeah. That's fine.
You were just gauging. You were just gauging if it was a partisan.
Okay, I have a question.
Shoot.
I have a question. So, why are there so many different ways of looking at the flat Earth? Like so many people have the different analogies of it, and why is it that thing occurs? Like, because you guys, like for example, was it Mimas talking about how we don't know whatever? Was that Mimas?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so Mimas said he doesn't know what, like, we're starting off on a fresh slate. Would you treat those flat earthers that say, for example, there's a massive ice sheet around us, like there's an abyssal sea, like I've seen stuff like that. Would you treat those people the same as the people that are globers?
Here, how I treat people who make any claims like that. Y'all answer them.
Do you see them the same way as you see globers, for example? Because they have a belief, they have an analogy of what they think.
Here, you ask.
Very skeptical.
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, I'm glad of that. I'm glad.
Okay.
Like, genuinely.
That's good.
You'll find that's a very common behavior here, is that anyone who has a claim to know the nature of whatever this realm is. See, technically, I'm not a flat earther because I can't tell you what the earth is to tell you if it has a shape.
Yeah. So what would you call yourself if you're not technically a flat earther?
Honestly, I just don't have a label. I'm someone who's looking for knowledge and truth. That's what I'm looking for. I don't call myself a truther because it's just truth seeker. I won't say truther because that's cringe. Ever.
Yeah, it is.
with the understanding that we're talking about just the surface of what is that we can investigate, right? From the places we can go. That's what we're talking about with flat Earth. The idea that the entire realm of existence is discovered and known. That's incorrect for anyone, globe or flat, to say. So with the depictions and the various like images that you guys see coming into this like discussion, you're gonna see like the disc Earth, like the pizza with like the continents in different places and that, and from the flat Earth map, and then you got the globe Earth and kind of like in debate. That's all a false dichotomy. Because nobody knows the entire realm of existence, and the server has a culture that actually stands by that.
Right.
People that make these claims are not able to produce a verified way of going about, like, even if it is like the azimuthal equidistant projection map, you're not able to verify that the entire Earth realm looks like that, like the way that's presented. So we would say, if you're presenting something, verify it. However,
so like,
there's a lot of things that we use just for visual representation, but it doesn't mean that anybody here believes that. Like, you know what I mean? Like that's.
I see. Only three. Sorry, my friend. There's only three things that we agree on. The Earth is measured and observed and practically used as flat. There is no direct measurement of the Earth going anywhere, spinning on its axis or rotating around the sun. And space, the vacuum can't exist. Other claim would have to be verified. So you spoke about the ring of ice around the outside. Don't know, never been there, can't verify that. Couldn't tell you what the moon was, couldn't tell you what the sun was, couldn't tell you what any star was, couldn't tell you how deep the Earth went down, and most definitely couldn't tell you how far the Earth went out wide. And then what stopped at the edge of reality. People like to come up with ideas. Meme said about 5-10 minutes ago that people like stories. And when you get into the flat Earth, you end up in a world of new discovery. And you start believing anecdotal stories from history about, I don't know, certain people have maybe gone down to Antarctica and what they've said about it. But ultimately, there's lots of things and theories and models about the flat Earth. But we wouldn't stand on them. We couldn't stand on them. We wouldn't be able to verify them to be true.
I see. Okay.
It's a very hard thing. Sorry, Jedi, you finish up.
No, I'm just going to try and get onto curvature. You make your point, then we'll start, removing the ball.
Okay. I would say the best way to look at life is to have no presuppositions and no models. It's a very hard thing to do. It's a very hard thing to let go of a lot of things that you learned, especially if they're things that you can't verify that make up a worldview that you've adopted.
Right.
Now, that's how I live my life. And what that does is it increases the inquisitivity of, I think that's the word. You're more inquisitive about the world around you. You suddenly look at the world in a completely different way, as an unknown, as something that can be explored, as things that can be discovered.
Yeah. Right, I see. So the reason that you guys debate and argue with anyone differing in opinion is so you can find the truth yourself, for example. Would you agree with that?
I think I found the truth. I argue for fun.
Yeah,
right. Okay.
Same here.
I think people are usually rejecting the fact that the observable natural world that we see is self-evident, producing a representation to us as what it is, not what somebody claims that it is. So if they say it's a globe, a hollow Earth, a concave Earth, whatever kind of Earth they're saying it is, if it's not representing itself to you as that, then that's a bold claim. They're going to have to give you evidence for that claim. So it's a grand claim and it's going to need some grand evidence. So that's why we're always asking people, if it's not representing itself to you as that, why are you then, indulging the fact that it's this whole idea of whatever it is? Like, it doesn't matter, but somebody takes you on a journey and you like to hear a story. And the Globe Earth has done a very good job at doing that, telling a story. And a lot of people have adopted it, like many, asking him, what is space and time? At some point, he's come to a realization he doesn't know what it is. There's no way he can describe something that has been conjured up by another human in somebody else's mind to then describe what it actually is. Because to him, it's like just a concept. And he doesn't understand how to put it into like reality. So,
hey, I got something.
That's what you guys are faced with.
We just checked a guy in, Ziggy Spaz, and he thinks that flat Earth and globe Earth are nothing but beliefs. He wants conversation. So I was wondering if you wanted to do the 3 points with him or whatnot. Right now he's talking to Ponto about some other stuff.
If you want to move him in here, that's fine, Crit. Let's stay on this conversation for now.
Current conversation.
Gotcha.
Does it not?
Wait, I wanted to ask, I think it was Meme. You said that you found the truth. Is your truth that we don't know?
Wow, you nailed it. Yes. Sometimes the scariest truth is to recognize you have no knowledge.
But there are things that you won't know.
Wish to know? That's a good question.
Do you wish to know the truth? Which
I do wish
impossible,
to know.
But
I do wish to know. Even the impossible truths, I wish to know, but I accept that there are things that mankind in general is just never going to know.
Right. It's not going to come from you. So
yeah,
there are obviously things that we can know, though, right?
Yeah.
I'm sitting on a chair. I know that's a chair, for example. That I'm sitting on.
Boiling points of water.
I know that I'm on this.
Sure?
No, I'm 100% sure.
You can do a reality check with the gentlemen if they want to.
What is a chair? What is a chair?
Yeah, see, that's all.
All right, so yeah.
Like what is a chair?
Yeah, hang on.
A chair is something that I sit upon. But we understand that we understand that actual things exist, don't we? I've got an apple, right? It is 100% an apple. Would you agree it's 100% an apple?
100%. I would.
Awesome stuff. So good. Yeah, exactly. Sometimes what we get in here are people saying, no, it might be something else. Eventually, that apple might be a pear.
It could be an orange.
An airplane.
Yeah.
But we get that in here quite a lot, especially. Sorry, Miggy, go on.
No, I was just going to say the reality that what it is that you're doing right now. What are you doing at this moment right now? Ari.
Pardon? I'm listening to you guys. I'm speaking to you guys. No, discussing.
Right. But would you say that you're sitting down, standing up, laying down?
Sitting down.
You're sitting down. Okay, so you're sitting down, typing on your keyboard?
Yeah, I was just typing in main chat, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Some people we get in these conversations with, and by the middle or end of the conversation, they're not sure if reality is real all of a sudden.
Well, that's the thing, and I was going to ask you that, because you just told me what you're doing, right? But are you 100% sure that's what you're doing right now?
Yeah, I am.
Good. These are good signs.
Yeah, I know what I'm doing.
Good. So we can be 100% sure of certain things, right? We can measure things, for example, yeah? We can know things about our reality, right? Yes?
Yeah.
Yes? Yeah, awesome stuff.
Yeah, of course.
Do you know how big the Earth is said to be? Do you know how big the Earth is said to be if it was a ball, for example?
What, like the diameter?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, all of that type of stuff. Would you agree that they at least tell us how big the Earth is? You might, have to Google the answer, but you would agree that
it would be roughly,
the Earth is, right? Yeah. So we've got a radius of 3,959 miles, for example, those numbers, yeah? So that's one of the main reasons why we're here. Have you heard the argument as well that Greeks saw ships disappear over the curvature of the Earth thousands of years ago and thought the Earth was a ball? Have you heard that?
Could you repeat that, please?
Have you heard the argument that ships disappear over the curvature of the Earth? Like the Greeks said a few thousand years ago.
Of course, yeah.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. So let's try and mold these two things together. They say the Earth is a ball of a set size. That means that we can use a little bit of math to figure out a few things about our environment. For example, if I was standing on that curved surface and I knew my altitude, it would just be a mathematical calculation to see where the curvature of the Earth would begin if I was making an observation across the sea, for example. Yes?
Yeah.
Yeah. So that calculation is 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. For example, I'm going to keep it simple for you. If I'm 1 foot above the surface of the water and the square root of 1 is 1, I times 1 by 1.225, and then the physical geometric horizon must and only be 1.25 miles away from my head bobbing above the water at 1 foot,
your height,
right?
yeah.
You understand that? Yeah, at my height. I can increase it to 6 foot. And when I'm standing up, for example, and the horizon will be just under 3 miles away, the physical curvature of the Earth, yeah?
Okay, yeah.
Awesome stuff. Would somebody do me the greatest favour and post a black swan image in live stream voice text for me?
Coming right up.
Really, sure. Thank you very much, CB. Guys, are you in live stream voice text? Can you see the image that's just about to be posted?
I was just going to go back. Dr. Astroscientist, ESQ, PhD, pinged me. And he said, I'm rage quitting for some reason.
Listen, you're in the wrong stream. You are typing in the wrong chat. You need to be in the live stream, not in the lobby.
You pinged me, and I was also pinged.
All right, it's okay.
I had it open.
That's fine.
I don't think there's an issue with that.
Just let me know when you can see the Oryx and live stream.
Okay, I see.
You see it, yeah. Awesome stuff. Now, this observation is taken from 1 foot above the water. This is a still shot taken from a video. We can provide you with the video if you wish.
Yes,
the reason why we're looking at oil rigs is because we know how far away they are from the observer. One's at 6 miles, one's at 9 miles, just over. Okay.
Yeah.
With reference to the two oil rigs, could you tell me, please, where the horizon appears to be? Does the horizon appear in front of the oil rigs, between the oil rigs, or past the oil rigs? Where's the horizon?
It appears past, because we can clearly see the one behind the smaller oil rig. It's still like, yeah, you know what I mean?
Yeah. So it's past the oil rigs, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Would you say that the horizon appears to be no less than 10 miles away? Could be further, but it's past the oil rig at 9.6, so we can safely say it's at least 10 miles away, right?
Okay, sure, yeah.
Awesome.
What, are these like given distances from the image, like the oil rigs?
Yes. Yeah, we can provide you with all of the other stuff as well. So using maps and Google Maps and whatnot. These are stationary oil rigs that don't move. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
Good stuff. Now, you remember the equation that I gave you earlier, 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. This observation is taken from
1.2 times
1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet.
Okay.
So for this observation, which is 1 foot above the surface of the water, that makes the geometric physical horizon at 1.2 miles away. Where did you say the horizon was again, mate? Beyond the oil rigs.
Past.
Yeah.
Bomb has been played.
It's beyond the oil rigs, isn't it?
That's interesting. Hold on.
Right. Okay. I see.
Yes, this is what we mean about no observable and, in this instance, measurable curvature. Because we've got distance markers, we can safely assume how far we're observing. Now, according to the math of the ball, physical horizon, physical like a hill for things to disappear behind, should be 1.25 miles away. But the horizon is 10 miles away. We can give you other images of the same oil rigs taken on different days where the horizon will appear in front of the oil rigs, between the oil rigs, and again behind the oil rigs, demonstrating that horizon is not physical, it's an optical phenomena. It's literally as far as you can see with the technology that you're using through the atmospheric conditions of the day. It's the limitation of your view. You understand that point, right? So in this image, we are not observing curvature. We are. Go on, mate. You want to ask a question?
Yeah. Sorry, are you sure that equation's right? Because I've just been.
Yep. I posted it in the chat as well.
I've looked. I'm just looking up a few different ones. Let me check chat 1 second.
Yeah, that's absolutely fine. What we're doing is we're basically using the heliocentric math against them. This is what they say. Math is a tool that we can use to physically figure out our environment, and we're basically using Earth curve calculators that are provided for us. This is where we first start. They make the claim, we go out into reality and see if that claim is true.
Let me grab
now,
the paper.
we can. That's fine. We can extend this as well. So, for example, we can use lasers over, say, distances of water. Let's, for example, say it's a lake. We've got a laser and a receiver, a target on the other side of the water. Let's say the distance is, I don't know, 20 miles. Now, it appears to be that if the curvature of the Earth would get in the way, then we wouldn't have a direct line of sight between the laser and the target. However, many flat earthers have gone out with lasers and tried to measure curvature of water over distances of lakes. Some have been done in Brighton across the south coast of England, and we don't measure any curvature. It's like we hit the target every single time. But this is just flat earthers doing this.
Even at 20 miles, it still hits the target.
Yeah. So let me extend that further. This is applicable technology used by the militaries of the world. Yeah, this is applicable technology used by the militaries of the world, specifically navies. Now, you understand that what a laser targeting system is, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Of course we do. It's kind of self-evident, right? Now, I've just said 20 miles. The militaries of the world, specifically navies, have got technology that can send lasers up to 100 miles for a direct line of sight for a sea or land-based target. They use 3 different types of technology to do this. One would be an infrared camera, so I can see the target. The second would be a radar, which is 2 traversals over the surface of the Earth. One out to the object, ping, and then it comes back again. So infrared and radar, and then the laser, but not just one laser, 2 lasers, one blue, one red at the opposite ends of the spectrum. So I can see the target, I confirm that with radar that it's there, and then I target the target with the 2 lasers up to a distance of 100 miles. Each 3 of these technologies requires a direct line of sight. If the Earth was curved, then we would not be using these technologies at the distances claimed. For a 1-foot observer, your lasers at 1 foot above the surface of the Earth is going to get interrupted at 1.2 miles away. because the curve of the Earth is going to get in the way. So we can say in the black swan image, which is the observation of the two oil rigs, we see too far. We can then go to measurement, lasers and so on, applicable technology. We can go and do this ourselves. We measure the surface of the Earth's waters to be level. And then we can look at applicable technology that people are not going to waste their time and money on. That will be the militaries and the navies of the world that use this technology daily. This technology requires the surface of the Earth to be level and a direct line of sight. So therefore the Earth is observed, measured, and practically used as a level surface.
Right, I see what you were saying earlier as well. Yeah.
You understand, yeah?
Yeah. It's quite interesting.
Of course. It is.
Yeah, that image,
one
that
of the
image
main
is quite interesting. The whole black swan thing.
Yeah. And you understand why it's called the black swan, right?
Presuming the shape.
If I say that all... Yeah, well, no. If I say all swans are white, it would just take an observation of a black swan to prove my initial premise incorrect, right? They say that all horizons are physical, but I just have to demonstrate that no, that it's optical to remove that physical claim out the window.
Okay, I see.
The crux and the crescendo of this point is like I just said a couple of moments ago. The Earth is observed, measured, and practically used as a level plane. Practically used, proper. Practically.
Right.
For everyday purposes, mate. All the time. I haven't even spoke about navigation yet, and that also requires the surface of the Earth to be level. Do you know what a protractor is? You find them in your stationary sets. Yeah. You know that they're angle measuring devices, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, awesome stuff. Do you know what a sextant is?
Yes, I believe so. I'll just look at it real quick just to remind myself.
It's a celestial navigation device. It measures angles, doesn't it? Yeah. Just a quick question. Can you measure an angle if one of those lines is curved?
I mean, could it not be off a tangent? I think I know where you're going off this.
Yeah. But let's just do this thing once, and then we get to tangents, and we'll do the calculation. But can you measure an angle if one of those lines is curved, my friend? Yes,
it would be a tangent, no? Like you wouldn't be able to get that. It wouldn't be a single. It wouldn't be a single angle, no.
Yeah, exactly. If I put a protractor on two lines and one of those lines is curved, I wouldn't be able to measure 90 degrees now, would I?
No.
No, exactly. So this is celestial navigation used by sextants to elevation angles above the surface of the Earth. If the Earth's surface was curved, then we wouldn't be able to use this technology. Our friend just jumps in and said tangent lines. The reason why we have a tangent line is because we have an altitude above the surface of the water. Say I'm on a ship and I'm 40 foot above the surface of the water. I get a tangent line down to the horizon. My next calculation is to reduce my altitude of 40 foot down to 0. So I'm on the surface of the water and I have a straight line from me to the GP, the ground position of the star that I'm observing. Underneath the GP of the star that I'm observing is 90 degrees. Now, you can only measure an angle if one of those lines is curved. And yes, we ultimately have tangent lines because we're taking observations above the surface of the Earth. Our next calculation is going to take us down to 0, the surface of the Earth. So we have a straight line to the GP of the star. So we can then measure our elevation angle. The use of a sextant and angle measuring devices would only be applicable if the surface of the Earth was flat. If it was curved, we wouldn't be measuring angles now, would we? And I only mentioned one star. You have to remember that every single star at any one time has got a ground position on the Earth at 90 degrees from the observer. Be able to do that on a curved surface because all of the math takes you down to a... So remember the Navy that I spoke about just a moment ago? Every single piece of the technology that they use, from navigation, the sextant, the magnet, the compass, again, not going to talk about that, but the direct line of sight technology requires the Earth to be level. If the surface of the Earth was curved, we wouldn't be using sextants, we wouldn't be using direct line of sight technology, we wouldn't be using any of them. They would be non-applicable.
Yeah.
We wouldn't be using non-applicable technology now, would we?
No, we wouldn't.
No. So the Earth is observed, measured, and practically used as a level plane.
But yeah, okay, yeah, I see what you're trying to say. Yeah, with the whole point. I don't really know.
There isn't really any way around it.
Yeah, some great points are being made for Benny and Ari right now. Some things to consider, right? But I would ask you both: do you still think that the Earth is a globe? And I'll be honest right now, from all that's been uncovered in this conversation, would you still consider it to, like, for you to say, I still know it's a globe? Would you still say that?
Yeah, I think that.
Or does this throw it into question? Like, at least.
I think that he's throwing a lot of my knowledge into question, because I'm going to be through a lot of the equations he's talking about are equations I've never heard of. You get me? So when it comes to that, he is throwing a lot of my knowledge into question.
I agree.
Obviously, I thought I had like a firmer grasp of what I know, but I don't. So in that way, yes, but overall, I still believe the Earth is a globe. Well, I still know the Earth.
And what he was doing is challenging the information that you've previously had. So, and I think that it's a great way to look at it, right? Point for point, you have what you understand from the globe, and then you have what you understand from what he's telling you and what all of us are telling you. But then there's something even deeper than that. There's the knowledge that you have. Maybe, do you think that the knowledge of the globe Earth is just a belief only? For you and Ari, Minnie, do you think it's just a belief, only a belief? Or do you think there's some aspects of it that you can say, well, I know it's a globe? I just need confirmation of that so I know where you stand. If you don't just believe that it's a globe, and if you know that it is, then we can probably uncover that to see if you actually know that it's a globe. If you just believe it to be a globe, then a belief is, you can believe the Earth is whatever it is. Like, that's really nothing as important as somebody saying that they know it's a globe. So where do you guys stand in that position? Do you know it's a globe, or do you?
I'll say I believe it's a globe, but I'll need. I've been making a note of everything that he's been saying. I need to go over the math myself.
Yeah, no,
because
obviously people that come in here,
that's a fair response.
Yeah, that's completely fair. Ari, how do you feel about it? Do you feel the same way as many, or do you think that it's a globe? Or did you not hear me?
Yo, bro, you there?
Do we know or do we believe?
Is he in deep thought? I don't know.
Maybe.
You might.
He said it'd be one moment. If you're talking to Ari, he's just posting last stream voice text. It will be one moment.
Probably away. AFK.
Yeah, no problem.
No worries. We'll catch it. Oh, there he is.
Hello, mate.
Ari?
Yeah. Yep.
All right.
So the question was put to you: do you know or do you believe it's a globe?
Well, knowing the things that were just said and explained to me from all of you guys, it does raise a few questions, because especially the Black Swan thing, it does raise a few questions, because I don't think what you guys said was actually incorrect. So
okay,
I'm questioning. I would say,
like from a surface level, the math checks out. Like, obviously, I do take.
From what I've heard and what I've taken in from the things that you guys have physically said, it makes sense, like what you guys explained to me.
Do you wanna unmask this thing and really find out that it's only just a belief that everyone carries? Would you like to know?
Yeah, you would.
Take the mask off of this, and then you're gonna find out no one really knows. So I'm gonna ask you both. I'm gonna ask you both these three questions that I usually bring to new people, right? And answer as honestly as you can, because it seems like you guys been honest chaps so far, right? So let's continue down that path of honesty. All right. So there's three. The first question is: any time in history has anyone ever measured the curvature of the Earth? And if so, now remember, the easy way out is just say I don't know. That's intellectually honest. If you don't know, don't kind of half-hearted go into an explanation and so forth. Okay. But if you do know, I need primary source, I need a citation, and then I need a demonstration of the information, right?
Conversely, will you guys provide the same if you explain something?
Yeah, we can do that, but like outside of this exercise is to only get to know what you guys know. That's it.
All right, cool. Go on.
All right. So the first question was: in any time in history, has anyone ever measured the curvature of the Earth?
The curvature. Hold on, I remember reading something like this. Give me 2 seconds. I don't know.
That's easy. All right. How about Ari?
I don't know either.
Okay, so the second question. Axial rotation, or the spin of the Earth. They tell us that the Earth is spinning at about 1,000 miles per hour at the equator. I need... Go on. Well, there's probably variables there. It could differ, right? But like the majority, the consensus would say that that's what it would be at. And if so, how have we discovered or detected with a device or apparatus or any man-made thing or a person or individuals that have gathered together and figured it out? How have we discovered that the Earth is spinning on its axis? Do you know?
Actually, I do.
What's that?
It's the vaguest idea because I remember reading about this. So they used a tool called a gyroscope, a laser gyroscope. And if we use a gyroscope, essentially what a gyroscope is, it's kind of like a ball inside another ball and it spins. I'm sure I don't need to explain what a gyroscope is, right? And the idea is that if we're on something that's spinning, there'll be a certain tilt. The gyroscope would move, right? And obviously, I'm explaining I know you said not to half-heartedly explain. I'm sorry,
Yeah,
but I do remember.
If you want to go ahead, we'll talk about it after you're done. Go ahead.
And they've used laser gyroscopes for this as well, right? And with the fact that there's, I think it was a tilt to it, they're able to determine that because there's a tilt to the gyroscope spin, the gyroscope is spinning on something else they're spinning. There you go.
Okay. All right. Well, thanks for that. But I'm going to introduce variables. Could anything else be affecting that device that you just talked about, the gyroscope?
Of course it could.
Okay. Thank you for your honesty. So if that's possible, then how did we find out that it's only the Earth's spin?
Because we can control variables. There's obviously you can get very, very simple gyroscopes, which is literally just like, made out of plastic, right? It's very simple gyroscope made out of metal. Or you can get these things called laser gyroscopes, which are made in somewhat of an enclosed system where they use lasers, and that helps control a lot more of the variables.
So obviously, what variable? Right. So what variable is Earth spin? Because that's the one that we need to stop and start to understand if it's actually the cause of the effect.
So if we think about how a gyroscope works, right? And we have it spinning, right? Obviously, say it's spinning in my hand, right? Me moving my hand, for example, could affect it. Say it's one of those plastic gyroscopes I mentioned earlier, one of those metal ones. Say I'm standing. I live in London. Say I'm standing outside, particularly crappy weather, the wind's blowing. That could affect it, right? And any sort of factors like that, right? Even something like temperature. That's why when we get into laser gyroscopes, because they use lasers, it kind of isolates these variables out of it, right?
How do you know that? I'm going to ask you the question because I start to grill once people start to say that they think they know what's going on. How do you know that?
That's okay. So number one, it's an enclosed system. And number two, if you think about how lasers work, right? Lasers are like...
Have you ever used the device?
A gyroscope.
Yes, the one you're talking about.
The laser gyroscope.
I have not used the laser gyroscope.
Okay,
those are like 20,000.
So you're right, but you're speaking from a vantage point of only thinking that it works a certain way, but you've never used the device to actually tell me how it actually works.
No, I haven't used one myself.
Right. So the understanding you're getting from is secondhand knowledge from somebody who's making claims. Would that be correct?
Not necessarily, actually. Well,
yes. So
no. Let me correct myself.
It's either you're taking the word of those guys, or it's either you're taking the word of those guys of what it's doing, and then you're interpreting it to me, or you actually know how it works because you actually use the device yourself. It's one of those two.
I've used a standard gyroscope, but not
right. But you haven't used the laser one, which you're telling me is actually removing the variables and then getting precise accuracy of the Earth's spin. So you're telling me somebody else figured it out.
That part of it is secondhand knowledge because I haven't got laser gyroscope.
So they've told you a story about the laser gyroscope has movement in it. Therefore, the Earth is spinning. The Earth is spinning. Therefore, the laser gyroscope is detecting the Earth's movement. They're telling you that, and you're believing it, and you're repeating it back to me as if you had firsthand knowledge. This is the problem with what they're telling you. Without you able to verify something to run it through a verification process and falsify what they've said. You've only taken what they've said and then given it back to me as if you understand what they're talking about. When in all reality, just like the globe, they could be making this up.
They could be.
To then solidify.
Right. To that,
that's the problem, Many.
I do have a counter argument to that, though. When this was first proposed, there was... There was a group of flat earthers who actually spent... It's around $20,000 for...
Yeah, but we're not talking about flat earthers, Many. That's the issue. We're not talking about flat earth. We're talking about how... And I said the question, right? I prefaced the question, at any time in history, have we understood to know that the earth is spinning on its axis? And then by any device, apparatus, and if you got any way that you could tell me by primary source, citation, and then
I have no way.
I don't want to hear about
primary source. I have no way by primary source.
That's being honest, Many. That's the only thing that I asked for in this conversation.
Give me 1 second, please. Keep talking. I'm listening, but I just want to reply.
Yeah, I don't like when people actually go into things that they have no knowledge on and they're taking someone else's word for it. However, if it follows up by demonstration and you're like, this guy said that this is the way to do it, and then we can all verify that, that's great. But if it's something that they've just conjured up and then made a story about it, I don't think that's useful. And then being honest is a good way to go about it. So if you don't know, just say you don't know. It saves us a lot of time and a lot of effort of us like digging into like this half-hearted attempt. So Many, we can go through it again, or we can
sorry, I'm
keep
back
digging
now.
in. What do you think?
Go through what specifically?
The information that you just told me about the laser gyroscope.
We should be forward.
Please, one other thing too. Please be focused on our information or our discussion. If you're not engaged and you're off doing something else, like playing games or something, then you're not focused on what we're saying here. You're going to be distracted. You're not going to follow through. So, if you don't mind, it won't take long. Trust me. It won't take long. Trust me.
Right now.
Okay, so the information is not available to you to tell me how easily it should be, right? Because we're going through the tenets that prop up the globe. The first one is Earth curvature. The second one is axial rotation, the Earth spinning on its axis. And so I'm not hearing anything that I'm being able to verify the Earth spinning on its axis. Now, I'll just turn to Eri. Eri, do you want to say anything and follow suit with Many, or do you say that you don't know?
I'm unsure myself.
Okay. The term I don't know is a concession. It's a great intellectual, honest position. Many, are you going to tell me that you do know and try to half-heartedly attempt to do it again with the laser gyroscope?
Well, obviously, I haven't used the laser gyroscope.
Okay.
So therefore, it contradicts one of the conditions for this. So let's move forward.
When you feel the subject is hashed out sufficiently, I'd like to add something in on this.
Shoot.
Miggy.
Yeah. On this point or the whole.
Just this point on the laser gyroscope.
Go on. I just wanted to.
Okay.
Many.
Would we say that the laser gyroscope is an optical device?
It uses lasers, so I'd suppose so. Yeah.
So it's an optical device.
Yeah.
Okay, so it can't measure anything mechanical.
I'm not actually. I'm not 100% sure about that, which is why I said I don't know.
Well, that's good. The concession is great, and so we can now move forward with Eri and Many. Also realizing the second point wasn't validated. Third point, it's the final one. And it's interesting because Jedi actually took you to this when he was speaking of the vacuum of space being a medium that we could travel to, or that it's something that actually exists, as they say, the vacuum of space, right? So if that is true, then we could have gas pressure without a container. Now, anytime that we have gas pressure, what do we have? The necessary antecedent, which is a container. Would you guys agree with that? Anytime we have gas pressure. Or can you demonstrate anytime to have gas pressure without a container? Now, a container can mean like a cup, or it can mean a closed container. It doesn't matter. A container is a container.
No, I don't have sufficient knowledge to explain it.
Okay, how about Eri?
Yeah, I don't either.
Gas pressure. Okay, so there's no way to rebut that, and the fact that the globe Earth is demonstrating to us an open system where matter and energy can transfer into and out of the system. Right? Rockets can leave, and rovers on Mars, and there's a bunch of story they tell us about it. But Just getting back to that, where you understand that gas, the necessary antecedent for that would gas pressure, is a necessary antecedent for that is a container. Then you would have to have a contained system that couldn't be a vacuum. So now just ending that, right? Just going to go ahead and close it down for you guys, that the Earth being a globe spinning in the vacuum of space is just a belief that you guys have, and it's not supported by any empirical evidence that you can test, repeat, and then falsify. It isn't. It's just a belief that you guys have, and it always will be. Because if it were true, then it would stand to reason that all these points that I just told you would be self-evident. You wouldn't need somebody to tell you that it is. It would just be. So this is the issue right now, is that you've been following this magical lore of a story that has been told to you ever since you were young. We all passed through this phase, and then we've gotten to a place where we now understand critically that it cannot be what they told us it is. And so now we are here in this server talking to each other about what is real and what is not. And that is not real. It's all made up stories that you guys carry as if it's real. And you kind of like, the only thing you know how to do is to preach it like it's real. But when asked these specific questions, there's no way to determine whether it's real or not.
Yeah.
And that's why nobody can answer these questions. Thank you. That's all.
All right, Cubicle can ask a question. Cubile.
Yeah, I got a quick question right here. So I've seen a lot of videos you guys have sent in text chat where you like zoom in on a boat and then zoom out again. And I'm wondering if you have any videos, where the camera stays on the boat until it completely disappears.
Well, there's a limit to what you can zoom in on. Like eventually everything disappears into the distance.
Oh yeah, but I mean if it disappears bottom up, if you know what I mean. But you see the bottom disappear first,
Well, the bottom disappearing, if something's like, let's say 10 miles out, you wouldn't be able to bring it back into view at all. Because there would be water over the top of the boat.
Oh yeah, that's what I mean. Isn't that because of curvature?
Yeah.
Yeah. What?
Or is it an optical phenomenon? And see, the thing is, if you're going to declare that is the physical curvature of the Earth, then it should be where the mathematics dictates. Were you around for the conversation earlier where we were talking about oil rigs? Did you see the image posted in the live stream about the oil rigs? Yeah. Did you notice within that image? Did you notice within the image there was a boat between the two oil rigs?
Yes, I did see that.
Yeah. So for that 1 foot observation, where the geometric horizon should be 1.25 miles away, you shouldn't see that boat. Right?
May I get a video, by the way, on that?
Yeah, I'm sure somebody can provide it for you. Can somebody drop in the live stream, the BLS, and whatever numbers he's got, the video if possible, please? If not, I'll go find it for him.
Yeah, there's also Ziggy Spaz. I don't know if we want to see if he's available to, while these gents are in here as well.
Pardon?
Ziggy Spaz, are you there?
I don't
Yo, Ziggy.
I don't think Ziggy Spaz is over here.
I am. I was on mute. I'm also eating food right now, but I'm listening.
Enjoy your meal, bro.
Thank you to Spake. I think Spake, did you bring him in here? Spake?
Yeah, Ziggy, what's your standpoint?
Oh, I'm a glober.
Yeah, okay. So as you've been hearing the conversation that we're
one thing I was gonna say is
go ahead.
So I'm willing to learn and obviously respect everybody's opinions and everything, and obviously open up dialogue and stuff like that. Can you explain tides to me in the flat Earth model? Like, how does water move?
Here's the thing. Ziggy,
short answer to that, my friend. Sorry, Mickey. Oh, sorry, you're carrying on. Go on, mate, carry on.
Yeah, no, you said
I was just going to say no.
None of us can, but like, here's the thing. The questions that you have right now are all geared towards hearing some answers, but right now you don't know if the Earth is a globe.
I do. I've seen pictures of it.
Okay. I mean, you've seen pictures of it, but do you think that's a great way to present evidence? So if I showed you a picture of King Kong climbing a tall building, you're going to be like, King Kong.
Another thing that I actually have done, I've been to the equator and I've balanced an egg on a nail.
Bruh.
Wait.
So that's pretty much proof for me.
Wait. I don't see the correlation. I'm sorry.
That's science. That's just scientific
I didn't
proof.
expect that.
Manny, he's talking about gyroscopic movement, spinning circular. You can balance things like that.
But you can balance things like that anywhere in the world.
That's not true. You can't.
That's true. It's 100% true.
Do it right now.
Okay.
Not true.
In the mountains, and they leave rock stacks
If
to
you
balance.
can do it anywhere, please send me a picture or a video of you balancing an egg on a nail.
Go on YouTube and go look up balancing.
And
there's videos of people balancing crazy shit.
You can only do it on the equator.
You can't only do it on the equator. That's insane.
Balancing an egg on a nail on the equator.
Sorry, guys. Sorry, dude. Have you ever seen the images of rocks balancing on each other?
Rock stacking, a Buddhist practice.
Yeah. Sorry.
No, an egg has liquid inside.
2 seconds, mate. 2 seconds. 2 seconds, mate. You've just made a claim that we can only balance on the equator. You know the Olympic Games.
I said an egg. I didn't say anything. I said an egg.
Oh, you didn't do that. Picks. Pixar didn't happen.
Pixar didn't.
Dude, why am I?
You can search up on YouTube. You can search on YouTube. Actually, there's many videos I just looked up of people balancing eggs.
It seems like you guys are probing me.
If you make a claim, you have to provide evidence.
I can't post a video or a link.
You can just in bed. You can go ahead and post it.
It'll get deleted. I don't have the ability to post it.
You do have the ability to send DMs though. I can post it for you.
The egg is installed.
Yeah, just look, dude. Simply look it up on YouTube. Balancing an egg on the equator.
Yeah, just look it up. There's many videos on it.
No,
do you want me to find a video that suits it?
So, dude. What are you proving with this? That the Earth is a ball spinning in a vacuum of space?
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Awesome.
So let's read this blurb. Let's read this blurb from National Geographic. Let's read this really quick.
By the way,
during the spring and fall equinoxes, the sun appears directly overhead at the equator, and the length of night and day are nearly equal worldwide. Some people believe that the gravitational pull of the sun on these days can help keep an egg standing on its end. This idea is unproven but fun to test.
Whoopsie!
Ouch!
Ouch!
That's gotta sting.
Well, that's that.
So the egg balancing at the equator proves the Earth's a globe. Everybody, let's go home, guys.
Ziggy, get him, my boy. Ziggy, get him.
I'll tell you what. Let's do it like this. What is the equator, my friend? What is it?
It's the center of the hemisphere.
Center of the hemisphere. And how was that measured? How did we get the equator?
Longitudes and latitudes.
How do we get longitudes and latitudes? Specifically, latitudes.
The North and South
How do we get them?
From magnetic poles.
Exactly.
Also,
we got...
Dude, thanks. Sorry, 2 seconds. You will understand that we got the latitude lines from declination angles from Polaris. Do you know that?
I didn't.
Okay, so do you know what an angle is? Do you know what an angle is?
I do.
Awesome. So, would you be able to measure an angle if one of those lines was curved?
Absolutely.
Absolutely. So, if I've got 2 lines and I put a protractor on it and one of those lines is curved, can I measure 90 degrees? It is.
Mm-hmm. With a tangent, you can.
Oh, hold on. I haven't done a tangent yet. And even if you want to give me a tangent, I want to know my altitude above the surface of the Earth so I can deduct it. Dude, I haven't finished. Dude.
Zig, you got to finish, man.
God, let me finish. If you want to use a tangent line, you're going to want to know your altitude above the surface so you can take it down to 0. So you have a straight line from your position on the surface to the 90-degree angle underneath Polaris. So to measure declination angles, you require the surface of the Earth to be level to come up with latitude lines in the first place. Then you can bastardize and round the ball if you want to. But initially, that angles to Polaris which require the Earth to be level.
Are you done?
So not that then. Yeah, so not that then.
Ziggy, how would you measure curvature of the Earth?
Eggs balancing, huh?
That's an interesting question. What I would try to do is I would probably, like, if I were trying to do it, I feel like it would involve some sort of laser. Like, if I had an infinite laser that you'd be able to see.
Would it need to be infinite? It would just need to stretch a few miles, right?
No, it'd need to stretch. So let's say the observers in China.
No. Look, the Earth that we're presented is a sphere, right? The Earth we are presented is a sphere with concrete numbers given to us, which means just in 10 miles, that's 66 foot of curvature. In 100 miles, that's 6,667 foot of curvature. Why would you need an infinite laser? You only need to measure a small portion.
That's fine. Well, I was thinking more of if you go straight, like if the laser was where I am in the United States, and I pointed it to somebody that's in China. Let's say you're in China.
It would never reach it. It would
obliterate. You'd be able to see it.
There's annihilation. You cannot do that. You only need a short distance to measure from. Why are you looking for a long distance?
Because
why?
I bet that you wouldn't be able to see it.
So you wouldn't be able to see the curvature over what the curvature should measure.
No, I'm not talking about what's measured and what's not. I'm talking about if you can't see that laser, then clearly the Earth must be curved.
That's bonkers. I'm asking about like a 10-mile observation.
I'm not talking about a 10-mile observation.
I'm only talking about a 10-mile observation. Would you discount a 10-mile observation?
Yeah, because it's not nearly as large. Like you wouldn't be able to see. You wouldn't be able to measure the curvature at 10 miles.
Is the image of the Earth you're given a sphere 24,901 miles in circumference?
Is that true?
Yes, that's the information we're given.
Can you send me a link?
Go look it up on NASA,
bro. You're
Dude,
defending.
will you agree that they? Sorry,
big it is?
Dude, you must agree that they give us the dimensions of the Earth. Whether you know them on the top of your head or not, they tell us how big the Earth is, don't they?
Totally, they do.
Thank you. There you go, meme. Carry on.
All right. So you only need a few miles to measure.
I think you need more than a few miles.
2 seconds ago, you didn't know how big the whole. You didn't know how big the Earth was.
Have you done the calculation?
Yes, we have. That's why we're telling you the numbers.
I see the calculation being done. I'd like to see the math.
It's in the chat right now.
In the chat right there.
I'm gonna look at it right now.
Live stream voice text.
Off the brakes, dude.
Still, what's the
and what's the source of this? Where is this being?
It's the model of the Earth that you believe in. What do you mean? What's the source? It's like asking, what's the source for how tall you are?
Cos theta, R minus R cosine theta is legit. That's a legit formula equation. Just gonna add that in.
Yes, it is legit.
Scale, like that's not 3,000. 3,000 miles in a line.
Maybe you need to learn geometry.
That'd be way more, dude. The width of the. Let me finish. I let you guys.
Ziggy, if you have small ball, you can measure it. Now you have big ball with the numbers. Put that the same numbers in geometry, and you will get the numbers. That's it. Nothing special. It's not.
If you look at the line, the radius.
Buddy, 2 seconds ago, you didn't even know what the radius was. So you don't try to become insta expert all of a sudden.
He's not wrong.
No, he's wrong.
I'm not wrong.
I'm not talking about you. I don't know if you're wrong or right. This is just,
you're very wrong, Ziggy.
I'm just here for the vibes now. I'm not gonna lie. So
I think you guys are wrong.
I used to play vibraphone a long time ago, like 30 years ago. I played the vibes.
Okay, buddy.
Okay, buddy.
If you're on a sphere, the surface of any part of the sphere is going to measure identical with any other surface part of the sphere.
I think
because it's congruous.
Dude, that's not the rate. Dude, you're looking at.
Spherical.
By the way, this radius that you guys are looking at in this chat.
You didn't even know what it was.
It's not the radius of the globe. You have to go to the center of the Earth.
We just asked you what the radius was.
It is the center of the Earth, dude.
No, but you're looking at a two-dimensional image. You're looking at
if it was a image.
Are you going to let me finish or not?
No, you're just wrong.
Tell me when I can finish. Tell me when I can finish. Can I go?
How is this not from the center of the circle?
Dude, that's a 2D projection. Have you taken like
straight? The radius is a straight line from the center of a circle.
You're looking at a 2D projection of the radius, not that's the radius of a circle, bro.
Are you being intentionally obtuse? Are you being intentionally obtuse? Why are you being intentionally obtuse about this?
I'm not.
Yes, you are. There's no way you're not being intentional about this. I can't believe someone can be that stupid. I cannot believe a person can be this stupid to not understand what they're looking at.
He's actually
I just can't.
intentionally acute.
I simply cannot believe it. It's not possible. You understand that the radius is measured from the center of a circle being the bisection of a sphere.
If you took a light and put it up the top of the globe, you'd have a circle as a shadow, right?
What?
Stop talking with your mouth full, man. Eat your damn food and then talk. Like, it sounds like you got marbles in your mouth, bro.
Sasquatch.
Keep him muted until he says, "Okay, I'm done eating."
Damn food, and then start talking. How about that? Let's have some manners. And then with your snarky, condescending thumbing of the nose up. Whoa, you guys don't even know.
You know, you guys know. Oh, he's that guy from Mickey Mouse, the one with the big feet. Goofy.
All right.
Does he not?
It was at this moment that he knew. He fucked up.
Okay, sorry, Chris.
Let's just chill. No, you're fine, buddy. You're fine. Let's just chill. Let's give him a moment to think, but let's not attack him whilst he can't defend himself.
Yeah, I agree.
He's muted. I didn't mute him.
But he was correct.
What if we want to attack him?
No,
I kind of want to.
No, but I like him.
Makes no sense on the globe Earth.
What?
Oh yeah. No, but I like him.
Look at some sniper. I would have a look at some sniper shots that have been accomplished that would never have happened on a globe Earth.
Sorry.
Ooh, that's trash.
Right.
That's right.
Chris, I think your internet's bugging out, bro.
Yeah, bro. You can say.
Yeah, somebody's internet has gone schizophrenic.
Just try and keep
it's Chris.
Shut it down, guys. Because when fight.
Oh God.
Okay. Let's have one person talk to Ziggy. Chris, you want to take it?
Real quick, though, before you do that, meme.
Yeah.
Can we just get a consensus from the other two guys about this radius thing? Are they agreeing or disagreeing with what Ziggy's saying?
I don't know what he's saying, to be honest.
Bro, I'm unable to make sense of what you're saying. Like,
that's fair.
Okay, so he's talking about the radius in this little chart that was posted.
Can I address something?
No.
Let me repost it.
I'm joking. Yes, you can.
He was correct about radius. You need to go to the center of the air. Yeah, that's correct. But who did that in the first place?
That's what I asked him.
What are you on about, astroscientist? I just said I don't know what he's saying. I didn't say I disagree or agree. What is bro?
No, he was just saying that. He wasn't saying that to you. Just saying that in general. Okay. A lot of the times they don't agree.
All right.
He's saying something different than what the model.
He already posted. He posted in the chat. The radius is from the core in big letters of the Earth.
That's what it shows right there.
Why don't we just ask him how many miles that is?
I'd like to know.
You could just get the diameter in half, you know.
That's
but
remember when we asked him though?
To the center.
Remember though?
He said the radius you're looking at is of a 2D circle. Oh my god!
But see, that's funny.
You can walk across the Earth from one side to the other, and then you get it. It's easy.
Then you get the circumference.
Or you can rearrange an equation for the circumference.
Remember when we asked him what is the diameter? He was like, I don't know. Now he's saying this is all wrong.
Ziggy, what is the radius? Tell us what the radius is. Go look it up. We're going to give you 5 minutes. Go look it up.
It's plus or minus the square.
Well, I'd have to find the core first.
Is dy over dx?
He's got the soundboard, man.
So you immediately don't believe NASA then?
Like,
What NASA? I mean, in which class they are starting to learn that?
No, I just don't think the radius of the Earth is from the moon.
Okay. Would you agree that the circumference? Would you agree that the circumference of the equator is 24,000? Would you agree? No. Would you agree that the circumference of the Earth at the equator, where you claim to have been, is 24,901 miles?
I'm gonna go look it up. I'll see. If that's what the scientists are telling me, then yes, I do believe that.
That wouldn't be a scientific question.
Then you agree with the radius. Then you agree with the radius. Then you agree with the radius.
Ziggy, can I add you, bro? You're so funny. Oh my days.
Yeah, let me add you too, bro.
Right. New guys, just chill out a little bit. When 5 people are talking, it's kind of hard to hear me take this guy apart. So, no, you're fine, buddy. I appreciate your enthusiasm. That's all.
One thing I do want to say outside of the conversation is I would love to be able to finish my points, and I'll let you guys finish yours and have respectful dialogue. I don't want to be trolled. If I'm trolled and everybody's laughing at me while I'm muted, that's not cool.
That's fine, and I've addressed that. What you must also understand is we have new people in the server as well that might not be aware of how we like to conduct things. So I've just managed to sort that out for you, buddy. All right.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And by the way, I already love the server, so I'm willing to be a guy of dialogue.
Did you jump in the conversation in midway through Minnie and Ari while I was talking to them?
Mm-hmm. I didn't make any points, so join in.
I meant did he hear any of it? That's what I'm asking.
I heard
of what we were speaking about. Me, Manny, and
what did you
Chris
jump in on? I don't even know when you came in.
I think the conversation just kind of died. The conversation just died out, and I believe it was Chris or someone else that mentioned we can move on to Zig's point, from what I remember.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, it doesn't matter. I think that we're gonna take it from where he was leaving it at with the radius that was actually needed from, and he started talking about from what I'm hearing, that you actually have to go to the Earth and not a depiction, like an image. Is that right, Ziggy? Is that what you're saying? You got to go actually and look at the Earth as it is, and then not use an image, because that's what I was getting. What is anybody else getting?
No, what I was getting at is that image that you're looking at is just 2 dimensions. You're not looking at if we were to go in a blender and make a 3D model of a globe, right? Yeah. Not even thinking it, just basic geometry, a 3D model. The radius of that globe would have to be from the center of the XYZ dimension. Right, so
but you don't think the equation that's
the origin
would be relevant?
What I'm looking at is sorry to interrupt. What I'm looking at in that picture in the chat is a 2D picture, and we're just drawing a line from the center of that circle to the edge of the circle, which would be part of the circumference and wouldn't be part of the radius.
What?
The radius needs to be from the core of that.
What the hell did you just say,
Bro, in Blender, in order to get the coordinates, you have to have a 3D side view of it, or a 2D side view of it.
Yeah, at a side view, you always see it as a circle.
Projection. Correct.
So you agree with us that we can just pull from the center of a circle?
No, I don't. That's not a radius.
Jesus Christ.
The hell, dude.
Sorry, the radius is from the center to the edge of the circle, right? Radius, diameter's double the radius, and circumference is all the way around. Would you agree on that?
I do agree.
Awesome. Okay. Would you also agree that they give us a set dimensions of the Earth? Its radius, diameter, and circumference?
Yes.
Awesome stuff. Would you agree that we can use math to figure out a little bit about our reality? For example, if I was standing on that curved surface and I knew my altitude, it would just be a mathematical calculation to figure out where the curvature would begin, so I couldn't see objects beyond it. Would you agree?
Yeah.
Awesome.
Yes, I do agree.
What can you... Awesome. So being as we are given the size of the Earth, we can use the math to figure out about the environment. The calculation for the Earth is 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. That means for a 1 foot observer, the geometric curve of the Earth is 1.225 miles away. Do you understand that?
I got a little lost in the numbers there. Can you?
No worries. Yeah. I understand that they're a little bit complicated.
Can you simplify the number to or like somebody write it in the chat? Sorry, it's hard for me to visualize the number.
He's got an image to go along with it. What
That's why it was all posted. You're just focusing on the picture behind the numbers. So if you just remove the picture, all the numbers are still there.
That's the same math.
I'm also looking at Wikipedia, and the Earth radius is not the number that.
What does it say? What does it say?
Screenshot.
6,000 kilometers.
I'm not allowed to take a screenshot in the chat.
Okay, but you can use your mouth and say what the number is.
Yeah, just say what the number is.
Wait, what was the number you said?
What does it read? What do you just read it off?
Just read what you have. Read what you have.
Huh?
4,000 miles. So 3,900. Jesus.
Awkward silence, man. Holy shit.
So Wikipedia agrees with us. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Awesome.
How is it?
He was arguing for us. He's arguing hard for us.
Well, he said it's different, but it's not different.
All right.
No, I just said I didn't know what it was.
Spaz.
Oh, well.
Spaz. Let's go back to where we were. Can somebody post the image of the black swan for me in the live stream, please? Spaz, being as we are given the dimensions of the Earth...
It's either Ziggy or Ziggy Spaz.
No worries, Ziggy Spaz. So, Ziggy Spaz. Being as we're given the dimensions of the Earth, we can use math, can't we, to figure out where the geometric horizon should be. The obstruction for boats, yeah?
I agree.
Yes.
Awesome. That calculation, I'll do it slowly, is 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Now, the observer, we want to know how high above the surface of the Earth this guy is making the observation, and then we just square it and times it by 1.225. Now, for example, if I was making an observation from 1 foot above the surface of water, that's 1 foot, the square root of 1 is 1, times that by 1.225, you get 1.225. So that means an observer at 1 foot above the surface of the water would observe the geometric horizon at 1.225 miles away. Do you understand that?
That makes sense.
Awesome stuff. Can somebody post a black swan for me, please? My friend, it's already been done. 43 minutes in the live stream voice text. Can you look at the observation of the oil rigs for me, please? Tell me when you're there.
Hold up. Back up. What am I supposed to go do right now?
43 minutes past the hour in live stream voice text. There's an image of 2 oil rigs. Can you let me know when you see that image, please?
Someone reposted them.
It's been reposted.
I see the oil rigs.
Awesome stuff. Now, in relation to the 2 oil rigs, can you tell me where the horizon appears to be? Is it before the oil rigs, between the oil rigs, or past the 2 oil rigs? Where's the horizon, mate?
It's past the 2 oil rigs.
Awesome stuff. Now, this observation is taken from 1 foot above the surface of the Earth. You'll notice the oil rigs have got distance markers to them, haven't they? We know how far the oil rigs are away from the observation point, yeah?
Yeah, it says the right one is closer than the left. Yeah, the right one is closer than the left one.
Yeah, awesome stuff. So the horizon is past it. Yeah.
You're breaking
so
up.
The one on the left
I don't know
is
if it's my Wi-Fi or yours.
9 plus.
It's his Wi-Fi.
Miles away. Yes.
A little bit.
Repeat it one more time.
Somebody else take it from me, then, please. Somebody else.
I love creation, Bez.
All right.
Found bud.
Can you hear me any better now?
Yeah,
I can.
Yes. Try again.
I can.
Awesome stuff. So the second oil rig, the one on the left, is at 9.6 miles away. Yeah.
Yeah, 9.4.
Yeah, sorry, 9.4. Could we safely say the horizon appears to be no less than 10 miles away? It could be further, but let's say it's 10 miles away, yeah? Could you agree to that?
From this picture, like, I'm not sure, to be honest with you. It's like...
Okay.
Because you could, like, I wouldn't be able to agree on that.
If the platform is 9.41 miles away and the horizon is behind it,
then it has to be greater than or equal to 10. I can agree on that.
Okay, so it's 10. Let's say it's 10 miles away.
It'd have to be 10 or more.
Beautiful. Go ahead.
Yeah, great.
Jedi.
Do you remember the calculation I gave you just a moment ago for the 1 foot observer and the geometric horizon being 1.25 miles away?
Yes.
You remember? Yeah, awesome. So if we were to believe the mathematics of the ball, the horizon would be at 1.225 miles away. But it's beyond the second eye rig at 9.4 miles away, maybe further. You understand that we're not seeing the physical curve of the Earth where it should be, right?
I would have to agree that in this view right now, for sure, I don't see any curve.
Awesome. This is an image taken from a video. We can provide you with the video as well, so you can be assured that it's 1 foot above the surface of the water and you can watch the gentleman zoom in. Not a problem. What we can also do is provide you with other images from the same location, the same oil rigs, where the horizon appears in front of the oil rigs. On another day, it will be between the two oil rigs, and on another day, it will be past the oil rigs, demonstrating that the horizon is an optical phenomena depending on the atmospheric conditions of the day and the technology that you use, as in it is not the physical curvature of the Earth where mathematics dictates. This is a direct observation measurement of the surface of the Earth, which is directly measuring the Earth to be level, as in we're not measuring any curvature here, my friend, where it should be. Do you understand that, yeah?
I can understand. What I do want to say is it doesn't seem like this is a large enough scale to even observe it. Like, I feel like you'd have to go a little bit further up than 1 foot.
What happens when you scale a sphere?
It seems as though that the curve is more flat than it normally is.
Oh, okay, but it retains the identical dimensions, right? It stays a sphere, whether it's measured over 1 mile or 100 miles.
No, I'm talking about your altitude. Your altitude would have to be higher to be able to observe that it goes down. Is that wrong?
Ziggy,
yeah. Well, look at the graph that I posted here. It's all based off of
I'm looking
how
at this
high off the ground you are.
H0, H1.
Yeah. Well, that's basically what you're saying. How high off the ground you are will dictate how far the horizon is. We kept referring this 1.22 number. If you look at D1, I've highlighted that 1.22, the horizon distance. So they're saying at 1 foot off the surface, your H0, eye height 1 foot, the distance to the horizon should be 1.2 miles. So you're saying, well, no, the horizon should actually be farther. Well, actually, no. Based off of the size of the globe that they claim, the horizon should be closer than 10 miles, not farther.
Well, maybe. So, yeah, I think it's definitely starting to make a little sense from the math. But on that, like, the problem is, if you're standing there, there's no way for you to see the curvature regardless, because it's out of your view. Like, it would be 1.5 miles below.
So what do boats go over again?
Water.
Yeah, don't they say boats go over the curvature?
Hello.
No, they just travel in water.
Have you heard the argument that I can't see the boat because the curve of the Earth has got in the way?
I haven't heard that argument.
Okay, that's not a problem. But you understand that if you're standing on a curved surface and you've got a boat that's increasing in distance, eventually it's going to go
get out of view
over that curved surface, and the curved surface is going to get in the way, right?
You're lagging.
Yeah.
Just want to say,
I understood his point. Yeah,
so
guys,
you wouldn't be
curved surface would get in the way, wouldn't it?
I'm imagining like a huge cruise ship on this graph that I'm looking at, and if you just keep the cruise ship, like, take your finger and put it on the screen, starting at the horizon. Put your finger there. And if you follow the green curve and imagine your fingers I'm sorry for this analogy, this is just making sense to me. If you imagine your finger as the huge cruise ship, it goes below your sight line, so it has to go out of view. Eventually, yes.
Right, but what you said earlier is when you're standing at the beach, you don't see curvature. Now you're saying, well, we see the boat go over curvature. So, which is
like if you were to sit there and watch like you're sitting on the beach and you're watching a cruise ship go away, eventually you're gonna not see it anymore.
Why is it going away?
Because it's going over the curve.
There you go.
Where's this curve?
What curve? You just said there wasn't one.
Where is it? Can you show me?
You can't see it,
guys.
So you can't see it, you can't measure it, you can't produce it, but it's there.
My point is, if there was no curve, then we'd be able to take binoculars or a telescope and be. Yeah, let me finish.
You said it earlier.
You already said you cannot see the curve. What do you see?
No, but Ziggy, you said this earlier that if it was flat, you'd be able to see to China. Cool? That's wrong. No, because you said it earlier already.
Your whole point is wrong. Like everything about it's wrong.
How? What? Can you pinpoint which one's wrong?
Well, you just said you can't see the curve for one, and now you're trying to. Sorry, I'll be quiet.
Go ahead. No, you go. You can.
So first you say that you can't see the curve, but now you're trying to bring up some point of if it's flat and if you use your binoculars. Go on with that. What were you going to say? If it's flat and you use your binoculars, what will you see?
You'd be able to see to China. He said it earlier. That's
really. What about all the air particulates that's being that's dispersing all the light because it absorbs some of the light? Air particulates absorb the light.
Omitting air particulates and any sort of air pollution, light pollution, whatever kind of pollution. In theory, if the Earth was flat, I'd be able to watch that Carnival ship forever.
Shine a light in his smoky room and see what happens. See if you can see to China.
Hold on, y'all. So not anywhere in reality can we test what you're saying.
Take a laser.
Okay, will do. Not a problem. Have done. So, using lasers, measurements over distances of water up to 20 miles, we demonstrate that we hit the target. If the Earth's surface was curved, we wouldn't hit the target. The laser would go above the target. Now, this is also military applicable technology. Do you know what a laser targeting device is? Of course you do. You just brought it up. They use this technology up to and including 100 miles. Now, this technology would only be applicable at 100 miles if the surface of the Earth was flat. If the surface of the Earth was curved, you wouldn't be able to use this technology to aim at targets at sea level. They do. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Their programs take into account everything.
No, they don't.
I just also think like 20 miles is not enough.
That he's talking about, the Sparrow missiles that he's talking about, in its notes, it indicates that it uses a straight line of sight laser. It doesn't take anything into account. How do you target something with a laser if it can't be seen?
If it's high up enough, if you go to the infinite horizon, like if you start at the graph right on, am I going to be able to change a pointer now? Can I go or no?
Knock yourself out.
All right, great. So let's say the missile was deployed in the air, right? If you start at the horizon, you bring your finger up to the air. You then have a straight line of sight to H1 for sure. You're assuming that the missile is being fired on the surface of the Earth, which isn't true.
Dude. No, dude. So we're talking about the targeting system that is on the boat. That targeting system's not on the laser, on the rocket. It's on the boat. So
but it's a self-guided rocket.
Dude, you're just talking about one. So I'm going to give you the 3 pieces of technology that require a direct line of sight. The first one's the infrared camera, where somebody observes the target at a distance of 100 miles away. They then get clarification by using a radar, which again requires a direct line of sight. And that's 2 traversals over the surface of the Earth, one out, ping, and then backwards again. We then use 2 different types of lasers, one blue, one red, at the opposite ends of the spectrum, again requiring a direct line of sight. So we see it, we have radar confirmation, and then we targeting. All three of those pieces of technology require a direct line of sight, and they're on the boat, they're not on the rocket.
And?
Welcome to Flat Earth. These technologies, hold on. These technologies would only be applicable if the surface of the Earth was flat. They would not be applicable if the surface of the Earth was curved, because the fucking curve of the Earth would get in the way, rendering all of this technology useless.
If you want to go by the globe model and what we're taught and the curvature of the Earth, how the hell do these snipers make kill shots that defy the fucking curvature of the Earth? The bullets aren't heat seekers. They can clearly see the target. They clearly adjust for that, but they would not be able to see the target if it was a curved Earth. It's physically impossible. Now, if you go and have a look at some of the kill shots that are being achieved by certain snipers over certain distances, absolutely physically impossible on a curvature model. Just wanted to say that.
No, you're spot on. So we can have distances of 1, 2 to 100 miles of direct line of sight technology. Requires the Earth to be level. If it was curved, the technology would be not applicable. The militaries of the world, specifically the Navy, wouldn't be using this shit. It wouldn't work. But
why don't we show them the infrared shot at 255 miles?
I'd love to see that. One thing I do also want to say is I feel like the math is somewhat skewed. I feel like we should get a mathematician in here to verify these numbers, because, and let me finish, because I feel like we're dealing with really small numbers and you guys don't realize how big the Earth really is.
We asked you 39 minutes ago, you did not know. You cannot say that.
Absolutely. The numbers we were given are 24,901 miles. I realize how big of a number that is. Believe me, I do.
Bro, I'm sorry, but we asked you earlier, what is the diameter of the Earth? And you did not know. So you can't now turn around and say, well, you guys don't realize that we're the one educating you how big it's supposed to be. Goofballs, you can't turn around and
bro's
say,
calling for a mathematician. Is there a mathematician in the house?
I'm sitting here in my perspective, and the Earth is huge. Quantifying it with a number doesn't.
We've given you all the maths, the calculators, and everything you need to understand the numbers here. So you don't need a mathematician. You don't need some daddy to hold your hand.
You're saying quantifying it with a number shouldn't be sufficient. Dude, who do you think came up with these numbers? Do you think a flat earther came up with these numbers? Ziggy?
No.
Okay, then. The information that we're giving you is what they're telling you. So you're disagreeing with that. You're not disagreeing.
No,
with
I'm not. I'm not disagreeing with that. It's
okay. So you think it is?
The number said that the Earth radius was not what you said it was.
So what is it then? What is it then? If it's not that, then what is it? Because now, just like every other globe,
I believe it's a round globe. That's literally the only difference.
What? But then there has to be some math to the geometric shape that you're talking about. Is there some math to the geometric shape that you are referring to? Because now it's a cosmology according to Ziggy. Is it not?
No, it's according to most people in the world.
No, it's according to Ziggy. Because Ziggy just all of a sudden seen the truth and he's like, well, it can't be that then. It's got to be something else. Let me make some shit up. Guess what? It's not that. It's something else. Well, what is it, Ziggy? Are you going to give us some new math to a new Earth? Because you just pontificated on the instance right now that it's something else? No, you didn't. You just realized you didn't have an answer. So now you're calling out, is there a mathematician in the house? Because you can't figure shit out. And it's not our problem. That is your problem. And you are coming up with a new cosmology, Ziggy, because you think that's going to help you out. And it's not going to. You have to stick with the mainstream rhetoric, which is what they're saying. The Earth is this big. And you can't deviate from that. And we're showing you because of what the rhetoric is saying, you can't come up with your own cosmology, man. You just can't do that. You can't make up your own Earth and then say to everybody, well, you see, they were wrong and I am right. Can't do that. Got to go with what they're saying. And either you're going to leave that and say, I don't know what it is, or you're going to stick with that and die on that hill. But you can't make up your own cosmology.
I'm not going to die on the hill. I'll stick with
I know that because that's why you're making up your own cosmology. See, this is the psychological implications of somebody realizing in a chat that they are wrong. Your mind is still thinking like, oh, it's got to be a globe somehow. Maybe I need a mathematician. Maybe I need to figure something out. And so you are desperately right now trying to grasp at straws to keep the dream alive. And it's not going to stay alive here. So just for your understanding, you can't make something up in this live stream and then apparently point to some imaginary idea you have and then have us go on a wild goose chase as to what you're talking about. It's not going to happen. If you don't stick with mainstream rhetoric, then you got nothing, Ziggy. Absolutely squat.
I have a couple of questions. I agree with everything you said. Hold on.
Can I ask him a question?
Sure.
Ziggy, only one question. Okay, you passed all these things. You saw now the math, everything you're right. How you will call now that measurement from 0 mile to the 10 mile?
You're saying in altitude?
No, I'm saying that what you saw, that what people presented to you. They told you that there should to be geometrical horizon 1.2 miles, but it's on 10 miles. But
I can't explain it. No,
but I'm asking now this question: how you will call this measurement from that beach to that 10 miles?
An observation.
Yeah, what is that measurement showing? That 10 miles.
Don't know.
You don't know. Can I answer for you? What is showing for me? It's showing for me that these 10 miles are flat.
I see what you're saying.
Because that's sea level, and sea level is no 0 point, and everything is straight till that 10 miles, let's say. And I call that flat because it's obviously it's flat.
Okay, I can get with that. It definitely observes as though it were flat. Yes.
So that's where we start with.
Sure.
That's where we start with, Ziggy. We start with what we can understand from our base axiom. So what is self-evident to us? And it's self-evident that the Earth is not curving anywhere. And by way of measurement, because the oil rigs are used as demarcation lines. So we know the distance between the observer and the oil rig. And its distance is known because as it's represented on the image, it's telling you how far away they are. So if the horizon that you already know in that image is farther, then we know that the horizon from where the observer's seeing it at is not predicted as the globe said it is. Therefore, the Earth is not curving like they're telling you. So you can't go into another example and say, well, that's wrong. Maybe that day was not a day to do that test. And
I already agreed with you there. I'm on to another question at this point.
Well, how can you then curve the Earth in a way that's going to make it a ball again? You can't do it. It's like already proven with the example shown that it's not curving like the rate that they say it is. With the math given, that's already settled that you can't change. You can't change that math. There's no coming back from it. You either accept that's what it is and it's a globe as they say it is, and we're showing you how it's not. And
I understand your point.
Right. So then what else can you say other than, well, then it's not a globe?
Nothing. But now I have questions about the model.
All right.
Can I ask questions? I'm not even going to try and argue that it's round anymore. Now I have questions about the model. Like, you get to the end of the flat Earth, right? What's holding everything together? What's holding the water?
We don't have a model, and we make no claims about a model.
So is there a model? Like, what is the model?
You have you're envisioning something. That's not our model.
Okay, what is the model?
We don't have a model.
We don't have one. There isn't one.
So really the take on flat Earth is you can't see any. It's not like you. I'm trying to like dilute the argument. It's almost like agnosticism. Is it similar to agnosticism where? Let me finish my question, and then I'll let you guys go.
Hold on, Zach. Finish my question. This is important. No, this is important. Okay.
I don't want to lose my train of thought. Let me just ask my question, and then you can go into it.
Where's the end of the universe? Where's the end of the universe?
It's infinite.
It's infinite, and your model is infinite. I don't
My
think
model,
it is.
it's ever expanding. It's infinite.
It's okay, so it's got an edge.
But it's expanding. The edge is expanding.
If something expands, it still has an edge, doesn't it?
Maybe it has an edge. It's just expanding.
Maybe. So if I tell you, so you don't know.
I don't.
Okay, so when I say I don't know, we don't have a model, that should be sufficient for you. Because you're in the same boat.
Now, okay, awesome. Now, can I ask my question?
Go ahead.
Thanks. So it's almost as though it's a similar point to like agnosticism, where you don't know, and that's really the stance. There's no model being provided, and it's just like
skepticism.
Say that again, Bemis. You dipped out a little bit when you said that.
It's called skepticism.
Skepticism. That makes sense. Okay. So why do they provide us with those numbers? I'm curious. Like, why would they make it so that it's round and then we are observing that it's not round? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, why? What's the point of it?
I'm going to tell you why. I'm going to tell you why. It is the modern cultural religion. No other reason. It's the modern cultural religion.
That's what I was going to say. Because people are going to just believe it. Because people are just going to believe it anyway. Notice how we presented the numbers back to you, and even you, for a moment, were like, I don't know if that's true. People will just believe what they're saying to you anyway. So
great, but why would
the
they
numbers
be
and no
like, what's the
one's
point
checking
to lie
but us.
about it?
Who said they're lying? It's the modern cultural religion.
I don't know if they're lying. My point is, you guys are saying you're skeptical about it, which means you think they could be lying, right?
No,
doesn't mean you think they're lying. They could be lying.
What their motives are, and I don't know if they're lying. They all probably believe it, and they'll say anything to affirm their beliefs, which is what humans do.
Which is exactly what you're doing, Ziggy. Do you think you're lying?
No, I'm just perpetuating what we're told.
There you go.
In all the Western world, when parents decided to tell their kids about a hefty man who comes down the chimney and leaves presents, did they tell their children something that was a lie or a story?
A lie.
It was a story.
But it's also a lie.
But a lie has intent behind it, though, doesn't it?
I mean, you're getting into semantics, which...
Okay, well, let's say semantics. Words have meanings. Yes. So is there a difference between a lie and a story?
This is only my opinion.
Sure.
I'm just saying
there is a difference between a lie and a story.
If you think the Earth is a ball, if they want to teach us that the Earth is a ball, then we know that we can't escape that ball. We can just go round in circles, as it were. However, if they taught a flat Earth theory, a flat plains theory, then we would surely want to know what lies beyond that. So a globe model suits them perfectly because they know that we think we can't leave it, and that's good enough for them because we won't question what is beyond the flat plains.
Yeah, they become gatekeepers and key masters of the information, and the only way to get that to go anywhere outside of the natural realm of existence is through them. You'd have to appeal to them or say, can I ride in one of your rockets, or do something that they have the control over. You don't have that control. And so this is the kind of thing they take away from you on this earth. With like what Liquid is saying, he's also talking about an earth that is a closed off. Everything's already been explored and understood to be like everything's got explanations, right? And so really you don't, I mean, it's not like you're lying to somebody when you're repeating this. You're just telling them the story that they told you. And you're like, what's wrong with the story? And we're telling you the flaws in it. And you're just like, well, so what is the big conspiracy here? But as Mimas pointed out, people like hearing stories and we like telling them. So all we're doing is just saying the same story that we've been told.
Yeah, that's exactly right. I wanted to accentuate that point a little bit. Like back when I was Team Globe, I would tell people for their birthday, I would say, congratulations on another trip around the sun. Right. So I wasn't lying to them. I personally wasn't lying, but I just believed the story. So that's should help you understand that there's a difference there. A lot of people likely aren't lying. They just believe the story. They're just going along with this, the narrative. It's not like they're just lying and they, have some secret underground knowledge. I didn't. So it doesn't have to be this crazy conspiracy.
I agree. I'm confused about how, like, I'm just trying to envision the model, right? Like, I know you guys aren't pushing a model. I'm just trying to envision, like, how things work with that flat model, like, for things like gravity. Like, why the sky is blue, like tide.
Yeah, the concepts of everything that you've been given. So I just a little bit of perspective here. The concepts of everything that you've been given have explanations, right? Like tides and such. And so in your mind, you think they operate a specific way. But when you like, it doesn't matter what it is. And I challenge you on anything that you have a theory on. Try to investigate how it was verified. Like try to find the primary source. How did the people like find out it was real or not? And then you're going to discover that none of it is rooted in our known reality. It's all just these ideas that people had and they thought about. So the idea that the moon is actually causing the tides is highly irrelevant to our reality. It doesn't have any bearing on it. Like, how can they prove that? There's no way.
Is the moon flat?
Whoa.
There's claims that people would make, right? But what we can say is that we see the same moon you do, Ziggy. When you look up at the night sky and you ponder what the moon is, we could probably ponder the same things, but there isn't anything that we can say that it actually is. If it's physical, metaphysical, if it's like a rock, if it's not a rock, like we don't know. All we can do is say what we look at and probably make it analogous to something we know here on Earth. But is it attainable? But I don't, stuff like that, these questions that people have, they're just curiosities, right? And from the curiosity, people are led into speculation. From speculation, they're led into tell stories. And from stories, people like to hear stories and then perpetuates the cycle once again. So we try to get away from that. Like, it's like only the things that you can provide as evidence with empirical, falsifiable, testable, repeatable. That's the things we want to actually put our stake in. Everything outside of that is just, hey, we see the moon as like the way you see it. We don't make a claim to it and say it's actually this. That's what they're doing. And they're, telling us these stories about our, our universe. Hopefully that kind of helps you along because we're not seeing anything different that you're not. So it's the same thing. We're seeing the same things on Earth. Does that make sense?
It does, and I definitely am thinking a little more for sure. That being said, like I still believe it's a globe, and like I won't. I guess it's like it's just I take the same stance that you guys do, but I'd rather just believe what everybody else believes, right? I can't personally observe. Yeah, I can't personally observe that it's round, and like from nearby observations, you can. It appears to be flat. Right. But I think if like I were to go, like when commercial space flight becomes available, hopefully, I would love to go up there and like check it out.
Yeah, may I just interject at this moment? We've got the Hubble telescope. Don't worry about going into so-called space. We've got the Hubble telescope. So
you think that's in space?
We can kill this argument by showing us a cruise liner falling up the side of the curvature of the Earth.
Yeah,
that would kill it for me. That would, and I would be completely, that would do it for me. Let's see the Hubble show us a picture of a cruise liner coming up the side of the Earth, or even a photographer who's taking pictures of a skyline with skyscrapers that are curving away from the Earth. We've never seen those.
I just want to go.
We should.
We absolutely. Real quick. Hubble telescope's not in operation anymore. It's the James Webb telescope that is.
Thank you.
Yeah, just
so let's see those images. Let's see those images, and this will put everything to bed. It'll put everything to bed. If we could only see those images, ships going up the curvature of the Earth, buildings, skyscrapers falling away from the curve, with the curvature of the Earth, bending over. Let's see. We never have, because that will never happen, because we don't live. There's no curvature.
Gotcha, bro.
I think the argument should rather be that you guys have that it's not no curvature. It should be, I don't believe the Earth is a globe.
Well, let's put it into brass tacks for you. So there is no direct measurement of the curvature of the Earth. We've just demonstrated that we observe, measure, and practically use the Earth as a level plane. Second of all, there's no direct measurement of the motion of the Earth. We're just told that it moves because the sun moves across the sky. Excuse me. Just a second ago, you brought up the idea of sometime in the future you would love to go to space. You said that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Awesome stuff. I'm really sorry, mate, but the place called space that you think is up there in the sky doesn't exist. As in the vacuum of space. Would you like me to tell you why the vacuum of space doesn't exist?
Sure.
Awesome stuff. Are you breathing at the moment? Gas, not oxygen and nitrogen and so on, like me, yeah?
Yeah. There's an atmosphere that somehow we have.
Yeah, there is an atmosphere that we have. You are correct. You realise that this atmosphere is pressurised, don't you? We've got gas pressure here on Earth, haven't we?
Yes.
Awesome. You also understand that to have gas pressure, that is the force that the gas exerts upon the walls of the container, like a ball or a tyre, for example, yes?
Yeah.
Awesome. You understand that a vacuum is nothing, so there's nothing for the gas to press upon, which means that we would not have gas pressure. Also, the second problem is there's nothing physical to keep the gas here, like the tyre or the ball. And according to the second law of thermodynamics, entropy, the gas will fill the space. So we shouldn't have the atmosphere here on the Earth because there's nothing to physically contain it. For us to have an atmosphere on the Earth and there to be a vacuum outside, we would most definitely need a container. So you can't have space because according to natural law, that shit can't exist, my friend.
It can.
How do you have gas pressure without something physical to press upon?
Other small particles that make up the ozone layer.
Okay, so that's more gas.
Dude, yeah, more gas.
Dude, that's more gas. But you already understand that I've told you that gas pressure is the force that the gas exerts upon the walls of the container, not the force that the gas exerts upon itself. So to have gas pressure, like in your tyre, you need the tyre.
We basically live in a snow globe, is what you're saying?
You could say that if you want. I wouldn't necessarily say that, but I would say that we obviously live within a contained system because we have gas pressure. The very idea that out there is a vacuum would necessitate the gas leaving the Earth and filling the available space.
Yeah, so you're saying that if I go out there, so you're saying that if I go out there, I'll be able to breathe?
No.
There is no
I'm
out
saying
there.
that you will not. I'm saying that you will not be able to go to the vacuum of space because the vacuum of space cannot exist. You cannot have gas pressure without a container, and if there's no container, the gas will fill the space. You know what Jupiter is, right? A giant ball of gas without the football around it in a vacuum. Do you think the gas is stopping the gas dispersing into the vacuum because there's lots of gas?
I don't know.
No. See, that can't exist. To have gas pressure, you need the football to define the volume around the gas for the gas to press upon. No football. You're not going to be able.
We're in a Tupperware container.
Bro.
We are in a contained, limited system. Yeah, because we have gas pressure. The idea that up there in the sky is a vacuum is fundamentally ridiculous and goes against laws of nature, as in that place called the vacuum of space can't exist.
So if I go up to the moon, would I be able to breathe?
I don't know. Don't know what the moon is. Don't know what the moon is. So they tell you that they can go to the moon, which is in the vacuum of space, according to their story. Now, we know that they could not have gone to the moon because out of one side of their mouth, they're saying the Earth is an open system because they can go to the moon. But they're not telling you out the second side of the mouth that, but we're breathing gas pressure and out there's a vacuum and everything that I've just said. I wouldn't be able to tell you what the moon was, what the sun was and what the stars were, because I cannot go there. But ultimately, you said, can I go to the vacuum of space? And I can't wait. I'm sorry, mate, I've got to take it away from you. You can't have gas pressure without a container.
Does every flat earther believe that?
What, that you can't have gas pressure without a container?
No.
Yeah.
It's not a belief. It's not a belief.
We don't know what the moon is, and like we're in a concept of a closed container, or is that your interpretation?
I lack a belief in anything I can't validate. All I know for certain that is a scientific fact, that is a law, it's actually a gas law, is that gas needs a container.
The Earth is a closed system. We cannot leave the Earth.
Yeah, so notice he didn't make any claims about the Earth being a Tupperware container or something about the moon. No, that was all coming from you. He just told you what it isn't.
Okay, what are then all the satellites that Elon Musk is sending up, and we can observe them from our ground? What are they going around?
Do you know what do you know what a Satelloon is? Dude, do you know what a Satelloon is?
No.
It's a satellite on the bottom of a balloon. Now, NASA have been using this technology since, I don't know, NASA first formulated me. We've been using balloons to, figure out the weather, for example. High altitude balloons can go up to a height of 120,000 feet or whatever it is, something bloody ridiculous, but higher than your aeroplanes. But you want to know what satellites are. They're on balloons, but they're not out there in the vacuum of space, because the vacuum of space cannot exist. You wanted to look into NASA's balloon technology, mate, Google away. It's there for everybody to see.
Yeah, I just feel like with these arguments, like you basically think everything is like fake and not real. Which
you're doing it again. You're doing it again. You're projecting your own ideas onto us. We'd never told you that everything was fake. Just try to pay attention.
Just the things that you're claiming that you believe in that you can't show us, those are the fake things. That's all.
Central always on point.
So, like, is gravity fake?
There would be no scientific experiment that proves any gravitational idea, whether it be math attracting or the bending and warping of space-time.
Why does an apple fall from a tree?
You tell us. It's your claim, you tell us.
Because there's gravity.
Oh, what is gravity?
Prove it. Awesome.
You can prove it with math.
A scientific experiment that's true.
When you
with math, can't prove anything with math except measurements.
You can measure and determine where if you throw something that
something falls. So something falls. So you're still back at something falls. Prove that gravity is a force that makes it fall.
Or do all things fall? Do all things fall down, mate?
Including things outside the Earth?
We're only talking about a system in which we can verify and measure anything.
Yeah, everything falls
the Earth
down.
system.
Yes.
Wrong. Okay, got you.
Physical,
awesome. So, I got you.
About that?
What happens, my friend? When I let go of gas, what happens to the gas? Does it fall down to the floor like rocks, or does it disperse and never in all direction? Which direction does gas go?
Is the density of the gas.
Awesome stuff. So I've got a vacuum chamber and I impart gas into the vacuum chamber. Which way does the gas go?
It depends on the gas, like I said. Helium will rise.
Hold on.
There's other gas that will sink.
Dude, I removed every other gas. So we're not talking about a relationship between just one gas, any gas. You can pick the fucking one. I've just put out a vacuum chamber and have imparted gas into the vacuum chamber and asked you a very simple question. Which way does the gas go? Which way does it go, mate? Does gas travel randomly and freely in all directions? Like described? Awesome stuff. So you'll understand that even if I was to give you gravity, and I will do in this instance, it's obviously not affecting gas now, is it? Gas is travelling freely and randomly in all directions. But just because you drop an apple, you say all things. It's not all things, mate. It's just solid objects. Your apple, and you can drop your coffee if you want.
No, it affects
but ultimately gas travels.
As a density. Gases have densities.
Hold on. Can you, being as I've just demonstrated that gravity is just one direction and that direction is down, and we understand that gas travels freely and randomly in all directions, and you're now going to bring up a relationship between two different gases of different potential states and point out that one is rising and one is falling, and you're going to associate that gravity is doing that, when you're just pointing out a relationship between the two gases. And we will also understand that the gases are traveling randomly and freely in all directions. So even if I was to give you gravity, observably you don't have a phenomena to base your cause on.
It seems to be like with relative density, you think if I had a very dense gas, it would just stay in a bucket forever?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not how gas works. It diffuses up and leaves the bucket. That's why we store gases in closed tanks, not in open buckets.
That's a pressurized tank, yeah, so it wouldn't go anywhere.
Yeah, it's a closed tank, not an open bucket, because an open bucket would not contain the gas.
It's pressurized because it's closed.
Yeah.
See, this is the problem. There is no physical barrier in the heliocentric model for the gas to press upon to cause gas pressure, and nothing physical to keep the gas dispersing into a vacuum, the lower pressure system. Even if we were to give you gravity, and we will do, it observably doesn't affect gas. It's just natural law, and laws associated with what gas does. According to all of these laws, space, the vacuum, cannot exist. Sorry.
Interesting. I mean, I wonder if there's any other globe. Do I earn the role of Glober yet? Can I please get that role?
Shit, you better learn that radius a little bit better next time.
You don't qualify for the Glober yet.
Damn.
Yep.
And when we presented that math, you should have been like, yep, that's what it is. Go ahead, Jedi.
No, I was just going to say, look, even before you get that globe Earth model, mate, I reckon that you should be thinking more about the flat Earth. Maybe we'll get you to a point where you're on the fence. But ultimately, like I said in the beginning, there's no observed or practically used or measured curvature to the Earth. There's no measured motion of the Earth. And you can't have gas pressure without a container, nullifying the vacuum of space, the medium that the Earth is said to reside in. So understanding those 3 points, the Earth is level and stationary, and obviously within a contained system.
Yeah, none of us were brought up globers. And I've yet to meet, I've met many local globers that have converted to the fact that, yeah, it's flat and it's measurable as flat and level. But I've never met a flat earther that's gone back to the globe model.
Yeah, I'm just curious. Like, I know it's you guys can't explain it or like have backup.
What is an explanation?
Explanations ain't worth much.
Yeah, what's an explanation? Isn't that just a story?
No, I'd love to understand like a model of the flat Earth. Like, I'd love to be able to visualize it. That's it.
What if thinking in
a stationary little thing? Like, what is like? It just doesn't. It's hard for me to visualize. Like, that's
if
it.
Thinking in models is the thing that imprisons you.
We can only prove what we can prove, with the observable eye, what we can plainly see, and what's been measured. Bridges that have been built that are 16 miles long, and they're built with no curvature involved.
Oh, you need to help with that.
Airplanes that travel from country to country, but never have to keep dipping the nose of the plane to allow for the curvature of the Earth. It's just what we see and what we know. The rest beyond that, looking at trying to envisage what it might look like. Well, that's just subjective, isn't it, really? We can only prove and know what we know.
True. Drace, you want to say something?
It's passed.
Yeah, so what is the model of outer space? What is the whole, how do you visualize the entirety of outer space, Ziggy?
An ever-expanding empty space, mostly dark matter. That's how I think.
Model? Because I can't really visualize that. Can you show me, or do you have a model of that?
Sounds to me like it's just a concept.
And I was going to say, do other people agree? Go ahead, Drace.
I just remembered, the thing is, if you want to see what flat Earth is really like, all you got to do is go outside and look outside. Like, if I want to see your globe, where do I go?
You have to
Coming to a screen near you.
You go out in space, like.
Oh, but
that's
not
why
a place.
I say
That's not a place.
Okay.
So that's not something you can do. That's not something I can do. That's not something any of us can do. So you're appealing to the impossible to try to justify your belief.
Branson did it the other day.
He did not. No. Bezos and Branson both did not go higher than the clouds in the sky. So they did not.
They did go higher than the clouds in the sky.
There are still clouds higher than the height that they got to. So don't say that when you don't know what you're talking about.
But they
didn't go high enough to even see the horizon be anything but flat, according to eyewitnesses on, for instance, Bezos's dick rocket.
Well, when we go higher,
there is no going outside the Earth, so I wouldn't worry about that for now.
Wait, I have a question. So, what he's saying, if we go higher, does that mean we keep getting lighter and lighter until we float?
Another question I have is, if
you can't answer me, can you answer my question?
You didn't.
Don't switch subjects. Stay on this. I need
you to answer my question so we can go on.
You didn't ask the question. I also
as you go higher and higher.
I was trying to ask my question, and then you interrupted me. So, but it's fine. I'll answer your question. All good.
As you go higher and higher, do you get lighter and lighter till you eventually just start floating?
It would observe to you that you're floating, but the gravitational pull is still affecting you from the Earth and the Moon and the other planets.
You've only seen that on a screen.
It's a yes or no. So as you go higher away from Earth, do you get lighter, and then so you can get so far out that you start floating?
Yes.
Great. So I guess gravity can't pull on gas at that distance. You lost that one.
Great. Now
it's also not how the globe model works. I really suggest you try to study up on your beliefs before you spout all this stuff that's not connected to your actual religion. Like, you have now created your own globe religion.
Great. That's besides what I was going to ask. But anyway, what I was going to ask is if and this is only a scenario. To you guys, I know it seems impossible, but if you were able to go up in a rocket and see the Earth's curvature, would you drop the argument?
No. If I had a magical closet and you could go through the closet and see a talking lion, would you believe in the talking lion?
Yeah.
Yeah, this is the same level of argumentation. It has no relevance to anything. Did you know that the ISS is considered to be too close to the surface to be able to see the horizon curve? Did you know that?
Didn't.
It's true.
So how high do you think you need to go?
To the moon.
I think what he's really trying to ask is, will we turn our faces away from any sort of empirical?
If you were given real belief,
Like, can you hear me, buddy?
Would you like?
Wait, did you hear what I just said?
He's trying to answer your question. Go ahead, Orion.
Are you trying to ask us, would we turn our faces away from any empirical knowledge? Is that what you're trying to ask us?
Like self-observed knowledge. Yeah,
like empirical knowledge. Empirical meaning testable, repeatable, knowledge. Things that are testable and repeatable. So are you asking us, would we look away from empirical knowledge? Is that what you're asking us?
No.
Well, okay, but when you say, like, if you could go somewhere and see something, would you acknowledge its existence? That's what your question was, right?
Yeah.
Right? All right. So in other words, another way of phrasing your question is, because what you described involved a hypothetical scenario involving empirical knowledge. So to make your question more concise, what you're really asking us is, would we turn away from empirical knowledge and ignore its existence? The answer is no, we would not do that. But in regards to the subject matter that you're talking about, you don't have any empirical knowledge. Or any demonstration of, the vacuum of space being a real place, or you don't have any demonstration of gas pressure without a container due to gravity. So it's just empty stories up to this point.
So now let's turn that around, because we have shown you now empirical evidence that your belief is false, but still you cling to it. Why is that?
Trying to think.
This part I think is bad.
Would it be hard to believe people on the internet, and maybe you should go and test these things out for yourself?
I mean, I'm not going to do the 10-mile test. Like, if I were to do the test, I would want to... What?
Why wouldn't you? You can do that on a vacation, bro.
You can't do a 10-mile test on a vacation.
Yeah, you can. I've done it myself. Longer than 10 miles.
So what am I supposed to do?
Go to the beach. Next time you go on a lake trip. If the lake's bigger than 10 miles and you can see across it.
I've seen the sun go over the horizon.
Okay, but it's not going under the earth. So, let's not worry about it right now.
Dude, do you remember the image of the two oil rigs where we demonstrated to you that the horizon was not physical, was, apparent and optical? Do you remember that bit?
I do.
Awesome stuff. So when you say the sun goes over the horizon, you're then declaring that the horizon is physical and we can't see the sun because the curve of the earth got in the way.
That's correct.
The horizon isn't physical though, is it?
No.
We've gone through this. Exactly.
It's an observable thing. Correct.
Yeah, but it's not something physical for things to hide behind, is it?
No, but it's because the shape that we're on that we can't see it anymore.
Wrong.
No, wrong. You can correct horizon on the flat surface, mate. It's not a problem. It's just a demarcation between the surface and the sky and where they appear to meet. But if you say the sun goes over the curve of the earth, you're making the claim that the curve of the earth is physical, when not 20 minutes ago we came to the understanding that it was optical. You do understand that things get far away and eventually you can't see them anymore, right?
I do.
Awesome. So that's what's happening. The sun's going far away and you can't see it anymore because it's too far away for you to see.
Well, what I've observed is not that it's too far away, because it's not shrinking in size. I've seen it go over.
That's irrelevant. It can still.
Shouldn't it be getting smaller?
No, it's irrelevant because
why is that irrelevant?
There's still magnification in the air, lensing due to humidity, and humidity is one of the things that lowers how far you can see, and lensing is the cause of that. And so lensing makes things go bigger. Lensing makes things go bigger, and so as the sun is setting, you're looking through more and more humidity because you're looking through at an angle through the air.
That's just being pulled out of your ass. No offense.
No.
That's what you're doing when you say.
This is just science, bruh.
I don't think that's science.
That's what you're doing when you say like, oh, well, on a flat Earth it should be blah 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 blah. Shrinking sun, and I should see to China. That's you.
No, he just said that it's getting really, really far away, and I was like, well, I don't observe it shrinking.
Yeah, you observe it going far away.
No, I observe it going over the edge.
No, you don't.
No, you observe it you observe it going towards the horizon. In high humidity situations, it appears to be big on the horizon. In low humidity situations like deserts, you can see the sun appear to shrink into a tiny little dot.
We're about to hit spiral cognitus mode, guys. Beware. We're getting real
I've
close.
never seen it shrink. I've only seen it.
That's just your goofy idea, though.
I've seen many sunsets. I've seen it set on the Pacific. Like, it does not shrink.
That's amazing. You've seen the sun, but have you seen the curve that you think the sun sets over?
No, but I've seen the sun.
There you go.
Yeah, here's a little video for you from a desert where there's very low humidity.
By the way, the lens on that camera can be affecting things, and it's very different than your eyes observing something.
His mind is trying to reconcile the information, so he's gonna. Right now, he's actually going in reverse. Whereas earlier he was getting it, now it's going in reverse. So he's actually going against everything he's saying now, and so the end result of this is going to be him. The end result of this is going to be him actually full spiraling out of this server. And I think that's what his mind is looking for, an out. And so if you spiral with him, it'll give him that out.
I think you think that I have a weak character. I'm not spiraling out of anything, and I'm remaining civil.
Yeah, because earlier, I'm talking about the information. So the information earlier was you understood when Jedi spoke to you. You understood when Mima spoke to you. You understood when I spoke to you. Now everything is in reverse. You're saying, no, it is an edge. It's a curve. The Earth is a ball. Like, what are you guys talking about? Like, your mind, you're doing this unknowingly. It's just coming out of you because you're in full rejection mode right now. You can't believe what you're hearing. So your mind doesn't know how to handle that and is doing the best that it can to protect you.
Why is the sun a circle? Like, no, it just doesn't make any sense.
See? I told you. I know because we've been through this many times with people. We understand the psychological implications that this takes a toll on someone's mind. So if you need to, I would say take a 5 minute, take a breath, maybe put yourself on mute and kind of think about what we said so far. If not, you keep engaging, your mind's going to go harder and harder against everything we're saying. Just saying, man.
I've got to point out, you're not the only person to do this, mate. Everybody at some stage or another comes across this information and then tries to die on the hill defending the ball by Googling stuff and pulling things out of their backside. We understand this is called cognitive dissonance. You've got two pieces of information that don't jive with each other, mate. We understand.
I'm not allowed to post any information because my links get deleted and can't post
send it
images.
in DMs and I'll post it for you.
I would really prefer if you didn't interrupt me when I was talking to you, mate. I've tried not to interrupt you when you were talking. I'm trying to help.
You're right. Sorry about that.
No, it's because we see this all the time. We're not going to point and poke fun at you. We're not doing that. We're just trying to slap you around the face and wake you up a little bit. That's all we're doing. It's sometimes hard to get people out of the brainwashing, especially when we demonstrate the horizon's optical and then 20 minutes later you say the sun's going behind the physical curvature of the Earth. You've given us two pieces of information, mate. You understand the two, but you're not understanding how it's moulding in your head. We've explained to you how you can't have gas pressure without a container, but you want to go to this and you want to go to that. You understand? You're not the first person to do this, so don't take it to heart. All we want you to do is think for yourself critically about the information that we've given you. That's why I said, don't believe people on the internet, mate. Go and verify these things for yourself. It's not wise just to believe people saying things just because they say things. If you want to know absolute truth for yourself, unfortunately, you have to prove it to yourself as well. It's the main reason why we're here, because we tested the globe model and we don't find a spinning ball in a vacuum of space anywhere. Now, we're just going to set you on your journey, mate, and it's obviously your first day, and we wish you all the luck. But ultimately, maybe take a couple of minutes, breathe, stop fighting. You don't have to die on this hill. You can just question these things and be a logical human being. You understand, bruv?
Yeah, I definitely understand. Like, I think I need to do a little more research too.
Yeah, definitely. And we would look at the bottom of the server, mate. There's alphabetized from A through to Z, any subject that you want to look at pertaining to this, debate or argument or however you want to say it is. Loads of information out there. The server's open 24 hours a day, mate. You can always come in and speak to people. But I will give you this piece of advice, man. Don't fight it. You don't have to. Just question it and be honest with yourself.
Yeah, like I definitely I understand the observability aspect for sure. I need to go and test it myself and really think about the globe model. I feel like I don't have great arguments for the globe model, but for some reason,
nobody ever does.
Let me just say this. I've been on this server for 5 years and I've been a flat earther since 2015. No globe earther has ever come in and proven any of these things. Not a single one. Now, we're honest people, mate. I guarantee you this. This server would not exist if the Earth was indeed a ball spinning in the vacuum of space. All we've done is tested the claim and we don't find what they claim the Earth to be. Understand?
Yeah, yes, I do understand that. But it always brings me back to this one thing. It's like, well, let's say I do want to go and prove it, right? And people went to the moon and took pictures. Like, I don't understand how that's not proof enough, right? That's how I believe. Like, I see the pictures and, like, videos and movies and shit like that.
Maybe you should just take the moon away from them. The moon landing.
No, I'm talking about a picture of the Earth from the moon. The Earthrise picture.
Okay.
Are you familiar with that picture?
Yeah.
I can't hear you.
So, two things. Yes. Yeah. Right. Two things. One, rise in.
You're cutting out, Jedi. You're cutting out on my end. I don't know if he's hearing that.
I can't hear it.
Yeah, now you're completely out.
Internet. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Awesome stuff. Two things.
Satellite went overhead.
Yeah, that's probably what it was. So, two things. First of all, you cannot have gas pressure without a container, so they could not have gone to the moon because that's in the vacuum of space. The second thing, if you were to critically look at the Earthrise video and put it through Photoshop and raise the exposure, you realise that it's a black square around the Earth, and demonstrating it is most definitely Photoshopped. You can do this for yourself.
Yeah, I also posted 48 minutes after the hour NASA premieres trial by fire video on Orion's flight test, where they admit that they have not yet solved how to get through the Van Allen radiation belts, and it would be lethal and kill anyone who tried. And then I posted 49 minutes after the hour, Don Petit telling you how they destroyed all that technology, and they wish they could go back to the moon, but they just can't.
And never will.
If we look at the Earthrise video and we put it through Photoshop and raise the exposure, there's a great big black square around the Earth. That should not be there if that is a true image. We can do this with even the recent ones as well. You stick them through Photoshop, you raise the exposure, and there's tomfoolery around, my friend. And there has to be tomfoolery because this place cannot exist. The reason why they had the space race and took, people to the rock called the moon was to make their model more believable to you so they could turn around and take a photograph of the Earth so everybody would believe it. They never went to space. They never took a photograph of the Earth. They could not have done. One, space doesn't exist, and two, the photograph is doctored.
Jedi, can you make your volume louder?
No, I can shout, but usually I'll get told off for being rude.
He's pretty loud.
For some reason, it's really quiet. I'm on full volume.
Yeah, I can't help you there, buddy. Maybe somebody else can take over and try to explain again.
No. I heard. I'm saying
don't
your
know.
voice chat is very low. Maybe it's
I
me.
hear him okay. I mean, I don't know. About anybody else. I hear him okay.
Let me just.
Might be Discord on your end, dude.
Could be a cogdis thing happening. They're actually tuning them out now. Maybe that strong.
I don't know. Who knows? Like, but all I'm saying though is that it's a lot to take in, as much information as we've given you, and so maybe it would be best for you to take 5. You know, and I made that
here, to be honest.
Because if you keep going,
maybe just Chris is just
talking.
I'm not even going to go in circles. I think I'm going to do a little
way. Yeah.
And anybody hear me talking?
Listen in on some of the arguments that you have with other Globers.
Hello, you guys hear me?
I hear you, Miggy. I hear you.
All right. I feel like there's Liquid talking, and like maybe Ziggy was saying something, and like they're not hearing me.
Well, I hear you, and I think everybody else can hear you, man.
Ziggy, can you hear me?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, good that we have that communication. I just wanted to let you know it's good right now. It's a good place for you to just hit pause on this conversation. I'm giving you ample warning. The mind doesn't know how to resolve this, and it's going to keep pushing you to stay in the conversation. And what's going to happen, what's going to follow, is people are going to engage with you a lot stronger than before, because we've all of us already heard where you already said, okay, I understand what you're saying to what we said. So now what follows is when you start coming up and saying, no, you guys are wrong, or this is still true, or the earth is still a globe, then it's going to come that we're going to be like, okay, the guy is he's just being an ass. Now it's time for me to engage him right back. So that's why I'm trying to protect you from that, because I know that's like Jedi said, we've seen many people go down this road and it doesn't end well. But you're free to do whatever you want. You can stay in here and engage, but I already told you the end result of that, man.
Do you guys allow Globers to maintain in the Discord?
So
or
long as
have to be converted to a flat earther?
So long as if it's your belief that it's a globe and it's nothing more than a belief, I don't see an issue with that. When you keep saying that there's proof and evidence and that they have then we're going to come at you. But if there's like, well, I just believe it because they said it, well, that's fine. You can have a belief in anything you want. Believe whatever you like. When you say there's evidence, now we're going to hold you to that claim. You see the difference?
Got it.
That's it. I don't care if you think the earth is a globe, hollow, concave, whatever. If there's no evidence for it,
I'm going to take a break.
Sounds great.
But I'm still going to listen in.
Yeah, by all means. Sit here and listen. Well, we have other conversations that pop up, and you'll see. But I appreciate your time, your energy, and your effort, and all that good stuff that you put into the conversation. Even though it started off a little funny, for both sides, we had some laughs and that. But now that you know, I'm just saying, I'm trying to get your mind to a place where at least it's not going to go, hitting a brick wall, because it will.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah, I appreciate it, man. Thank you.
Appreciate the energy and the it wasn't too toxic. I'm glad to say. And I'm sure there are a ton of people that are a lot more aggressive than I am that freak out.
Yeah, it goes 0 to 100 real quick, man. Trust me. It doesn't take much.
Yeah, I'm not trying to ever go to 0 to 100.
But you just stick around. It's the weekend, so weekends are always a bit flavorful in here.
Yeah.
And to help not tempt you, mute your mic so you just don't want to shout something out.
Yeah,
I'm gonna mute. All right, thanks, guys.
Especially listen to other people that come in here. But a big shout out to all the team. You guys are doing an awesome job. Jedi putting away his lightsaber.
Using the mind tricks.
Yeah, his Jedi mind tricks, bro. How he does.
Fuck off, they're not mind tricks, it's just logical thought.
He's doing a thing with his two fingers like that, where they're really close together and choking people out.
That's what I do. Yeah. But honest, guys, that was probably that was a good 2.5 hours. Obviously, speaking with our gentleman just a moment ago, that was a great conversation, and the two young gentlemen that we spoke to before him as well. I don't know if that's still in the server. I think they've gone, but both very interesting conversations.
Oh yeah, they might be back. Who's Irish Stone Wrath? Have we talked to that guy?
Don't know.
No, he's new. I just checked him in.
Yeah, that's me. I'm sorry. My daughter was talking to me. She's home from school. Sorry, I didn't reply quicker.
Irish Stone, welcome to the server. And Heretic must have brought you in, so that's awesome. So we do, like, as you've been hearing, we have a conversation about the topic of the shape of the Earth. What is your position right now? Do you think the Earth's a globe?
That would be a yes.
Okay. And in your mind, what type of evidence do you think supports the case for it being a globe?
The evidence? There's lots of different evidence, but to be honest with you, I'm going to not go through I'll call it a punch list of all the things that you guys probably have spoken about over the past, I don't know how long the server's been up, but I'm sure it's been up maybe 5 years? No?
Yeah, but who cares about that? Let's just have a conversation. How about that? So, who cares about what we did or what we didn't do? Let's just talk about what you think the evidence is for the case for the globe, without going through a checklist of like, whoa, I can't say this, I can't say that. Just talk. Be normal.
Okay. Well, my freshman year, I spent at a merchant marine college. Took navigation, studied various topics of that. It's been quite a while. Didn't end up pursuing that route, and so I've had some experience in studying that area. Used equipment, both electronic and old school stuff, and was instructed on how to use that stuff. So that's all I'm going to really say there. Again, I want to be respectful to everybody in the room.
Practically, you've been able to navigate on this Earth, right? Nautically.
The beginnings of it, I'm an honest person. Didn't get.
Well, yeah, that's fine. I mean, you could have just been like somebody who was learning, but at the same time, you've done it to where you can say, well, even over land and over sea, you've been able to use that information to kind of navigate across the Earth.
Basics, yeah.
Okay, just the basics.
That's in too many years, right? Too many years. So you're going to say.
All right. So just navigating on the surface of the Earth is one thing, but how do we get from navigating on the Earth and then just presuming that it's a globe? How can we extrapolate that using the information that you have or that you've attained, that it is a globe because of what you've done? Like, how can you make the correlation from that to what the geometric shape is?
Again, to be respectful, I'm not worried about that.
Oh, if you're not worried about it, then how can we safely understand that it is a globe?
That's not a question I need to answer, though.
Well, how can you arrive at the understanding then that it is a globe? How can you arrive at it? Like, you just don't wake up one day and say, well, I'm traveling over a globe. Nobody does that.
This is true.
Well, what's true?
How would you think I've learned that the Earth is what I think it is?
Well, definitely not by traveling across it. The secondhand information that you receive that it's a globe, then traveling across it, that makes more sense, doesn't it?
Sure.
Okay, so the secondhand information that somebody's given you and said, hey, this is a globe, and then you said, okay, let me travel over this globe. And then that's what you've done. It's really simple. They just told you what it is, and you said, okay, well, I guess I must be on a ball, traveling over the ball.
Yeah, there's more to it there. And
well, okay, if there's more, that's the part of the conversation that I want you to engage with. What more are we talking about? Where is the correlation from where you are traveling on the Earth and then where they have told you that you're traveling on a globe? And how did you make the connection?
I'll go back to my freshman year in college a long time ago.
Okay.
Having to calculate using measurements amounts of fuel needed for a ship to go to Le Havre from Newark, say. You know, there's mathematics involved in there, and
for the fuel, not for the
fuel.
Okay,
for
the
the fuel,
fuel.
because you got to make sure you calculate your distances properly.
Okay.
You know, and you are going on something called a Great Circle route, so
That's the second. Okay, so you're referring to the second. Yeah, that's the secondhand information that they've given you, right? The Great Circle route. That's the course that one would take on a globe. The Great Circle course.
Can I clarify, when you say secondhand information, what do you mean by secondhand information?
So I'm a teacher, right? I'm telling you that you live on a globe, and I'm showing you ball planets, and I'm showing you other things that may correlate to what you think you might be living on. But then you take the information I've given you and say, well, using that information on top of what I'm going to use on navigating this Earth with the equations of how to properly add the fuel that I need to go from point A to point B. I'm going to be traveling over a Great Circle course because this person told me that I'm traveling over a globe, and I'm using these equations for properly fueling my my vehicle. Now I can travel over this Great Circle course. So it's affirmative consequent. You're saying that because of the knowledge you have traveling over the Earth, and they're telling you that it's a globe, that it definitely is a globe because you're traveling over the Earth, and with the equations that work with the fuel and such. So just because you figured it out mathematically that it works for the amount of fuel, you presume that it's a globe. You don't know that it is. You think you're traveling over a Great Circle course when it could be something else. That's what I mean by secondhand information. Somebody's giving you the information that you're traveling over a Great Circle course. You didn't just come about that by traveling over the Earth. Is that making any sense? Hello? Did I lose you?
Didn't lose me.
Irish
Oh,
Stone? There?
He said 1 second to live stream voice text, make him a moment.
My wife keeps on popping in and out. Sorry. That's
Sorry, I'm not even.
No.
I'm
I
looking
heard
at my iPhone 13, so I'm not looking at the live stream.
No worries. No worries. Yeah, so I'm not sure. I think I'm getting the inference. Like, correct me if I'm wrong, and I'm trying to be respectful here. I'm referencing textbooks of prior knowledge gained over the course of X period of time.
Awesome.
And I should or should not be using those to further my knowledge on a subject?
No, the information that's given to you is telling you of a presupposed understanding of the Earth.
Measured.
No, not measured. The idea that they're giving you calculations. Yeah, the calculations are not measurements. They're not the same. So when you are saying that they're giving you these equations or whatever, that you shouldn't trust it, that's not the point. The point is they're using those equations to give you a mathematical construct of the thing that you're living on. The geometric shape that you're living on right now is a mathematical construct. And so that information, you're taking it and superimposing it over the actual Earth that you live on and saying, because of this information, I'm going to travel with the equations for the amount of fuel that I need in my vehicle over the Earth because it's a Great Circle course that I'm going to be traveling on because of this other information that I know that I'm living on a globe. Do you understand? That's what's happening. And you're saying, should I not trust it? What I'm saying is you're using it as a springboard for everything that you see in reality. So you don't know that it's a globe. You're just presuming by way of the information that you received that it is a globe. But like I said before, you haven't tested the information for its verifiability. You don't know that it's a globe. It's just it's a mathematical construct that's been given to you, and they're telling you, well, you live on this Great Circle, so go ahead and just travel on it like it's a globe. And you're like, okay, that sounds fair. And you're doing it. And then now you're telling us that the information is correct, and we're telling you, have you checked it? Which, and by what I mean by check it is, have you verified that you are traveling over the Great Circle force, which is a globe.
So the way I'll answer that is why do I need to check that?
Because you don't know if you are or not. You're just assuming.
Yes, I do. I've seen.
No, you're just like.
We're going to go into the. Let me ask you a question. Are we going to get into the idea of? I see a picture of the Earth as a whole. That's not a real thing.
That's not even the question here. The picture is.
I'm asking that.
Yeah, no, but the picture. I would say it's irrelevant. I would. My answer to you is it's irrelevant because that I don't. The images be damned right now because we're talking about investigating the reality of this earth that we're on. The reality is okay. So when you go out into the field, right, wherever it is, it doesn't matter where it is. You're going to go across the earth as it actually is. So in order to do that, you need to know what you're dealing with, right? That's why you were telling me that the equations for fuel they line up. I need to go from this known distance to this other one. I need to go to that and back, so I need a certain amount of fuel. But you need to know certain things, right? The thing that you don't need to know exactly is the shape of the earth. Like that's because I could tell you live on a trapezoid or a dodecahedron, whatever geometric shape I can think of. And you wouldn't know. You're just going to superimpose my information over the one that you have from traveling over the earth. And you could very well say, I live on top of a whatever geometric shape. And then you're just going to say, because the math works out. And it's like, so what? How do you know it's that geometric shape I told you? Did you measure to see if it was? But you didn't do that. You just took the information I gave you, superimposed that over your reality, and then presumed that it's that, and then traveled over it and said, well, it's that. Do you see? This is the issue.
So would you believe me if I said part of the coursework that I took my freshman year had to do with measuring the Earth at all?
Okay, now we're getting somewhere. So what have you measured when in regards to the Earth?
Oh, we're looking at
I asked a question. It's like a yes or no. Would you believe me if I said I measured?
I'd have to verify it. I'm not going to believe you. I would verify the information. That's what I'm attempting to do right now by you telling me what it is that you've done.
I mean, think about if we were sitting around a poker table. It's about as useful as asking the other people playing against you, like, would you believe me if I had a king and an ace? Like, well, the only way is you just put the cards on the table and we'll look ourselves.
Agreed.
So you say that back in freshman year you measured the Earth. You got to remember, we're not looking for distances between point A and point B. We're looking for the curvature. Is that what you did?
There was a basic experiment that we were forced to do that went into that. Happened on a certain day of the year, and we all had to get out there and do something. So yeah.
Can you tell us what it is without being vague? I'm sorry. Can you just tell us what it is?
It's with they made us go out and we had broomsticks or whatever, and we were measuring the sun shadow, right?
Okay.
And had to do some calculations. So some measurements and calculations.
Yeah, you just said calculations. Once again, that word is being used more often than not, I think, in this conversation. So you're not using. Are you saying that a measurement is the same as a calculation? Are you equating those two? Because it sounds like you're conflating the two, as if there's the same.
I'm not conflating. So as an example, let me explain.
Go ahead. Give me an example.
If I'm in a car, and I know that I'm traveling on average 55 miles an hour, and I know I'm traveling 1 hour. I know basically how far I will travel. Wouldn't that be correct? So there's a measurement of speed there. There's a measurement of time there. There's a calculated distance.
Awesome. True? Yep, but we want to understand where the first measurement come from, not the calculations based on the assumed measurement. That's the thing that's up for contention. So we're looking for direct measurement of curvature of the Earth. Do you know how that was done?
So I'm not going to argue that, right? If you guys don't believe that the Earth's... Yeah, I get your question, but again, be respectful. So I'll stop right here. I'm not going to argue that argument.
Why do you think it has a stopping point, Irish? Like, this is an important part for your understanding. Why do you think your information has a stopping point and it doesn't continue to be empirically evident?
because
there's no empirical
I'm
evidence here.
comfortable. Well, I disagree, but I'm not going to argue it. That's the point, right? Because I think after all this time, right, we are, where we are in the world right now, right? It's been quite a bit of time, and I think there are many companies that might have ended up working with that use these formulas, use the known distances on the globe.
But they're doing exactly what you did.
Do their business. So
that's what I'm telling you. They're doing.
Please let me finish.
Irish. They're doing the same thing you're doing. I'm just exemplifying what you just said, and what you're doing is exactly what they are doing. They think they live on a globe just like you do, and you're using the same equation, superimposing the idea that you live on a globe with going over a great circle course, the same things just like you said, and then you're it's an argument, popular fallacy. Because all these companies are saying such, they would be wrong. There'd be a whistleblower or whatever. But since they're all using that and it works, then we live on a globe. Voila. And what we're telling you is that everybody thinks like you. They're superimposing that information of the globe, the Great Circle course, over a distance traveled.
So let me ask you a question. If we don't live on a globe, what do we live on?
A flat and stationary Earth.
A flat and stationary Earth. Okay, so if I give you, and we had to do this in school, can't remember how to do it, so if you call me out on it, I'll go, you're right? It's been too many years. I'll give you 3-star locations with angles. You'd be able to plot yourself on a map where that was.
Please let me do this. Yes, please let me talk.
Shit. Go ahead, whoever. I don't care. I'd love to hear it. I don't care.
All right, well, let Jedi explain it to you.
Sure.
Okay, so your three stars and elevation angles to those stars, yeah?
Say that again?
Yes. 3 stars and elevation angles to those stars. That's what we're talking about, yeah? Celestial navigation.
Yeah.
Awesome stuff. Carry on. Awesome stuff. How do we do that then? How do we measure an angle on a curved surface?
From what I remember, and again, it's been many years, so if you say, nope, that's wrong, I'm not going to be able to challenge you because I'm honest. I'm try to be honest, right? What I remember, oh God. All right, so you're not measuring it from the curve of the Earth, so to speak. You're measuring it from a horizontal line using the sextants, which we had in our hands, right? So you have a horizontal line there, and it's the angle measured from that point up, right? What was it? Right, and then you get the angle,
Incorrect.
and then
you are right. It is a flat line, so you require the Earth to be level because that's your baseline to measure an elevation angle up to the star. Now, sometimes we're at altitude when we make these observations, so we get a tangent line to the horizon, but then we subtract.
And then you have what's that? The dip correction. Oh, it's been too many years.
Yeah. That's fine. But what we will then do is.
So my point is, if I gave you my question, was,
let me finish.
Okay, go ahead.
Don't understand why you're not letting me finish, mate.
I said, okay, go.
So we want to know our... Yeah, thanks. So, good. So ultimately, we want to know our elevation above the surface of the Earth because we're going to subtract that because we're going to be on the surface of the Earth to draw the straight line between us and the GP of the star, which can be beyond the horizon at 1,000 miles away. Now, you said 3 stars. All 3 of those stars have a ground position with 90 degrees underneath them, and your calculation will take you down to the surface of the Earth, so you draw a straight line to all 3 of the ground positions of the star. Now, you cannot measure an angle on a curved surface. That's fundamentally impossible. And within your calculations, like you just said, you take yourself down to a flat line because you can only measure angles from flat baselines, correct?
I'm coming off mute. Sorry about that. Let me clarify what you just said. You cannot measure an angle on a curved surface. If I grab my basketball out, it's sitting behind me, I can't measure 2 lines going out. It's a curved surface, right?
Do you know what a protractor is?
Yeah, I know what a protractor. Yes.
Oh, awesome.
There's a
So I've got
distance between these
2
two lines, right?
Dude, trying to be really simple, right?
Okay.
I've got two lines. I've got a protractor, and one of those lines is curved. Can I measure 90 degrees if one of those lines is curved?
The point at which those two lines meet on a ball, like my basketball behind me, you're saying I can't measure the angle?
Put, yeah.
It's a yes
Put
or
your
no
protractor
question.
on top of the ball. Yeah. Put your protractor on top of the ball and tell me if you can measure 90 degrees. Put your protractor on any curved line. I mean, this is done in grade 5 at school, mate. Even within the exam, you'll get a question with your protractor, and one of the questions will have a curved line on it, and you can't measure the bloody angle. You can't measure an angle if one of those lines is curved. Can you?
Okay. If you say so.
Yeah, look in the live stream voice text chat. We've been posting evidence to teach you how this works. I also included a picture from a video explaining how celestial navigation works.
Okay, yeah. Okay.
See, this is the thing about celestial navigation. Every single one of the stars that you see in the sky has got a ground position with 90 degrees to your point. How can you have 190 degrees, let alone thousands of 90 degrees on a curved surface? You can't. This is why the calculation takes you down to the surface of the Earth, which is level, so you can get elevation angles up to every single fucking star in the sky.
I just want to say real
You
quick.
understand?
I want to say real quick, Jedi, to Jedi's point. It's either you're right or you're wrong. This isn't agree to disagree. This is not an agree to disagree. It's either you're right or you're wrong in this instance. And you have to sit with this. Either you're right or you're wrong. Either he's right and you're wrong, or you're right and he's wrong. So there's no agree to disagree. Just want to make that point very clear.
There were multiple people talking, so I don't even know what the point is now. Is it? Am I supposed to be looking at this thing? A and B are parallel according, and this is all they got. What am I supposed to be looking at now?
There's a bunch of things in there. The A and B picture, for instance, you can see how in that picture you need a curve adjacent, and you don't end up with a triangle with a 90 degrees, and so you're not doing any triangulation here. You're not.
From what I remember,
accounting it correctly.
Sorry, go ahead.
And if you look at the further down, there's a video here, from a Launchpad Astronomy. This is how they basically do it. They use the geocentric celestial sphere, which has all of the stars mapped down to the surface, and that's what the celestial almanacs are for, to get those ground positions.
So you see the picture where A is.
What am I looking at? Yeah, I'm looking at. I'm looking at that one.
The one. Yeah. Mm-hmm. So A is curved and B is flat. You understand how you can't in picture A get 90 degrees on
your max headrooming. It might be me or you. I don't know.
Right. Just
roboting is the term, I guess.
Basketball example.
Surface. You understand that, right?
Yeah. Sorry.
You were roboting or max headrooming, whatever.
Can't do it, can you?
Nowadays.
Probably me. You
were roboting, Jedi.
Yes.
With your basketball example, you had the two lines, but they were stemming from the same point on the sphere, not 2 points on the Jedi back.
Cool. So you see picture A. You see where it's got a 90-degree triangle that isn't 90 degrees because the baseline is curved. You see that?
Oh, the baseline is the red line.
Yeah.
On the sextant, you're using the bubble on the sextant. You're getting a baseline there.
Dude. So with a horizon mirror, you're making an angle to the horizon. That would be your tangent line, and then you subtract your altitude above the surface of the Earth, take you down to the surface of the Earth. So as you've got in picture B, a flat line between the boat and the 90 degrees, the ground position of the star. Not just that one star, every single goddamn star ever. The point to this is, can you measure an angle if the baseline or any line is curved? Can you? Yes or no?
Can you measure an angle between any 2 points? That's what you're asking.
If I've got two lines, and
the answer is yes. The answer is yes.
And
I've answered the question. Yes.
You can't. So, how do you measure an angle if one of those lines is curved? How do you do that?
A measurement between 2 points. I'm looking at any 2 points. I can measure a curve. Excuse me, measure angle. Yes.
Not 2 points. I'm talking lines.
I'm talking points.
Talking lines.
3 points, dude. 2 lines, 3 points.
We're talking about triangles. Let me ask you this question. You know what a triangle is, right? 180 degrees must be measured within the triangle, yes?
Yeah, but on a sphere or ball, it's not always 180 degrees between 3 points. Is that correct?
But we're all on the curved surface, and as I've already pointed out, we want to know our altitude above the curved surface so we can subtract it to take us down to the surface of the Earth, where we then draw our line from us to the GP of the star, which is beyond the horizon at a distance of, say, 1,000 miles. You can talk about
Again,
Polaris.
if you're trying to teach me celestial navigation, I don't have those textbooks anymore, so I have to pull them back out and relearn all this stuff. So
that's absolutely fine.
That's
the
what
point is celestial. Yeah, go and do that then, because celestial navigation.
I'm curious if I find the term curved adjacent in there.
So would I.
I'd be very curious.
Yeah, me too, because that's what you need on your globe.
Yeah, but then you will understand, because you said this earlier, you take yourself down.
You're roboting, so it's hard to understand you.
Okay. That line. That's your calculation. Okay. Because you want to know your altitude, which will move the presupposed curve.
Someone playing sticks. Very good. So back to my question before you started with this. If you were given 3 stars in the angles on any particular day, would you guys be able to plot yourself on the Earth? Stay where you were?
But isn't he pointing out that you would only be able to do that?
Do I get to ask questions, or is it just firing questions at me?
I thought I was.
I'm just curious.
Responding.
Can't hear you. You're kind of low in volume.
Okay, I was trying to respond.
Sorry.
Yeah, but wasn't Jedi the whole point of what he just went through was to point out that you can only do that if the surface isn't curved.
Okay, so
AKA if it's not a globe.
Okay,
so
fine.
What you're proposing,
my question still stands.
Your question stands on a flat Earth. That's where it stands. Your question stands on a flat Earth. That's what it's self-evident to you and me and everybody else. So he's trying to get you to the point to understand you can't have a curved adjacent. And you're not example. So if you're measuring to the stars, like if you're trying to use it in a way to measure, over water, like your distance or your location, you're not going to be able to do it with a curved adjacent. You just can't get that. And he was trying to do it in an explanation to you to understand what triangles are and the measurement of a 90 degree. You can't do that if the surface is curved. You won't be able to get the example that's depicted in the image that was shown to you earlier was giving you a great example of how that looks on a curved surface. So you can do it, right? Practically right now, that's how it works. So what you're telling us is like, I want to see him get out of this. No, it works on a flat Earth. So it's working now, practically, that mariners use. So there isn't anything we're going to say, no, it doesn't work. It works. What you're saying, though, is that it works on a globe. That's a caveat. And it doesn't work on a globe because you can have, once again, a curved adjacent. You see how it goes back to your, doesn't work on a globe thing? But you keep coming back to where what's working. It's like, yeah, it is on a flat Earth.
Okay. So again, my question is, given 3 stars with angles of elevation, can you plot yourself on the Earth? Yes or no?
Yes, dude, it works on a flat Earth. What are you getting? I'm saying that you're...
No, that's fine. That's fine. I'm not arguing. I'm not here to argue. Do this. I'll post it in the chat.
Yeah, let me help you out. What you got on your globe is a thing called locally flat. You have to make the Earth flat so you can get the angle. Then you run it through some sort of math formula to try to match a globe model, and it doesn't always do that. That's why people get lost.
I don't know your point though, like, because I'm trying to figure out what are you saying, because it works now. And if you say, well, if you use three stars, I'm like, yes, dude, it works right now. When you go out there and go do it, you go in the nighttime, you're gonna be able to do it, and it works just fine on a flat Earth. It does not a globe Earth. It does not.
Okay. I'm not disputing that. So
why would-
again, I posted something in the chat of the live stream.
Yeah, you posted something irrelevant. We're not here to jump through your hoops. That's not what. We're not here to do that. The burden of proof is on the globe, not us.
What did he post, Trace? I didn't even see it. Like, I'm looking to the.
Matthew did this.
He wants us to calculate based on some values. I don't know if are true or not. I haven't looked into that deeply enough.
All right, can you briefly tell us in a, I don't know, I'll say it this way, I don't mean it though, 20 words or less? What are you talking about there, Irish? Howdy? Hello? Anyone there? Irish?
Yeah, it looks like he's muted up.
Well. I don't, these guys jump in here and they have these points and it's just like endless kind of waffling. I'm like, get to the point. Like, what are you saying? Like, because everything that we're doing now practically is on a flat and stationary Earth. It just is. And even the manuals for flight and for people navigating across the water tell you that very same thing. You're going to see the same thing over and over again. Assume the Earth is a flat and stationary plane and then navigate across it practically. Of course it is. They're all going to tell you that.
Sorry, I had to mute myself. I had a 7-year-old melting down on me right now. So
You're
apologies.
about to have a 45-year-old melting down on you right now. So you need to get to the point.
Okay, so I came out of curiosity. You know, you guys have been doing this for a long time.
Yeah.
If you think I've been disrespectful, I'll step back. It's okay.
Dude,
No worries. I'll step back.
Just get to the point. That's all we're saying. Get to the point. Don't get back in your little shell. Come out with the point. Like, say, this is what my point is. I'm saying this because
my point was, I guess my point is the first question that I was asked, I answered it, and after that, it's just back and forth dialogue, right?
You posted some observation November 15th, 2018.
In the very beginning. Someone asked me, first question I was asked is,
my good sir, why is this an analysis about our conversation versus the content of what should be talked about? Is the Earth an actual globe like you think it is or not? Well, and then you go back to like giving us an analysis of, well, see, within this conversation, we've had about 3 yeses and 4 nos. Like, who cares about what that, just get to the meat. Talk about the context of what you're saying. Is the Earth a globe? Give us some evidence. Because we're not getting anywhere. You're analyzing the conversation like this.
Like I said when we started.
God, dude.
The punch list of probably topics that you guys go through on a weekly basis.
Are you doing this to torture me? Because you're torturing me right now. Like I don't. Just get to the freaking.
You can talk and I can't talk. If that's the case, then I'll just go into listening mode. If I'm curious and
I'm so butthurt now. You guys are being meanies to me. Like, just tell. They're just
fucking God.
Yeah, say it. Get real. Yeah, let's go. Let's go. Come on.
Get real.
I want you to bring it out. I want to see the fangs. Let me see the claws. Come on, give it to me. Is the Earth a globe?
You want to be direct?
Is the Earth a globe? Yes or no? Nobody interrupt them. Is the Earth a globe? Yes or no?
It is. It is. There's ample evidence for it. There's ample evidence for it. If you haven't gone back and forth about the ample evidence. If you haven't gone through the ample evidence one by one and discounted it, there's nothing I can say to change your mind.
Don't give us. Yeah, good. I like to hear this. Don't give me your little nice guy facade bullshit. Come out with how you really feel. Like, really tell us what you're thinking. Don't give us this like, well, I'm just trying to be nice. And no, I don't give a shit about that.
That's very adult of you.
Yeah, let's go. Come on. Let's have your globe Earth evidence then. You want to take the gloves off? Go ahead and see if you can smack us.
The simplest thing. Every summer I spend it away from where I live, right? 2 months out of the year. Every day I'm on the beach. Every freaking day I'm on the beach.
And?
and I see the evidence. I can't see left to right curvature. That's obvious. Not sea level. Cannot see it. I agree with anybody that says it. Can't see it. But I do see the evidence of curvature, and you all know what the next line is. Everybody repeat.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, go.
You say
Horizon.
So you
What
live on a cardboard tube.
And what happens there at the horizon?
You tell us.
Not a hill of water. So,
Let me steal man your argument. If the Earth is a globe, we would see boats disappear at the horizon.
There you go.
We see
There
boats
you go.
disappear at the horizon. Therefore, the Earth is a globe. Is that your argument?
There you go. From the bottom up. Yep, there you go.
That's a logical fallacy affirming the consequent. That is not logical.
Doesn't that feel good, Irish? Doesn't that feel good? Tell me that doesn't feel good to say that with your chest. Instead of speaking like a scrawny little mouse like you were when you first came in here. Say with your chest that you think the Earth is a global
Mayhem, it's called being respectful.
How about that? Who cares about that, man? This isn't, listen, we're far past that.
Who's the guy that invited me in here? What was
This
the guy's name?
Listen, this conversation is about being real with yourself and with us. Be who you really are. Don't keep giving us a facade of somebody who you're not. Be that way in real life anyway. To everyone, be real. Don't pretend to be who you're not. That ain't gonna go over well with real people. All these people in here, we're real. This is who we really are. That's it.
AI or something.
So you told us at least that you have a fallacy and you believe in the fallacy. How does that prove the Earth is a globe?
Let me just close my door. I'll be right back in 10 seconds, and I'll answer that.
Go for it, man. Can't wait.
Take all the time you need.
We just need to go through the black swan with him, guys. Come on.
No,
sorry about that, guys. I'm back.
We're gonna go everywhere.
Sorry about that. You guys, you've heard all these arguments before, yes or no?
Yeah, but I want you to say it. I don't care if we heard it a million times. I want
So
you.
I'm going to default into what I do at work and use a technique I learned in Six Sigma.
Run and hide.
Why do you want me to say it?
Stop obfuscating.
Oh, I get to
give us evidence that's not a logical fallacy.
Okay.
Why is that?
Why?
Why? Because irrational ideas are not proof of anything.
Why?
Because there's no empirical evidence there.
Hold on. No. We are not. Sorry. No, we are not going to start acting like a 4-year-old fucking child, big grown man. You're not going to sit there and go, why?
I'm using
Why?
Six Sigma 5 Whys technique to get to the root of the problem. Okay.
Don't listen. You said that when you go down to the beach, you see the physical curve of the Earth, the horizon.
I didn't say that. No, I did not say that.
Wanted to be clear.
The effects of it. The effects
awesome.
of it.
So the horizon. Okay, thank you. So the horizon we see isn't the geometric one. It's just loomed up because of refraction. Is that what you're saying?
That's what you're saying.
No, I'm trying to figure out what you're saying. So we can reach an accord and we can continue with a conversation. So I'm trying to figure out what you're saying.
Hey, Jeddah, the 5Y thing that's something I've used at work too. It's going to like the root of the problem.
Don't care. He's just going to ask why.
No, but it's 5. There's 5. Yeah, there's 5 Ys. You get the 5. Yeah, this is something that's done a lot when people are trying to figure out what the problem is. So, like, what they'll do is, like, some people there might be a wicked, what they call it, wicked problems. Wicked problems require the 5 Ws.
You know, the problem is the guy's a complete tool. Okay, and we're showing him that.
Yeah.
So
yeah, that's a different
he doesn't
thing.
know it's a tool, but until he gets to the meat of what's going on, he's going to keep continuing. He thinks he has all the answers. He does not.
He's also just obfuscating away from his fallacy and refusing to give us any valid evidence for his belief system.
Belief system. It's a very fascinating term.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So the typical. I feel like going into the punch list of things. Boats go over
getting annoyed.
Boats. I'm not getting annoyed.
Getting annoyed. Christ. Yeah. Listen, because you keep interrupting, and I know it's a hard conversation to have, but you kind of flipping around. No, I'm asking you a direct question, being as you think that you've got the answers. Can I ask you how the radius of the Earth was directly measured? Why we believe this stuff in the first place? So can you give me a direct measurement of the curvature of the Earth, please? Do you know of one and how it was done?
Do I know how one was done? as like you guys have been doing this a lot longer than I have, I've been doing something very different for the last X number of years in my work thing. So I haven't dealt with this. It's not a STEM degree job. Well, kind of not. So I'm not on the, and apologies for this word, the lore of flat Earth versus globe Earth, the direct measurements of the circumference of the Earth, how that was done. I mean, modern days, it's probably easily done through the use of satellite measurements and the measurements of the Earth. Going back, I guess, and this is vague, so bear with me. That thing I did back in college with the broomstick and the thing they had, that was, an ancient way to measure it, approximate it. But the problem there is, what was it?
Aristophanes, you're talking about sticks. You said broom and shadows.
Yeah. I don't remember the name. So again, it's been too many years.
The same phenomenon.
And the thing with that one I remember is
be explained by a flat Earth.
Hello?
No, we're still here. Go on. The thing with that is what?
This is hard to remember. One person doing it wouldn't really matter. You'd need at least 3 or more to validate all the measurements and come up right with it. It's too long since I've been out of college. So anyway, guys, I'm going to go into listening mode. I appreciate your enthusiasm, and I guess I stumbled into this a while ago, learning about things. So I thank you all for that. Right? It wasn't you guys that did it, but thanks to the guy that let me in here. I want to be polite. I don't want to disrespect anybody. Right? I know that the arguments, you've probably had people come in just like me, time and time again, just talking and saying, well, what's the evidence you have for the circumference of the Earth, or the Earth is rotating, et cetera, et cetera.
When the point of realizations happen to you, Irish, that's the point when you start getting real and start facing what you actually think you know. When you actually come out and say it, don't hide behind a wall of being nice. Come out.
No, I said at the very beginning. What was the first question asked me? What was the first question asked of me?
I know, but what I'm saying is, you
answer it. No, you want me to get all mad and stuff? What is the first question?
You want to hide behind your mask of being nice.
No, I'm just being polite.
Bunch of lies, because I
what
heard.
Is the first question asked of me when I came into the channel, when someone asked, "Oh, Irish Stone Wrath, you're new." What was the first question asked of me? You remember?
I was cooking, so I couldn't hardly pay attention to what was going on.
Someone help him out. What was the first question? Come on, guys. Short-term memory. You're not all Dory, right?
No, don't ask me, dude. I was cooking, so I was.
First question was,
bro.
Do you
just
think
say
the Earth is a globe or a flat Earth? And I answered it, right? Yes.
Okay.
And
was it flat or curved?
And what was the next thing that was preceding that? What is the evidence to that?
A whole bunch of questions came at me.
Yeah, what was the evidence to that? The thing is, what is the evidence to that was the thing that preceded that. And what did you give us?
I'm not here to present evidence. That's the issue. You're mistaken that my presence here is about convincing you guys that the Earth is either a globe or flat. It's not.
It's producing evidence.
That was good. I like that record scratch. Who did that? That was a good one.
But what was that? With that
temperature? For the claim that the Earth is a globe. So if you think that it's a globe, you don't have any evidence to back it up. That's what we're asking you. Is you think you're living?
I don't need it.
You don't need evidence do you think you live on a globe? You just need somebody to tell you that you're living on a globe?
Sure. Why not?
So then you admit it's just a religious belief on your half, and you have no evidence. Okay, got it.
No,
good.
because there's been other people. I personally haven't measured. Is that someone playing like a soundboard?
I'm
or something?
dug in.
Yeah, you have faith in other people, and you believe what they believe, even though you have no idea what the foundations are for their belief. Okay, we got it.
That's it.
All right, you have the answers. I don't. Okay, that's fine.
Well, that's evident from what you just said. That's what you just told us. You just believe it. That's it. And you're happy with your belief, and you're going to be skipping along thinking that the Earth is a globe. Good for you.
Exactly.
Good. Good for you that you have a nice little belief. But you little belief system is not going to change the fact that the truth of the matter remains that the Earth is flat and stationary. So you can cry, you can think of it all you want as a globe. It's not going to change the fact that the Earth is self-evidently presenting itself to you as flat and stationary, and to me as flat and stationary. So there. Have a nice day.
There are volumes of
are we
proven
done then?
data.
Oh, I'm done. I don't know about you.
Figures. There are fossils.
What do you want to more to speak to say? Because you said you believe. If you believe it's all right, man.
All right,
relax.
all right. Let me amend my words. I understand.
No, you don't. No, you don't even understand. That's the worst part about it. You don't even understand.
Yeah. Stop pretending like you understand. Understand what?
If you understood it, you could articulate proof. You could articulate your evidence. You don't have any.
No one is willing to play your little freaking game here anymore. Like, we're fed up. So don't play with us. You're just a little dolt.
Okay. All right, guys.
Yeah, you're just another zealot, man, that believes the Earth's a globe, just like the rest of the zealots. You're falling back in line, just like because you don't want to say anything that offends anybody. Ooh, go away.
Okay, that's fine. If you mayhem, like it seems like you want to push buttons. What's the internet? The troll. That's it, right?
You have
push buttons, right?
You have buttons to push because you think that, you coming in here and you're just gonna say, well, you guys are just dug in. You guys are flat earthers, numbskulls, and I know that's.
I never said that. Never said that. Sorry, never said that. Never said that.
But that's what you're thinking.
Let's rewind the tape.
What are you guys? Are Karnak the Magnificent? You can mind read?
No, I said let's rewind the tape. Did you hear what I just said?
Oh, I was just responding to the other guy.
Oh, this is a live stream thing that's on YouTube, so we can just rewind it and hear how you just spiraled out of control for just a moment, and I saw who you really are and what you really think of us.
Spiraling?
Yeah, you did. You didn't notice that, but you got out of character, out of your nice guy character, and you got a little angry. Oh, when I'm
angry.
Juicy. We can rewind the tape if we want, but I don't need to.
Just say it if you remember. Just say it. It's pretty easy.
All I'm saying is that you don't know what you're talking about.
Okay.
And you're going to continue not to know. So you don't even know the thing that you think that you know. That's interesting.
Okay.
And it's self-evident because we've asked you and you said, well, I don't know. I just believe. Isn't it?
So I think the question you want to ask is, have I personally performed something that proves the shape of the globe? Is that what you're trying to ask? Is that what you really want to ask me?
I want you to say if you know that you're living on a globe.
Yes or no question.
Provide the
yes
evidence.
Or no question.
Well, I'm not going to let you put words in my mouth or state something.
That's fine.
Well, then the answer would be no.
Okay.
If you can do that, then you're well on your way to actually not just saying that you believe, but you actually know it's a globe. Pretty simple.
Just show us how you know for sure. That's what we really want to know.
That's it.
Okay.
Kind of easy, isn't it?
If it's in the punch list of things that you guys already have refutations for, what do we do then?
We don't have a list. We don't have a list. Here's the thing. It's your list. Go study your list. Present us with the proof that makes you know.
It's pretty easy, dude. It boils down to curvature, axial rotation, and space being a vacuum that everybody's talking about. It's a medium you can actually travel to. It's pretty simple. The three main
So that last thing, we didn't go to space. Is that, do I infer that we've never gone to space?
Yeah.
3 points, bro. That's all you need, right? You don't need a checklist of 10 different. No, it's curvature, axial rotation, and the vacuum of space. That's all. Can you have any evidence for that? Because that's what props up the globe, actually.
Axial rotation. Sorry, I'm yawning. Apologies. Axial rotation. So you're saying show something that shows the Earth is rotating.
Yes, dude. It's really simple. Everyone
directly though. Sorry, Mayhem. Directly though, that's the thing. We don't want something that's secondary, auxiliary, all these different things, looking at other things. No. The direct measurement of the motion of a body or a supposed body. So you show us the evidence of a direct detection that they actually detected the surface of Earth in axial rotation. That's what we need. And you know what? They have super high intensity, micro, like computer driven interferometers that are so high tech you would not even believe what they can measure. So we know how to measure things in motion. So show us that. It should be easy to find. That's it, if you would.
I'll get on that. Yeah, no, that's crickets. Yeah.
That is crickets, man. We're used to it. You guys ain't got it, man, when it comes to this. So that's why we're saying, like, it's pretty simple.
So if there was a device that measured the rotation of the Earth, you would be like, oh, good, check, done. Yes or no?
But see, we already have that technology. That was what I was trying to say, though. We already have technology to measure things in very minute detail of their motion.
Yeah, they're in planes.
But planes aren't measuring devices, bro.
No, there's devices in the planes that measure.
Those aren't directly measuring the surface. They're indirectly measuring the surface of any object in motion. They're not doing that. So you're off base. But we do have drones, and they're known to be stable in one single place. So if the Earth isn't rotating in that reference frame, and all the sky and everything in it is, then what would you say? That's a slam dunk. Earth isn't moving. We've already debunked, falsified your motion. Period. Like, we've done it ourselves with drones. So I don't go back and think about it.
Are you talking about sending a drone up and saying, "Well, the drone's not moving, so the Earth's not rotating"?
The drone is known to.
I don't want to say it as like.
No,
tell me exactly what you mean by that.
You're putting words in my mouth. Yeah. You're already changing.
I know. That's why I stopped. You say it. I'm not going to say anything.
Okay, that's fine. No problem. No. So look, the drones are known to be spatially in the same position, right? Yes. They have sensors. So how else do you fly a freaking drone? It's coordinated. It knows the error of its spatial position. So if something is moving and that is staying still, what would you say it's doing? What would you say was happening?
That's a question for me.
That if something's standing still and something else is in motion.
The giant lobster that we're speaking to. Of course it's for you, Irish. Come on, dude.
No, I didn't get the.
Bro, everything's
didn't get the question. Didn't understand the question.
Conversation right now, man. If you're in the loop, it's about you and everybody else that's talking to you.
I got it.
Just a reminder. Yeah.
Look, right. we have drone footage from Lunatic. He's one of our members. Haven't seen him in a while, but from a couple of years ago. And he sent his drone up, and you see the luminaries and the moon moving across the sky, and the ground is not moving. The lights, like distant lights in distant cities or neighborhoods, those things aren't moving.
I gotta run, guys. Sorry. Guys, I gotta run. Sorry, bye.
Par for the course.
Oh, it's perfect timing for you to leave right when it was
injuries.
He was looking for a way out.
And then they quit. Makes me sick.
He was looking for a way out a long time ago, though.
How do you know the button?
And two opponents in quick fashion, and Curtis Humberton has walked out of the ring.
Wait, no,
I cannot believe this.
I've never seen this before.
He walked out of the ring.
He's not fighting this guy.
He walked out of the ring.
I've never seen it before in my life.
Yeah, I know where he wanted to go. He wanted to go to ring laser gyros. I wanted to cut his knees off with the mechanical gyros and the rigidity in space, because they don't show any convexity or rotation. And even if you went with the optical gyros, where the fuck is the orbit and the solar motion? That's just to also be picked up on the optical gyros if it is picking up Earth's motion, but it's not. So it's definitely not picking up Earth motion. It's based on the Sagnac effect, not motion.
Where's Simcord when you need him? Simcord, get a clip when he spiraled, bro. If you're listening. I wanted to play it again. That mask slid off his face and he just went, "Rawr!"
There's so much evidence.
Yeah, what a trick.
That's what happens every time one of you little crybabies gets called out here on the platform you came to get attention you asked for. When you get more smoke than you're willing to handle, you want to cry and stomp off.
Creation Bear, you're like on top of this, of that, man. I don't know how you play that. How do you get it? Great. Keep going.
He's like, oh, now I hear crickets. I'm like, hell yeah, you.
I mean, really, because it illustrates the point so well, and it's done at the right time. It's just bam. Like, what do they have nothing left to say. It's hilarious. I mean, it's not that we don't want them to come in here, right? We want them to come in here. Yeah, exactly like Miggy. I'm glad when I came in here because I'm such a, like, I've had such a hard fucking time, man, and I'm just going to be really transparent here, and I don't care what you hear because my body hurts all over, but I don't care. I came in here and heard you fight, and I'm like,
sorry guys, my wife came in with my daughter's homework, so apologize about that.
Great.
Out.
I'm set up there.
So I'm going to wrap it up though, because you guys have done this before with many people. I came into the Discord server to do basically more listen. You know, I kind of fell into the trap of trying to argue this stuff out. You know, I haven't studied enough to know the, you know, in a debate style format, say X is the topic, here's my response to it, etc. I'm sure you guys have heard this all before. You've kind of mentioned that in here. You know, I'm going to stay polite because it's your server. It's not my server. Right?
Irish, can I ask you only one question?
Sure, go ahead.
Only one. Okay, it will not be a question. I will say like this. It is not a question. But look at, this is more like advice. If you come here, for example, and ask yourself, this server is called 24/7 Flat Earth.
Yes.
Why is that? Why is that the name? And then you ask anybody of this person, why you people think that Earth is flat, you know? And they will tell you a lot of information. If you are intellectually honest, you will get that information in your brain, and then you will evaluate all that information, and then you will choose, I want to live with this or I will refute this. That's it.
I agree with that. Yes. Well said. Is this Sasha saying this?
Yeah.
I'm not that versed on Discord, so bear with me. Yeah, so well said.
Person in real life.
I got one question for you. Did you come in here thinking that we weren't that smart?
No, absolutely not. I'm sure that there's people on here that have college degrees, some that don't, some that are currently working. I'm working right now, but I'm obviously not because I'm in here, right? So I put no dispersions on you guys. This is something that you believe in, you're passionate about.
No, we don't believe it.
Like I said,
not a belief.
Sorry, I chose the wrong fucking word. Mayhem, you want me to be real?
Okay.
Yeah, I chose the wrong fucking word. Sorry, okay?
No worry, move on.
It is your...
I respect you more when you're real versus you're not. That nice guy facade doesn't suit you.
It does.
Nice guy. It's not going to change much. I'm not going to get angry because this is
I'm not
to get angry over.
Not saying
angry.
It's not.
Be real.
Be real.
Can I try again? Irish,
How do I
I know he's got to go, but I know he's got to go, but he said something. Could I ask one question, please? Sorry to interrupt.
Go ahead.
Okay.
You got me till 7 more minutes.
So wait, please. I know. Just a minute. So you didn't think we were dumb when you came in here. So how did you get your information about flat earthers? And what information was that?
I think I said that. I said that to the guy that interviewed me when I came in, and I forgot who it was.
I didn't hear it. So if
I'm going to say it. Yeah, I think it's the typical story of, you know, you go on YouTube, you watch YouTube videos, and eventually you're served a certain video. And I think about.
Would you agree they're mostly debunked videos? Would you agree?
Yeah. I get that. I get that. So I guess I bet you 80% start in get that video by, what's that guy's name? Professor Dave, right? And there's that one that he does 10 things. So he goes through all those. It seemed reasonable to me. But I kept on going. And why was I going? Right? Because I love science, right? And so I wanted to hear the arguments, because it was interesting on both sides. I'm like, one side's arguing this, one side's arguing this. And just the argument, like I said to the guy that interviewed me, it was fascinating because I relearned a lot of the science and other things and new things that I never knew about since high school, right? You know, I took, the 4 years of high school science. In college, I took anatomy and physiology as my science credits, right? So it was cutting up cats and stuff.
Yeah, I know you got to go. I know you got to go, but that's good, because what we can help you with here is we can separate what you learned, that what was real science and what was false science or pseudoscience, parading as correct science or naturals. We're talking about natural science, so so we can help you with that. We have tons of information here. If you still want to learn about what your reality is, someone's gonna be here. So,
yeah, and I would like to say one thing before he leaves. Just like with the boats appearing to disappear over the horizon being a logical fallacy, I highly recommend that you study up on fallacies and logic, because at that point, the whole globe belief system starts to fall apart. Because it's all based in that. It's all based in fallacies.
Okay. I mean, I'm going to probably stick clear of fallacies and just do the hard science, but...
Well, okay. That's the thing. That's what he's saying. Because if you start with a false premise, you cannot come out with a correct or true conclusion, regardless of what it sounds like or how reasonable, as you say. If it's not logical in sequence, if it starts with the false premise in the beginning, then I'm sorry, your end result is a false premise.
This is kind of the problem. Back in the day, the scientists were all educated in natural philosophy, which is the precursor to science, and they all understood logic. Today, most of schooling has removed logic, and so most people today are irrational. That's the problem.
Okay. All right. So again, I guess I'm going to talk directly to Mayhem. Don't mistake me being polite in these conversations for not being real. It's just I treat it like a business setting, right? I don't jump up and down and scream and curse in business meetings, right? If I'm on a Zoom meeting at work, I'm not going to do that. You're not going to last long in the business world, right? Hey, I was just conducting myself the same way. So guys, don't mistake that
you were conducting yourself as a real zealot. And what? You did that again when you said, well, I'm going to avoid fallacies and anything that...
I missed what you said.
You're a zealot, a real zealot.
A zealot. Okay,
well,
sorry, yes. I didn't hear you.
I can respect, I can appreciate the respectful, attitude. But have you heard the kids say before, like, bring that same energy? Have you ever heard that phraseology before?
Yeah.
It just, that's basically all we're saying, like keep that same energy, bring that same
when it's crunch time
to be rude or yell or anything. It's just
you got to bring the energy when it's crunch time. When it's time to get down to brass tacks, you're gonna talk to the people in your business meeting. As a matter of fact, you're gonna give them the scoop, the spiel. You're not just gonna be like trying to fluff things up. They're gonna see right through that facade, aren't they? In the business meeting.
Depends on what you're talking about, right?
Well, I know, but I'm saying
if you're arguing for your point,
he's a salesman. He's a salesman.
No, I'm not. No,
you're not going to sell this to us. You're going to have to tell us the truth. That's the basic problem.
So I'm not a salesman. I'm a software product director. So we argue, we fight, we cuss. Right? There's
okay.
Hey, there's a reason. The first word in my avatar name or whatever is Irish. There's a temper behind there. You're right, Mayhem. I'm like, you want to talk?
I know.
I can't be Irish without a temper, right?
Irish. Can I again ask you now a question?
Sure, go ahead.
What is the main reason that these people think that Earth is not a globe?
I don't know. I honestly don't know. I guess you guys on here have done things to understand
second question.
it. All right, sorry.
Okay, second one. When you will ask that question to that people, when you will ask that question to that people or these people?
After you tell them to ask, Sasha.
Because you said I don't know. Because I asked you a question. Do you know why these people think that Earth is? You still don't know. And I'm now asking you when you will ask them that question.
Sasha, it's a sorry, not to be rude, but it's like a language thing. The way you phrased it, I didn't get. So try again.
Real business-like.
He's
stellar business model.
Let's rephrase the question so I understand it. Jesus
I'll rephrase it. I'll rephrase it for you.
Thank you.
Instead of telling us why you think it's a globe, when are you going to ask us why we think it's flat?
Right, but
that
basically asked you this.
Oh, go for it. That's a great thing. I might come back tomorrow. Not tomorrow. Like during the week, I'll come back, and I'll ask. You guys are around a lot, or?
Yeah, hang on, Irish. Hang on. That's not what he said. He was basically telling Irish, when are you going to ask those guys who sold you on the globe lie if it's a globe? Like questioning them. When are you going to hold?
I get it.
When are you going to hold them to the same scrutiny that you're holding the idea that the Earth is flat and stationary? Because you're not doing that with the idea that the Earth is a globe. You just willfully accepted it because maybe academia is preaching it from a pulpit. That's what he's asking you. When are you going to ask those guys?
Because we are asking that. I'm asking that question.
Fair enough.
Them.
Fair question. So if I ask whomever those people are, right?
Yeah.
That same question, and they present something to me, and it rings true. Is that okay? Is that fine?
Rings true. What do you mean by that?
No,
Irish,
not the evidence.
Oh, Jesus Christ!
Irish, I will answer to you. It will be great. It will be fantastic. I'm waiting that for 6 years now. It will be great if you do that.
Yeah, but this is why I wanted you to learn a little bit of logic, because at that point, it doesn't have to just feel good, and that's why you accept it. You can actually logically deduce if it's correct or if it's wrong or if it's based in assumptions.
Or if it's measurable and you can repeat it, right? I'm trying to go back to high school science, scientific method, right? Make a guess.
But listen this, like from the ignorant. What if you can find out in 10 minutes that there is some wrong in reality?
10 minutes, find out. What are you speaking
in
to?
In 10 minutes, these people can present it to you that something is wrong in reality, it doesn't match with this heliocentric model.
Still not following you, sorry.
These people in 10 minutes, can show you that this heliocentric model does not work in reality.
He's talking about a black swan example, saying that if all the information that you've ever known that the Earth is a globe, and you have one thing that disproves it, it's like saying that all swans are white because you have all the information of the globe being that. But if there's one thing to disprove it, then that's like saying that there's one black swan in the midst of all your white swans to disprove the theory that there's only white swans. Meaning, like
an anomalous result. One anomalous result is
that's all. That's all you really need is just one example of something.
I don't agree with that. Don't agree with that.
But that's still irrelevant because if it disproves something that you believe, it becomes self-evident that it's not
anomalous.
Irish. It's not an Irish. It's not anomalous. It's not cherry-picked. It's everywhere.
All the time.
What is?
Actually, you'll be hard pressed to find any observation that shows the 3959 geometric horizon. It is not cherry picked. It's not anomalous. Get out more. Do your own observations.
All right, that's cool.
Have you done your own observations?
In terms
if
of,
not, how would you know it's anomalous?
No. I was responding to a particular statement that was made, right? If there's one, then if there's a model that has a result, I guess you guys use the term black swan, right? And
that's not based off of a model necessarily. Oh, sorry, proceed. My bad. I didn't mean to.
Yeah, no, that's all right. What I would say about models, all models are wrong. All models are wrong. Would you guys agree with that? All models are wrong.
So it sounds to me almost like you're giving a tone of voice to me that sounds like you're saying you don't really care if it's globe, but you could believe either way. Is that true? You're kind of wishy-washy.
That's a great question.
Yeah, hold on. Let me
answer that. Let me answer that because that's a great question.
Quote unquote piggyback on that. Let me ask you something. Are you saying if presented a black swan, it's still possible for all swans to be white?
No, I didn't say that.
No, I'm asking you.
There's a black swan and there's a bunch of white swans.
You're saying okay.
What do you mean? What do you mean?
Oh, he doesn't understand that argument. Then
listen. Follow the logical statement. Here it is. What it is that the statement is all swans are black. You got that one?
All swans are black. Got it.
Okay. So now, if you find one white swan, then that discounts that statement, even though it's the other way around. So we say, okay.
Yeah, so flip it around. I get your point.
If someone says all swans are white, then you find one black swan. What does that mean? Doesn't that
you have? I'm going to make a number. You have 99 white swans and one black swan.
You interrupted me. I wasn't done.
Sorry. There you go.
So hold up. So if someone says all swans are white, you find one black swan. That discounts the first statement, correct?
See, I would handle it differently. I would go, why is it
could you answer the question?
And examine that.
Could you please answer the question? Just answer the question. If someone said, look, this is what it's like with you guys. And I say that with all honesty. So here it is. All swans are white, someone says. If you find the black swan, the discounts of the all swans are white statement. Correct or not correct?
Right. I get what you're saying. So
can't you agree with that? You only have two choices, bro.
Wait, I'm answering. Jesus Christ, whoever.
No, you're not.
You're not really answering.
Agreed with you.
You're
then
not
you re-examine the original statement.
Like
you re-examine the original statement. If someone said all swans are white and they get a black one, then you go, why aren't all white swans? Why aren't all swans white? You just keep on going, and you keep. So I'm agreeing with you.
That's your problem. That's illogical. Check it out. So all swans are white.
It's logical.
Yes, it is.
You just gave me a thing that said. Wait a second.
So how could the white swan all white? How could we all stop interrupting me?
I'm frustrated.
Shut up, or I'll have you muted. Shut up, or I'll have you muted. So listen.
Myself.
Shut up, or I'll fucking have you muted. So just listen. The statement, all swans are white. Don't say anything. Someone finds a black swan that discounts that statement that was first stated, which was all swans are white. It's either a yes or no answer. If you can't answer that yes or no, then you have a serious mental. Stop interrupting. I was still talking. If you can't answer that, then you are in serious trouble. You're a very confused individual.
No, he did
answer. Very logically thinking, and I still wasn't fucking done. I was in the middle of a word. So don't do that. Like I said, I'll have someone mute you.
Sonny, so if you can't turn it down a little bit, you're a little intense and hot.
If you can't listen to my full statement without interrupting me, then I don't know what the sense of talking with you illogical fools are. So if you can present some logical stability to what you're saying, we'll be glad to listen. And I'm done. Thanks.
He's just trying to teach you Karl Popper's falsification. I forget what to call it, but it's basically.
I was muted that whole time, just so you know, because you asked. Yeah. You said you wanted to say something, so I immediately muted myself, trying to be polite, right? So there you
don't
go.
Talk about the conversation, bro. Stop putting your finger into your navel and playing with your navel. Navel linked is what it's called, I think.
You're right.
I'm not English, but I understand.
No, you got it right. So what was it? It was a sunny. I can't. It's hard to read the text, but no, I agree with that statement. Yeah, if all ones and one's black, it nullifies that statement. If that's what you're looking for, yeah, it absolutely does.
No, so
in that context. No, I'm answering the question.
Irish, do you know what is white swan in this case of the Earth?
Wait a second. He said in that context, meaning it doesn't work for everything else. He's a joker.
I'm asking him. Irish, what is white swan in the Earth example?
Is this the thing with the cranes or whatever?
Do you know what is the white swan in the Earth example? It's a geometrical horizon on 1.22 miles with a 1 foot observer height. That's the white swan. The black swan is the horizon on the 10 miles.
Okay. So you guys have probably argued that one out, right? Yes or no?
So the geometrical horizon, it's 10 times further what should to be.
Sasha? Have you guys argued this out with other people?
Imagine the conversation, Irish, and just have a conversation.
Yeah, I am. I'm asking a question.
Who cares if we've done it 1,000 times or not? Just be in the moment. Answer the question. That's all. Be in the moment. Stop analyzing.
Oh shit! It's 10. I'm gonna give you 5 more minutes, and then I really got to run.
Well, okay, we'll just answer his question. Sasha was asking.
So his question was: there's a white swan of a certain distance to the horizon, and the black swan it's a different distance. Did I get that right?
Yep.
Right.
Only you have a lot of black swans. It's changing every day.
Dig into the science. Dig into the science is what I would say there.
Science has nothing to do with the germ. I am Baker. I am Baker, good mathematician because I was good in school. But science, I was not scientist. I don't know anything about science. But what I know about science has not to do anything with geometry. It's measurements. For the science, you need experiment. For the experiment, you need cause and effect. We don't need science. We don't need what causing what. We need to measure this surface. Did you get that?
Yeah, I got it.
Okay. Why we have 10 times further horizon where should to be?
I have to apologize, Sasha. I'm
we have observations showing. We have observations. We have. Do you know what is horizon on the globe Earth model?
To the definition that you guys aren't going to jump all over me? No, I'll be honest. No.
It's an edge.
No, it's just a certain distance. It's a prescribed distance because of that geometry.
I don't know the figure off the top of my head. So you guys probably do. On both sides.
1.22 miles.
It's
1.22 miles at 1 foot above the sea level. So that's it. So if you're at 1 foot above sea level, if you see things further than 1.22 miles, it's supposed to be going down below a sagitta. So we're seeing the oil rigs out there, the known distances anchored into the bottom. At those distances, we see the horizon more than 10 miles. That makes your Earth's radius 264,000 miles. That makes it about a 500,000 mile diameter. Is that okay? Is that okay with you?
So what I would ask again, don't have all the figures off the top of my head. I'd ask the question as a fifth grader, right? Is there a reason for that? Is there a reason it looks one way one time and one time another way? Like you guys are the teachers, right? So I'm gonna play this.
Another question, Irish. Now that is the oil rig is there on 9 miles. Can you see it? Is it there?
You mean the one in the chat?
Yeah.
So I got 2 oil rigs here, one and one 9.41 miles away with some very wacky looking cranes there with a lot of distortion going on.
Okay. Can you tell me that cranes influence the physical water behind the oil rigs?
Yeah, I can see what you're talking about there. Yep.
That means that physical water behind oil rigs is not physical.
Okay.
Is that true or I'm bullshitting? Because for me, that is real water.
I don't know what you want me to say there. Like,
okay, because horizon is there.
You're there. Let me just.
I'm seeing what I'm seeing. I'm seeing what I'm seeing. Don't worry about that guy.
So you understand what we're saying is that the horizon is supposed to be the geometric curve of a globe that boats are going over, right?
You guys have. Let me ask you this: is there any? You guys got any alternate pictures of this same thing?
Yeah, there's a bunch.
Has to be. There's a bunch.
Yeah, there's a bunch. And the horizon. Well, okay. Here's another one.
Post one that doesn't have the wavy cranes.
There's no wavy cranes here. Right?
Me and the answer. So you're switching, and you're not answering one question. So just stay in the line of questioning.
Okay, I'll explain it to him. So the horizon's supposed to be this geometric point that you're supposed to be able to calculate its distance from you based on your observer height, based on the size of a ball that they say we're on. People are going out and observing from a specified height, comparing it to the globe model, and finding that reality doesn't match the model. That's what we're saying. Do you understand that?
Yeah, I can understand.
So then when we get to the point of reality versus a model, which one do you go with?
You want me to answer that? I mean,
Yeah. What would you go with? Reality or a model?
Duh, dude. Answer.
Yeah. I would go with what I figure out, not on the spot
You didn't.
here.
That wasn't the question. You answered the question. He gave you two options. It's either one or the other. Which one is it? Reality or the model?
Oh no. There's reality. You have to explain reality, though. Why am I seeing what I'm seeing?
But at least what you can say is that the reality is not matching a model. So
why?
We can discard the model.
I'm going to go to no. You got to ask why.
You can ask why. You can ask why, and you can delve into why it might be. But regardless of what that answer is, reality isn't matching the model.
Okay.
Right. So whatever you're on, it's not that model. You can then ask, right? Well, why am I not on the model? That would be a strange question. You should more be asking, right? Well, what is it then?
So I'm going back to the picture you guys. I'm going back to the picture you posted, the one that says "bye-bye ball." Like I would question, why am I seeing what I'm seeing? That's what I would do, and I'd let the who wanted to dive
why
into
are
that
we
and figure
seeing
that
the
out.
horizon line? Yeah, why are we seeing the horizon line way further than what the globe model says?
Exactly. Good. Yes, I agree with that. Why?
Yeah, and what we're coming to with everything else is that it's because we are not on the globe model, as they tell us.
Can I ask him a normal question? How you will call?
That's why. Why are we not on the globe model?
Because it's not a physical. It's not a physical leading edge of the sphere, as they say that it is. So the horizon is not a leading edge of the sphere. Like the limitation of your view is not the point where the Earth is curving. It's just an optical.
What do you mean by why?
It's an optical representation of what you see. It's not physical. It's not like a hill. You're not looking at the edge of the Earth there. And as soon as boats go over that edge, they're going over the curvature. That's kind of the explanation, right? So the question is, if it's not that, then what is it? The only other option you have is an optical phenomena that's taking place in the far distance of your view, where the eye line converges the sky and the ground. And that's it. It's pretty simple.
It's your vanishing point.
Phenomena, and it's not a physical place where you say, from where I'm standing to where I see that horizon, it's a curvature. That's the ball curvature right there. So it's not that. It's not physical, like a ball. What it is an optical phenomena. The limitation of my view is dictated by the ambient air temperature, other variables like throughout what time of day you're seeing it through, fog, wind, dust. Like there's a lot of things that could get involved as the variables that could dictate how far you can see.
Right. So guys, I really do got to run. I have a wife. I have a kid. I was playing basically hooky.
That's cool. You're welcome back anytime, Iris.
To some of the people, and Mayhem, you said get real, right? So I'm gonna oblige you that. The fucking asshole cut off at the knees. Constant needling, called it, blah blah blah. You're a dick. All right. There you go. There's getting real, right? Is that what you wanted, Mayhem?
Yes, I do.
I was polite,
Yeah, guys, don't be talking. Don't be just talking shit.
I was respectful to all you guys.
Irish, can I ask you? Irish,
no, let me finish. Let me finish. You guys
if you just want to leave,
no, I don't want to give him because
I don't know if I was
Irish. Did I was rude against you?
I just wanted to say thank you. Right?
Don't try to talk over each other.
Right?
Yeah,
and I was
let him just finish.
I just want to say it again. I just want to say.
Not
respectful, not here to change your guys' minds. Learning about science, learning the both sides of the argument, because I find it very fascinating. Again, thank you for letting me come and there it is. Heretic was the person that interviewed me. It's not an act. I'm generally a nice guy until I get pissed off, like everybody else in the fucking world, right? Okay.
Yeah.
Don't be nasty in the chat. Come on, guys. Jesus Christ.
Our rules state that
I let it go until the end.
Stop. It's still against our rules. Even at the end, it's still against our rules. I left you with a small pond horizon test, where a small RC boat is disappearing on a pond 500 feet away. That's way too close for your globe.
Yeah, go and think about it. Be waiting for you.
So we can show optically things disappearing on flat surfaces. You don't have a globe.
Okay. I'll
I'll
be here if you
Irish,
are
there's loads of
fascinating.
stuff to research. You're welcome to come back anytime and discuss with us. So don't worry about it.
Sounds good. I probably will do more in the,
And sorry because I was so rude.
I'm not trying to give you guys a hard time. Trust me. It's
Irish, sorry because I was so rude.
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
I'm not trying to be a prick. All right, just and there's your mayhem. You wanted real stuff to come out. It is what it is. All right. Will I ever feel one way or the other? Internet. It doesn't really matter. It's not going to put food on my table, right? And that's really what it boils down to. I'm more interested in, funding my 401k, raising my family, getting my daughter to school. My son's moved out of the house at this point. He's a grown man now. So
we have the same story.
Yeah, it is. I got to go actually to the store and go get some dinner. So guys, again, thank you. That's me being real.
Dude.
And
peace, bro.
That's it.
Thanks
Thank
for
you.
coming.
Good. It was a good ending. So, all right.
Yeah.
Bye, guys.
Have a nice night.
I'll be here when you get back.
And Heretic, thank you very much.
Keep it flat. They paint me a villain.
Good recovery on the end there. He was about to spiral out and pull the nose up before he crashed.
Yeah, it just sounded like it was getting a little bit out of hand, to be honest.
I have a question about Crane.
Oh, he's gone, Sasha.
No, for you, for all of you. Why Crane doesn't change the distance to the oil rig?
Everybody was so full at that moment with that guy, Sasha. I think we're all out. We're just like, our wolf pup's already fed, so we're probably not going to engage.
Sasha, I think a better question would be, does the crane change the distance to the horizon?
I like the question like this. It's better to ask like this, like to get the point. Like, I know that maybe it's in English, it's not appropriate to say like that. I don't know. Oh my God!
If you really wanted to troll him about it, you could be like, "Can the crane move the horizon?"
Or can we do like this? When we start to present the Black Swan, can we start like this? People, okay, there are oil rigs, but don't think about oil rigs. There is a big white screen with written 6 miles and another big white screen 9 miles. That's all. Maybe
as soon as you say don't think about the rigs, all they're going to talk about from that point forward is the rigs. I bet.
Yeah, but do you understand? Now we can say, look, now letters on the screen can change, everything. You can see maybe colors on the screen.
You don't really, you don't have to change it. You keep it the same. It's in the approach of the guy. The person didn't want to listen into he's just waiting for his turn to speak and then analyze the freaking conversation every 5 minutes. Well, if you guys keep running through the same 5 questions and it seems like I already know you guys are going to say what I say, the thing that I'm going to say, I'm like, shut up, dude. Just say it. Hell, man, these guys are they're great wafflers, aren't they? You just keep waffling and waffling. It's like, you got evidence or not, bud. That's what it boils down to. You don't have it.
Yeah. This guy knew everything that was put to him. I don't care what anybody says. This guy he knew exactly what the score was here. Don't pretend he didn't. And Miggy told through his shit straight away. Well, I did.
And you heard me, man. I gave you.
Yeah.
Man. I hear where they're coming from, and you're exactly right. I already knew this guy's been gassed up from the internet, and he was coming in here to kind of be his little nice guy facade. Oh, dude, I saw that shit a mile away. I was like, dude, I got your number. Let me have you. So when he came in here, I'm just all into it. And then once I did piss him off, you heard that mask slide off, right? It was just...
Oh yeah, that was hilarious.
Yeah, I love that. I love that. I managed to basically steelman his argument about the boats over the horizon, and he was just happy to agree with this logical fallacy as being his argument.
Yeah.
And then didn't want to learn about logic because that doesn't matter apparently.
That was management. You cannot work like that. This was you need to first to present good, and then to speak nice with people, and then how it's managed proposal. You need to do very good
attitude. Well, this is how you conduct, in a business meeting. I was like, dude, you're sitting here having a conversation with people on the internet. Are we having a business meeting? Like, I mean, I guess you want to respect the house and that's great. But like, we're talking real with each other. Like, if this stuff is real, you're not going to go into analyzing what we're going to say, how we're going to say it, the points we're going to bring up. And he just already heard all of it. So basically, he just wanted to say the most effective thing that he can say without saying too much. Trust me, I got this guy's number already when he started talking. I was like, oh, I know what you are. I know exactly what you are. And what you need is some tough love, mister. And sure enough, like once I got it out of him, he started to be like, roar, 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 roar. I'm like, yeah, go ahead and bark, nice little doggy. He's like, you like to push buttons? I'm like, hell yeah, I do. I'm gonna keep picking and picking at this scab until it starts to bleed, bro. Cause you ain't gonna be lying up in here talking about, I'm just trying to be respectful. Bullshit. To your respectful. It's not what you're doing. You're trying to get everybody to think you're Mr. Nice Guy, but I know you're not. Sitting in here. Hell's the matter with you? I love you guys, though. Does that count for anything?
Yar.
The crack in the system. They paint me a villain.
Man, it's been a great day. I don't know about you guys. And, the day isn't even over yet. Well, for some of you, it probably is. But for me, it's like halfway. There might be some more people coming on later on tonight. You never know. You might get a NASA safety engineer come back in here. Just saying.
The ladies' night, too.
Of course, I've really enjoyed tonight's conversations. They've been really epically entertaining. And it's made me laugh a few times out loud.
Liquid, you know that you can actually know the Earth's a globe by balancing an egg on a nail at the equator? You didn't know that, huh?
I was in the kitchen cooking at that point, and that one had me laughing. Oh, yeah.
Dude, I was rolling around at my live stream.
Fucking logic.
I'm telling you, like, it's crazy, right? Like, how does...
Yeah.
I mean, I know it's just weird. Like, even the outdated arguments, like, you could even look them up on a Google search. They'll be like, dudes, come on, this is a myth. Like, even though the water thing around in the toilet one direction in the northern hemisphere, other in the southern hemisphere, that's already debunked, even by Goldberg standards. Like, come on, you guys are coming at us with some weak sauce. And then you want to balance an egg on a nail and come in here and say, well, we know the Earth. You know what? Hey, Liquid, I checked out the audio clip, and he did say it was science. Because when I was laughing, I didn't hear it. But when I played back the audio clip on my stream, he did, at the end of it, he goes like, yeah, well, it's science. And I didn't hear that. It made me laugh again. That's how great it is. Like, science, dude, balancing an egg on a nail at the equator. Wow.
I saw it on Discovery Channel, so it must be true.
Yeah, Mexicans don't know what science is, so yeah.
Oh, you missed that, Gemsy. Oh, it was great, dude. You would have just loved it. So yeah, at the equator, you put an egg on a nail, and if you balance it, the Earth's a globe. I mean, it is.
Wait, I can grab some salt right now in my house, and I can just put salt on top of the table and balance the egg on top of the salt.
Oh, he did say you can't do it anywhere else but the equator. That's
I've done it. I've done it in my house here in the Northeast United States, far from the equator. So yeah.
Then where you been, man? You've been missing on these conversations, and even the last one we had just had.
I've been putting some work and just coming early enough to hear some conversations here.
Yeah, your bro's been here with you that last one, so
yeah,
that's good. You got the fam coming in.
Yeah, he has his own way of thinking or talking, so it's a little different.
been a productive day today. I'd say we had like maybe 4 conversations that I can recall so far.
Well done. The community service has been provided. That's great. This is community service, you know.
Well, no, now that you're here, I don't think anybody can say that you. What did the guy say that you were? The one guy that he called you out. You're nonsensical. He said.
Yeah, what I'm saying is nonsense.
I can never forget that day, man. Like he said, you were nonsense on the live stream, and he had the audacity to come onto the voice call and tell it to your face. Oh, voice actually, and then saying that to you, and then you busted out showing how he's nonsensical. I was like, that was such a great reverse. That was one of the all-time plays, man. Like we could have put on like the one of the top on the top list of like when people actually say some things and they come in here to like talk to the person they were saying it to. It was great.
Yeah, I think that's a good one. Normally, when I talk to people like on a regular basics, if we're having a conversation about whatever topic, even health or whatever, I try to bring them to their senses, to their immediate experience of what they know, and go from there, And it works for me at a personal level, even to the high level, to talk to people in here about topics. Whenever they call me nonsensical, and I'm like, okay, you're making claims that go against your sensory, and you're claiming the opposite of what your senses are indicating. So you're the nonsensical one. Who's the nonsensical one?
Hey, you're hot micing, and we hear you breathing and sighing like as if Jency was saying something that was not interesting.
Sorry, man.
That was the vibe I was getting. So.
Hey, he's putting the workout in.
Something was, you were making a grunting noise or something. I'm like, damn, dude.
Yeah. I'm doing chemistry work right now.
Oh yeah?
Yeah.
Hey, where's your buddy at? Where's Minnie?
I think he said he's going to sleep, I believe. Yeah.
Now you're not supposed to leave the party to the very, very end, bro. Like you guys already know this. Why y'all skipping out on the party?
Really?
Yeah, you're supposed to wait till the very end of the party.
Well, see, I was trying to speak because I had to go, and I didn't want to interrupt in the conversation. That's all. Oh man, tired day today, though, man. What about you guys? How's your guys' day been? Apart from the discussions happening today.
That's great. I got to get ready for work here in like 10 minutes.
What's the time?
Leaving. Parting is such sweet sorrow. Damn it, man. What else we got in here? We got, who's Cub? A little picture of a lion.
What about that Ziggy guy? Where's Ziggy at?
Oh, he dipped. It was too much for him, so I told him, take 5. Well, if he didn't dip, he's probably still in here, but he has to sit and think about it. Because towards the end, he started to like go against everything that he said previously, so make contradictions.
Oh, right.
And I was like, dude, that's not going to be healthy, man, if you stay in here and you keep on talking. Because you're going to talk yourself right back into the position you were when you first started. Already conceded and understand everything. So I was like,
Have you guys ever had an actual challenge with a conversation against someone where you actually really have to think?
Hell no.
Not a single time.
No, like I tell you, like me, Jency, I'm going to look at all the people in here. Batman, Drace, CB, Critspiracy, who else is in here? I'm just pointing out Morvis, Old House, Wrathborn. Dude, I'll call you all guys out, man. None of the Wolfgang, I can't forget Ethergrass. Even cut off at the knees or cut off at the knees. He does it in text though, but on Sunny. Sorry, Sunny. But we've all done it to where there hasn't been somebody we couldn't take on. Like not even one, or somebody's gonna be like, dude, that's a great question. Like, I don't know. I might be wrong. Because we don't stand on just like fallacious and that. Dude, I gotta get ready for work. Yeah, I'll just kick it to the
Hey, Mickey, get ready, bro.
Yeah, see you guys.
Man. See you, man.
I mean, what's new that they could present anyway? I mean,
whatever they make up,
we know the arguments
whatever they make up on the spot. That's what they can use.
Yeah, But isn't it the same for you guys? Like, what new can people who believe in the flat Earth also bring up? Isn't it also like it's just
you can believe on a term, right? Flat Earth,
not believe. You know what
flat
I mean?
Flat Earth is a term to describe something. What we experience, what our senses indicate, and what we are dependent, the axiom that we operate under, that's not a belief. My opinion, your opinion, has no effect on the fundamentals of reality.
Right. That's my bad.
So when you say flat Earth, this and that, and you believe in flat Earth, you're missing the point, because I don't believe in a term. I don't believe a term is can do something, or I can live on a writing on a piece of paper, right? Flat Earth, I can't do anything there. I can describe my reality as maybe flat Earth and then go from there, but that's not where we operate at.
Understandable.
Well, just to answer your question a little bit more about, has anyone come in and really stumped you? But what's interesting is I find that we spend most of our time teaching them the globe,
and that is definitely
majority of the time
doing that.
Also,
well, I'm not saying I like that, Gemsy. It's just what it is. Like,
yeah, it comes with the territory, because many people come defending what they don't know about, and they say, it is a globe because TV said so, or guy in TV said so, therefore it's a globe. And they don't know anything about it. They don't know the claims, how they come out about the claims. They don't know the dimensions of the globe. They don't know anything about it, but they still claim it.
Yep, exactly. That's what I mean. So how are those people going to stump you if they're just punting things like gravity into the conversation without knowing what it means?
Right, I see.
So,
yeah.
I'd say that happens a majority of the time. It's not like if you went door to door to your neighbors, it's not like they know like what the Foucault's pendulum is, or how to describe refraction, or what the radius is. Like, most people don't know a lot of this stuff. So we have spent a lot of time investigating the globe. So it's like, if there's any globe experts, it's probably us in here. Not gonna lie.
Yeah.
If there's any BS lies expert, that's us right here.
What?
I've noticed too that they can't even really tell you what the globe would mean. You're like, okay, so the Earth is a globe, and that what does that entail? What does that mean to you?
Yeah.
You get some weird answer. Oh, go ahead. Go fire away.
I'm just saying, when people say the Earth is a globe, what I hear, reality is a cartoon. That's what they're telling me. I mean, in their imagination, they're saying, in their mind, reality is a cartoon, because that's what they get the globe from. That's it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the globe's on your screen. Not like you go outside and see a globe, or So,
I unmuted Cub. He doesn't have any perms, so you've been unmuted, Cub. If you have any questions about the topic, flat Earth, globe Earth, level, water, containment. Cub. The lion cub.
All right.
I'm just checking people.
Imagine that's
so we don't miss new people. But would you guys go ahead?
Imagine that's Irish Stonewrath's alt.
I'm sorry. I'm just trying to address Cub real quick. Cub, are you muted you? So you can open your mic and say hi.
I think it's the Irish guy's alt.
Hi guys, I'm not Irish, I'm Portuguese. I'm just listening for today, but thank you.
Hey, Cub, you're Portuguese. Thanks for replying. I'm gonna give you the VC Verify. Sounds like you're over 13 years old, right? That's terms of the Discord.
Yeah, I am. 36.
All right, I'm gonna give you the VC Verify. That's gonna give you perms to open and mute your mic and join other VC channels. So welcome to the server.
Yeah. Do you guys ever get like 13-year-olds that are like interested and aren't like here to troll?
It's rare, but we do get them, and they're not allowed because This is the terms and service of the app says 13 or older, so we can't allow them.
No, I mean like if they're 13, for example.
Oh yeah, we get a lot of young people that are super interested, and many of them are very smart, and they've been looking into many topics. When they come in here and they have some questions, many of them do have, like the other night, there was this young guy. He was probably like 14 or something, and he had he had some good questions, but he was kind of like in his mind. In his when he was thinking from a third perspective, from space. He was trying to talk to me and the other guys in here. Yeah, but if you go to a place that I never been to, this is how things work.
Right.
He was talking with it. If you go to space, if you go 20 billion miles, 20 billion light years away, this is how reality. He was young. He was very polite, and he had some good questions. And he was able to listen to some people's replies, and he had a really good conversation. So, many young people are definitely well worth the time for us to address them and just have a normal conversation for sure. Many others are just trolls. They just join to mess around, say nigga, your mom, and run away. Your mom joke, that kind of stuff. We get a lot of that, but we can manage it. Go ahead.
Do you guys think other planets are spherical, or do you think they're also flat?
Well, think about the premise of your question, right? When you say other planets, you're already saying that what you're standing on is a planet. But think about it from your immediate experience, observation, right? When you go out there, anybody in this Discord or anywhere, when we go out there and we look up and we see the luminaries, the star, the moon, the wandering stars, or the planets, because those are called wandering stars, that are hours in cycles with the luminaries, with the sun and the moon, in relation to the sun and the moon, and doing cycles. And we call those planets. To come to the conclusion that you're standing to the same thing that you're looking at in the sky, you have to do a lot of different. I mean, you comprehend what I'm trying to say? So you're already saying that you are in a light in the sky, even though you're looking at the light in the sky, and you're saying, "Yeah, I'm standing on a light in the sky."
Right, I see. Do you guys think life exists anywhere else, or is it only Earth?
Sure. Yeah, why not? Life, if there's life, but the thing is, when you think about other places, think about other lands, right? Or other spots. Like you don't have to necessarily think about going to the sky. Whenever you decide to travel and meet other people, what do? You get in a car, or you will get on a bicycle and you walk and you go somewhere and you meet other people, right? If you want to go to a different island, you get on a boat. You go to a different island, you meet other people there. So there's locations right here on the ground or through the waters, in the waters, because the ground is in the waters, in between the waters. So we travel across the ground, get on the water, and reach other places. And who knows how many times we can do that without finding a wall that doesn't let us keep going. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, right.
Yeah, I don't know the answer to that, but yeah, when people say
it's up for question.
Yeah, that's cool. When people say extraterrestrials, right, and people think, oh, those are aliens that are coming from the black holes of space or whatever, right? Extra lands, extra terra. Terra is land, right?
Yeah.
So people, extraterrestrial, people from extra lands, people from other lands. Or aliens, remember when it's, the Mexican aliens, they're aliens. So yeah, people from other lands. Yeah, aliens to this land, extraterrestrials, people from other lands. Yeah, you just gotta put the word in context instead of taking it to the fantasy story and saying these words means things in the fantasy story, and in reality, I'm gonna believe what the fantasy story says. And whatever is written in the fantasy story, right? But when you bring the words in context, in reality, in the legalese or the actual definitions or the etymology of the words, you can find meaning context in reality, the function of the word, what it actually means, and what you actually can use them for in your immediate experience of reality, not in the fantasy book, Narnia plays that people talk about, like the globe.
Oh man.
So, Cup and Ari, you got more questions about the topics by any chance?
Not really right now, man. I'm trying to do my work for now. But yeah. I'm here to listen, man. And question if I do get any.
Sounds good, man. Thank you. You working out? Exercise or what?
Oh, yeah, of course, bro. I'm kind of off it for now, though, because I've got big exams in 2 months' time. So,
oh yeah,
my focus is on my exams right now. But after that, I'll be on my holidays. I'm going to be taking a gap here before I go uni. And then that is where
definitely concentrate on your exams and pass them with flying colors.
Hopefully. I sure hope so.
Yeah, a lot of people are going to tell you, university or school, that doesn't matter. No, do what you got to do, all right? Be a functional member of society. Get your stuff done. If you're working out, doing exercise, doing exams, get it done, bro. And do it good.
Nothing to stop me, for real. What about you, man? Do you work out?
Not as much as I should.
Yeah, that's fair.
My workout is work, like actual work and family. That's my workout. And it is a workout because I take care of family, gotta, in a way, kind of like carry heavy stuff all the time and move around, walk a lot. And it is a workout. I feel tired after it. So, yeah.
I mean, as long as they're getting tired after it.
No, lately I've been looking into people doing, working out and kind of like going and doing the gym stuff. And there's a different spectrum of people actually doing very light work, not super heavy work, but doing complex, complete light work. And these people look really good, actually.
Yeah, so when you work with a low weight, it allows you to go for larger rep ranges where you're repping between 12 to 15. And usually at that point, that's where muscle hypertrophy, which is known as, like, it's the speed that you put on muscle. It's putting on muscle and gaining muscle. And at that point, at that rep range between your sets, that's like the optimal. That's what's considered optimal for muscle gains. That's why people often, it's more so about how many reps you do, not exactly how heavy you go. You know what I mean?
Bro, you've seen these guys, they actually using the weights in a different spectrum of movement of the regular gym way. They're using the weights in different movements. They're even using, like, the pull-ups and the whatever. They're doing a whole different spectrum of kind of exercise. That actually, many of these exercises, if you look it up, comes from kind of like older generations, the way they used to work out.
All right.
But a more modern version of it. So it's it looks good. Have you? Let me check out of stats.
Are you talking about calisthenics?
Yeah, that's one of the ones that I like. I've seen the guys doing that. Yeah, that's one of those, and I've seen other.
Hold up, I think my internet's bugging out.
Yeah, that happens. Maybe mine's.
Might be yours. I'm not sure. Right. Hey, I asked you, was it calisthenics you're speaking of?
Guys, breaking news. Andrew Tate was released from jail.
Yeah, I know. I'm so happy, bro. Alhamdulillah. But what's going on? Did they like release any info if like they were gonna press charges or anything on him, or?
That's probably like a tiny version of what's coming to Trump, right? They're saying we're gonna arrest Trump, blah blah blah.
No, but what happened with Andrew Tate since they released him? Did they say like they had no evidence of him or anything like that?
I really don't know at this moment.
Because they were holding him in jail for like 2 or 3 months, so like it's kind of a big thing. They should say whether they had evidence to keep him in there.
Yeah, but the law, supposedly the law for them over there allows them to hold people for that period of time. So it's
really?
The law, you know. Yeah, the law actually allows them without any evidence to hold them without evidence for whatever months they hold them. Yeah,
that's fucked up.
Well, what happened? What were you guys talking about?
The top G is out of jail. The top G.
Oh,
yeah, it's breaking news. Breaking news.
Breaking news, bro. Okay, I have a question. So let's say you went to a really high point. Why are you unable to see? Let's say you go to let's say Kilimanjaro. Let's say, which is I think one of the highest points on Earth. And why would you not be able to see Mount Everest? Because it's just a question, just out of curiosity. I'm not trying to disprove you guys anything.
There's many variables. One of the main ones will be visibility. Listen, that's one of them, right? Visibility, because between the observer and the object, there is air, rain, darkness, particles, contaminants. Right, so there's a lot of stuff between the observer and the object, right? Then you have perspective, right? When you have a book on your hand, you can read the letters on the book, but if you put the book a mile away, you can't see the book or the letters, right?
All right.
Same thing with a brick. So you grab the brick, you have it in your hand, you put it 10 feet away, you can still see the brick. Put it 10 miles away, you can't see the brick anymore.
Okay, so what if you were to use like a telescope of some sort?
The telescope will help you extend the kind of not extend your visibility, but break through the visual impairments that there is between the observer and it will expand your visibility in a sense. But it's gonna give you a clearer image of what you're already supposed to be able to see. But it's also gonna have limitations. It's still gonna have limitations. It's not you're not gonna see forever with any optical device, because whatever you're looking at, depending on the distance, you're gonna have an angle of view that is gonna shrink. And it's going to get smaller and smaller and smaller. You won't be able to see it at a certain point. Doesn't matter how big it is. It could be Mount Everest. Doesn't matter. You can see from a certain distances. Yes, you can see. You get away. You keep getting away, and there's going to be a point that you won't be able to resolve the image anymore because of many variables: perspective, distance, and the visibility between the observer and the object. And many other light is also there is a light
in the atmosphere. Light doesn't travel forever. Photons don't travel forever unless in a vacuum. Right.
Correct. Yeah.
Right. That is a loud mic.
Are you hurting, bro?
Oh, sorry.
You good, Sonny?
So I wasn't very specific, but that explanation kind of makes sense, does it?
Yeah. No, I see what you mean. Especially the whole light atmosphere. Light can't just go through atmosphere like that infinitely.
Yeah. Light attenuates, right? So light is gonna be bouncing off, let's say there's a water particle or a brick wall or whatever. There is a water in the air, dust particles, and the light is gonna be there is light diffraction, yes, but there is also light attenuation that is gonna just block the light. The light cannot travel forever.
Okay.
But this is the thing, though, that the globers, in their minds, when they look up and they see the planets, right, and the lights in the sky, they say, "Look, I can see 10 trillion miles away," right? Because that's what they believe. They think when they're looking up, they're looking at trillions of miles, right? So why I cannot see China? China is 10,000 miles from here. I can see 1 trillion miles. Why can't I see 10,000 miles, right? That's the logical fallacy that they're committing. They're coming to a conclusion about the distances, the makeup, and the cosmology of the universe. They have a false idea of their cosmology and the distances and the sizes of things. And then based on that erroneous pre-assumption and supposition, they come into a flawed conclusion on other things, like, why cannot I see Mount Everest from America or something like that? Because Europe is on the way, maybe, right? You cannot see China from America. There's a lot of stuff in the way, bro. Don't you know that?
Buildings, trees, atmosphere. Lots of shit. Mountains.
You see how when you could see the train tracks and you see them converging to a point. You see the train tracks, right? They're parallel. You know they're parallel, but they're going further away, and you see them converging.
And it looks as if they eventually meet. Yeah.
And then you cannot see beyond that point. That convergence point, that point over there, you can't see beyond that point. I mean, that's if we're standing at the same point, you and me, I probably can see a little better than you or worse, right? Or if I have a zoom camera, I'll see a little further than you. But if you have a zoom telescope, whatever, you're gonna see it further than me. So yeah, if you have an infrared that clears a bunch of the air, right? You're gonna clear a bunch of the air, so you're gonna even see further. But people try to think that the visibility conditions have to do with the curvature of the ground because the Earth is a globe. That's just ridiculous. Just think about it, bro. That's just stupid.
Yeah.
In a good day, if you're pretty high up, you can see 300 miles. Probably more. Probably if you're really high up in the mountains, or it's a clear day. Oh my goodness, you can see really far.
Yeah, you can. I've seen pictures like that. It's very cool.
Yeah, I remember when the pandemic stuff happened, that a lot of people in India, they start, not enough driving or whatever. They were taking pictures of the Mount Everest because pollution, they weren't able to see it as clear. That after they closed everything down and they had like a bunch of clear air, and they were able to kind of like see Mount Everest from other places. Yeah.
Mount Everest is enormous, man. Huge.
Yeah, it's huge. I've seen photographs that they claim it's over 300 miles, even beyond that point of Mount Everest.
Insane.
So you can see that many of the claims of the globe are just nonsense, right? And people haven't actually thought about it and put some logical conclusions behind their globe conclusion. It's nonsense.
Yeah.
Think about it. So the glober tell you don't believe in the globe? That's nonsense, right? Because the globe makes sense, right? But then think about it. Where you're standing, your vestibular system, the liquid in your inner canal is part of your sensory system. So one of your senses, right? And it's a level water, right? That when you move off the level, you're off the level. When you move your head or your body, you're now that you're not on level, right? So if you rotate, that liquid is gonna cause you to feel the movement and know that you're moving. So the sensory in the inner canal, it's telling you, pointing out to you that the ground is motionless. Because if that ground starts moving, your senses are gonna tell you, bro. You know that, right?
Yeah.
There you go. So your senses are telling you that the ground is motionless. The glober is claiming the opposite of what the senses are saying. So who's nonsensical?
Right, I see.
Then you look up, and with your vision, another of your senses, you see the luminaries moving, the sun, the moon, the planets, wandering stars, and the other stars going in a toroidal, celestial north, celestial south, and celestial equator. And you see all these rotations of the luminaries, and you observe the sun rising, then you see noon above your head, and the sunset. You observe, see, look, and you can verify that this always happens. Open the luminary. So your vision, your senses are telling you that the sky is moving, but the glober is telling you the opposite is happening. The ground you're standing on is curving. It's curving. It's spinning. So he's telling you, he's making a nonsensical claim. He's claiming the opposite of what you're actually experiencing and observing. Right?
Yeah.
Same thing with the level, right? We build structures based on level, sea level, right? And to be able to, at the end of the day, to be able to set up that plasma or that LED TV or plasma TV to a level, horizontal, the building has to be level. Because what happens if you don't make the building level? It's out of level.
Yeah.
And everything in the house is going to be out of level if you do that. But the building is built based on level. The neighbor's building is based on level. Then the next neighbor, the same thing. And you go neighbor after neighbor after neighbor, same thing. And then you reach the seashore where that level is based from, the level for the 1,000 buildings 100 miles away, right? Level towards the seashore. Then you stand on the seashore and point towards the sea, and at the other side, 3,000 miles away, there's another seashore, you know that, right? Or 3,000, 4,000 miles away, whatever. The person standing on that other seashore 3,000 miles away, it's horizontal parallel to you. And if you guys point to each other, you'll be pointing to each other. There's no curvature between you and the other guy.
And how far would they be?
Doesn't matter how far. There's no curvature between the two guys.
Yeah. So just infinitely.
It's based on the level. Remember, once you reach the seashore next to those buildings that were based on level to make them level, horizontal, right? You reach the seashore, then that water level, the sea level, 3,000 miles away to the other seashore, the guy is at the same level as you, and the building next to him, and the next building, and the 1,000 buildings after that, 100 miles away from the seashore, they're all based on level.
All right, Jamesy. I appreciate the talk, man, and everyone else. I've got to go for tonight, though. Good night.
Have a good one.
Me too. Thank you for the talk, man. Take care.
Take care, man.
Cheers.
That was all she wrote for the Fantasy Globe.
That's all she got because the Earth is.
He thought he got big boobs, but he only got flat. I'm surprised I can still have a sense of humor in my dire mood. Anyway, circumstances aren't as dire, as they were yesterday. So that's good. I have to get to work. I have a lot of work.
Glad to hear that, Sonny.
What's that?
Glad to hear you're doing better.
Yeah, it's rough, but it's okay. I've always been through tough times, and I've always come out of it. So that's the one thing I do have today that I didn't have for a very long time, and partly because of this community and this dialogue. That's a good word.
Are you sick, bro? What?
You don't even know. You have to talk to Indio.
It's all good.
You can listen to the live stream. You can listen to the live stream last night. I came on. I was in my tent in the rain because I had to because of the situation where I live. And I live alone, but it wasn't just me there. Something's going on, and there's a bigger story to tell. That's why I'm not letting much out. That's why I'm being.
Yeah, that's cool. That's cool.
I'm going to keep that kind of vague. That's, so I have to go right now and get some basic things done. But I'll be on a little later.
All right, Sonny, take care, bro.
Nice to hear you, James. So I'll just say this to the entire audience, who maybe some of you were listening last night. I'm getting things in order, my affairs in order. I've been very disordered, out of balance, and actually struggling on a basic survival and psychotic. Like I was psychotic for a while. I've never been afraid of anything. I became afraid there was no safe place to sit down at my place for 3 months. Like where I never felt safe. And so I feel like there's something going on in this building that caused me to see things that I mentioned last night that are paranormal to me. I've looked my whole life for something very strange to happen, like I was going to see, and I have since seen some strange things that all could be accounted for by my vision. Probably has always been distorted and have imperfections, which I have lots now. But this was so far out of the ordinary into the bizarre science fiction, like. So I don't know, man. I'm going to write about it because, so there's a decision that has to be made because is Sonny completely mad, freaking insane? Because I'm pretty to myself, I'm pretty logical for the most part. But I did have a drug problem, and quite severe. And actually, I wanted to die last year because I saw no reason. But I just, I won't do anything purposely. But something could have easily taken me out in the last few weeks.
What kind of drugs do you do?
I don't do any now but cannabis, so that's the good news. And I'll be fine. But no, I don't want to talk about that. The one that keeps you awake all night long? Okay, does that fighting for your own life, for physical safety? Yeah, that.
Hey, Sonny.
You don't think it's a nice little neighborhood, do you? Tra la 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 la. This is
Hey, Sonny,
hardcore.
I'm not trying to bug you, man, but when you get a chance, send me that friend request because I can't send you one. Probably because my account got hacked a couple years ago. And
I don't understand.
You might have had to block me because my account got hacked a couple years ago, and like some dude was like spamming people some dumbass stuff. So
well, I didn't block it. Let me look at your tag and see what.
Okay.
Well, I can message. Do I just message you?
Try that, or see if you can hold down on my name.
Was it Nathan? Was it Nathan Quiring 3383?
Yes, that's my name.
Oh, that's why I have to click on that. Hold on. Copy. Do I copy? Oh, copy username or open in browser? Copy username. Copy to clipboard. What do I do with that information though? Go to the. I don't get it.
Oh, I thought it was. Are you on your phone?
Yeah.
Let me see here. Let me look at it real quick.
I have no idea. When I click on this tag, let me see. It says volume about me.
It is kind of tricky to do on the phone.
Mutual friends, mutual servers, copy ID. That's it. Doesn't say add friend.
And I know on my Android, you have to get to the screen where it has all the pictures like in boxes, and then you have to do like a weird double, like a single tap, and then the second tap hold. It'll bring up the option to add friends, whatever, all that stuff. Send message.
Unblock. Users went unblocked. So see if you can friend me now.
Well,
here it is. I got it. Oh shit! I don't know why you were blocked. I have no idea. Did we get in an argument?
No, my account got hacked a couple years ago, and somebody was spamming people some stupid, obviously malware stuff or something, and then I got it under control, changed my password, and yeah.
Well, I don't know who would have changed the setting on your account on my profile.
It might have auto blocked me for you because of the amount. Because I had to go through and delete like 5 or 6 messages to you that I did not send. They were all the spam one.
Yeah, aren't we the 3 St. Louisians? Isn't it me? Wasn't it you and I and no? Who's the other guy? Never mind.
No.
Anyway, I vacuum every 10 minutes or 15 minutes.
You back at your spot now?
Yeah, back. Came back last night. About died. God, I'm all beat up. But you know what? I'm continuing on with my struggle. The struggle is freaking real, and that's what my story is about. Because for me, it's about if you only knew. I could tell some stories. Holy crap. You would think it was a surrealist storyteller telling the story. And that alone trips me out. So I've had these things where now it feels like there had to be a burning down. Like it all just got torched and everything I thought was comfortable, it all got thrown up and like disarranged and just fucked up, man. I know all of that is my responsibility. But I lived in pain and I asked for help from people and I got no help from anyone for medical conditions. And so basically they just tell me, fuck you. We're not even having a doctor see you. So I'll leave that subject alone. It's no problem. Or it's still flat. So screw all the rest of those people. Like I have no kindness in my heart for any of them, really. I know that might sound harsh, but I just have to be that way. Like that way it strains out all kinds of nonsense that I just got myself into, thinking I could get involved with people. Hilarious. Nearly cost me my life, not because of their proclivities, because of mine. But so what? That's as it is. No, I'm feeling more comfortable in my space. I did a Vietnam War like unilateral like bombing, fogging, and so it's just a little sweeping up to do and quite a bit of laundry. So I better get on the move.
That explains all the vacuuming.
Cheerio. I'll be back.
Take it easy.
I have to wash everything. Imagine having to wash everything.
That's a good idea. Pretty good idea.
What if you had to wash everything, like all the counters, all the floors, all the inside the cabinets, inside the drawers, all your clothes, all your utensils, every drawer, like I said, then all your bathroom stuff, all the floors, the toilet, the tub, the shower stall, do the tiles.
Definitely take some time.
Think about having to wash every single surface in your freaking house. There you go. So if you're not cleaning today, you're not doing enough cleaning. Then there's always like boiling your helmet and your shoes or something.
It's so quiet in here. All that ruckus before, and now silence.
You know how it goes.
Yeah. Toby Dog.
What's good, Timbo?
Not much, man. Saturday morning, just going to finish off some work around the place. Have an easy day. Got up listening to you guys destroying the globe. It was good.
Yeah, they were. The panel was great today.
Yeah, Miggy, Jedi, Trace. Who else was getting in there? Sasha. Excuse me if I forgot anyone.
Yep. CB was getting around.
CB was in the background with the volume too low, but you know, we all make mistakes. For once, his audio wasn't up to scratch, but he was getting all the triggers with the soundboard, so we'll excuse him. Mate.
Yes,
All
right to their feelings.
That last guy was I called it straight from the start. I said, "Oh, passive aggressive. Here we go."
No, they did like two guys in a row, right? Or was this guy been on for hours? This last one.
Yeah, I got the tail end of the guy before him.
Okay, that's the one I was involved in the most. And this next one, I was doing stuff with my son for a lot of it, so I missed it. Pretty much all of it.
He was one of those guys that came in kind of, like they tend to be really nice and calm. But they've got this underlying kind of aggression that they don't want to let out, And I think they brought it out of him a couple of times. And then he's going, please tell me if I've said anything offensive. It's not what you say, mate.
Snake in the grass.
We all get aggressive. Don't pretend that you never get aggressive and lose your temper. Just be honest with yourself, mate. Is it there Friday night or Friday evening?
It is Friday afternoon, like early evenings, about 3:30 almost.
Oh, okay. What time's ladies' night start?
I think an hour and a half ago.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I think they usually do it 5 p.m.
Eastern.
5 p.m. Eastern.
Okay, looks like me and you are the only girls here, mate. Ladies.
We're relinquishing the floor to you.
Well, I can get pregnant, so we'll leave that one there. New rules, new restrictions.
That reminds me, I need to go back over the newest ones again.
I think it was, from what I gathered, it was a bit about hate speech. I don't know who determines what hate speech is.
Right.
Just from insulting someone, is that hate speech? And how do you know if you're insulting someone? How do you know if you've upset someone? Like, what? Where do you draw the line here? So hate speech is based on personal things, is it?
Adam, I'm not sure. They have to have a chart with some sort of like standard or something, like certain words you can't say, maybe, or is it? What if? I mean, that's so vague.
Yeah, but pretty much you can't say anything about anyone in case they get offended, because if they're offended, then that's hate speech. I don't get it.
With the amount of haters out there, that's like an impossible request.
Yeah, and if they say, "Oh, you're just a flat earther," is that hate speech too?
Oh, sure feels like it.
Because we
not.
We are a minority.
Your speech offends me, therefore it's hate speech.
Is that all it takes?
Yeah.
Dude, I'm in trouble.
Arrest him and shoot him. I mean, in the video game. This Discord, we're talking about video games here.
Yeah, that's hate speech, Jimsy. And I think the other big ticket item was anything to do with any mass kind of people being unlived. You know what I mean? Mass unliving events.
Yeah, that's an important one to remember.
See what we've been reduced to?
Just for like shits and gigs, like what conspiracies or whatnot would be on the table then with these new terms of services? I'm trying to think. So we can talk about what we talked about already in Bigfoot.
You can talk about Bigfoot.
Loch Ness.
Flat Earth.
You can think about whatever is happening in the black holes in the far, far regions of the universe. You can talk about that.
Spaghettification.
Wouldn't that be considered misinformation, though, Jimsy?
Nah, whatever is happening in a black hole, that's definitely a fact. Because, the universe is so big. It's billions and billions and billions and billions and billions of light years travel. There is another you somewhere else doing the same things that you do, thinking the same way you think, doing everything the same you're doing right now at the same time, because, the universe is so big that the possibilities are just infinite.
You know what I've noticed? At the beginning of almost like every nature show, it talks about how like they'll want to set it in perspective or put it in scale and be like billions of years ago, and they just start to show off with some lies.
Yeah, and then they zoom out and you see a globe, and then they zoom back into the place that they're talking about.
Yeah, that's definitely designed to trick people's mind, because I went through that and I actually believed it. I mean, that's I thought that they were zooming into the planet, and there you go, they reach where the animals are. And if a child sees that, they're gonna believe it too, unless it's point out to them that there is a difference between the cartoon in the beginning presentation and the actual video footage of the actual reality that is happening on that region of the world. There's two different takes.
But what is reality?
I don't know.
I think some of the nature shows too are also like in a really advanced CGI potentially. Like it's not even them out there filming it. It's like all these epic shots.
Yeah,
it's all fake.
No,
the underwater stuff.
There's a lot of crocodiles footage that I've seen. I can tell it's true when I see the organs getting out of the bellies, and
I'm not saying it's all fake. I'm not saying it's all fake. There may be some that's not. And I first had that thought before I was even knew about flat Earth.
Yeah. There's definitely a lot of even videos that look kind of real, and some of the animal documentaries are kind of like made as a story progression, and they're actually just. I've seen some of these ones, and they look pretty good, but it's like you're saying, it's almost like a movie documentary, but it's a setup that is a step-by-step setup. I don't.
Yeah, 100%. They create characters in the documentary, and then you follow the characters, you get to know the characters, and then in the end is a sad ending to that character. It's exactly the same as a movie.
Yeah.
I used to idolize David Attenborough when I was a Glober. I used to love his documentaries, and then I found out he's a fraud. He just puts he just gets videos from people who take videos of things, clips them out, puts them together, and like Jimsy said, tells a story. That's all he does. Makes up a story.
He's just a wizard casting spells.
Yeah. Like they did one with all the seals falling off the rocks and stuff like that, blaming it on global warming. But that actual footage was filmed like 15 years before that, and it was a documentary about them falling. There was just a couple of them falling off the cliff. It had nothing to do with anything. And they said, see, they're committing suicide because of global warming.
I was going to ask if to their deaths, but you said suicide.
I seen some of these videos. I remember someone bringing that up, and they said there was a polar bear at the other side of the cliff, and the walruses or the sea elephants were near the edge, and they just fell down the hill.
Yeah.
I mean that
he used that later on the Blue Planet.
Those sea elephants are big. That doesn't mean they have big brains. They see the bear coming, and they see a cliff and they just fall down the cliff and through their deaths. They didn't know they were gonna die. We're not that smart. Global warming.
Yeah, it's all our fault. They blame it on the audience.
Yeah, now you gotta pay taxes and work hard to pay for destroying the planet. Global warming.
I'm gonna get something to eat real quick. I'm gonna get off the mic so I'm not talking with food in my mouth.
So conveniently, the elevator's out, so I can't get up or down. I'm trapped inside. Uh-oh, I have to find a way out of this place. Stairway. 16 flights. I don't think my bicycle's out. I'll die on the way. All right, well, I'll keep you updated. Nothing strange about that.
Are you stuck in a lift?
No, I'm stuck in my apartment. The elevators don't work, and I'm on the 8th floor.
Oh. And there's no stairs?
Yeah, there's stairs. 16 flights each way. I'm going down if I have to come back up, but I can't get my soap. I might be able to get just a few things I can carry, and that's it. But I need laundry soap.
You got that electric bike, don't you?
Yeah, but I can't go down. I could go down it with it, but I can't carry that bike up. The power is useless with stairs. Me and my brother had to do it with 2 bikes. It almost killed us. I think we're not young men. Holy shit. Oh, God. I am glad you guys are here to keep me company in my trials and tribulations. As the gossip spreads, talk amongst yourselves on the flat earth. Oh, gee whiz.
We weren't talking much, so.
Yeah, I have to go out. I could have stayed out in the rain. I just literally got too cold, and I just fogged my apartment with pesticides, so I couldn't go back in 4 hours and then an extra 2 hours of ventilating it. So I was up till like 3 a.m. doing that. Anyway, I'm gonna run. If I leave, I'll run out of charge with the phone. In other words, but I'm gonna go downstairs.
Hey, Jamesy, are you still there? Abby, are you still there?
I'm here. I'm eating something right now. I'm trying not to talk on the mic. Food mouth.
So we had a guy in yesterday. Yeah, he said we live in a toroid. Yeah, do you know? Have you ever heard about this toroidal place that we live in, and then we live in the center of inertia, or the plane of inertia?
I have heard that. I've heard Witsit talk about it too.
Yeah, the first time I heard of this was from Santos Bonacci. And I was trying to get the guy to explain what it is, and he couldn't explain it. But I find, if I could get an explanation of what it all is, I know that there's a toroidal field, whether the Earth's flat or the Earth's a globe.
Right.
No doubt. But the thing that it's only it can only be a physical existence in the middle of the inertial plane. Now, and the rest is surrounded by a magnetic sphere, and then there's the firmament, which contains the stars. So, you picture a toroidal field, and then is there a firmament above the toroidal field, or is the firmament the top of the toroidal field? Do you know much about it?
You know what? I don't. So I'm right there with you. So it's basically like similar to the globe model, where it's just another story. I just haven't. Yeah, I haven't seen enough evidence to put any real energy into I don't know. Yeah, I'm right there with you on that.
Because I asked Larry as well. He was in. I said, "Is this just another? Is this concave Earth?" And he said, "No, it's very different from that." But I couldn't get an answer out of anyone.
The toroidal field is part of the system for sure. We can demonstrate it, and it's something that is part of almost the whole equilibrium of everything. It's like a flux of you see it on electromagnetism, you see it on electricity.
Yeah.
You see it on everything. You see an expression of the toroidal expressed on basically everything as well.
It's been detected in the human body as well. So yeah, I get that whole thing.
Also, the thing is, when you put it based on a mechanism, the things we can demonstrate things like, let's say, an electric machine or an ecosystem that we can make where life can happen, right? Flora and that kind of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
You could make things very practical and mechanical. So when you look at the luminaries and everything, and you see the cycles of that, you kind of see design and intent on the way things work. So the toroidal, we can see it as almost like an input into this system. You could think about this system almost like a terrarium.
Yeah.
Right? And it's a terrarium, the way that we can demonstrate it, I can still say it's a terrarium inside a terrarium, because we are in a bigger terrarium, right?
Yeah.
Well, how big it is, that's a good question, right? How it works specifically, that's a good question. But we can see the electric effects of things, the electromagnetism, the electrostatics. We can see the expression of it and how we can employ it and devise things based on its foundations to get things done, right? And to build machinery, engines, motors, to do almost everything we do. But the thing is, what I wanted to say is that you're talking about the firmament. I think the firmament is part of the layer that is the division between heaven and earth, because there is a layer beyond the firmament where actually is what is causing the movement that we observe as the movement of the luminaries. It's mechanical. It's not like a magical thing. It's structural, you could say, or describe it.
Because that's where I was kind of getting confused, because I'm picturing a toroid.
A toroid that is being caused by the movement of actual physical structural mechanisms.
Yeah. Because I was thinking of it coming up, and then we're in the middle, and then it coming out, and then I was picturing that the stars would have to come from the center and go to the outside. And I thought, well, that doesn't work. If you're saying it's a separate layer.
Yeah, stars are kind of like an expression and an expression of the effects of the mechanism above, and we see lights of that. But since we're looking through multiple layers,
magnetic fields,
we're looking through layers above. We don't see what's actually above those layers. I mean, visually we can, with electricity and electro-opticals, we can see more, but we're still looking through a veil.
Yeah, so we're still on the point of
how it works.
Some lights yeah, we see some lights, but we don't know what they're doing. And actually, the way that the planets move, you know, that pattern that they move in all together, that kind of demonstrates a magnetic field as well. You know, the pattern that they all move in, the planets,
Yes.
so-called planets. Yeah, that's,
Yes, they move.
if you look
They
at the
always
bottom
move
of
in
a
relation. They move in relation to the sun and the moon. So basically, in the layers between heaven and earth, which is what we can see as the lights in the sky, we see this expression, and you see how the planets are always aligned with the sun and the moon, and always in transit with the sun and the moon, because you're looking at multiple layers being illuminated.
Yeah. Okay.
And that's why you see different layers, different colors, and different expressions. And these layers also work in relation to the cycles of what's happening here on the ground. Because the input from above into the system, we see an expression of that input in the layers above, but what we don't see is what's beyond, which is inside a layer. I mean, behind the veil.
I've got to open my mind a bit more, because I started to go into a place where I was, if you can't prove anything, then it's not, you know, like I started to go towards this. If it's not definitive, then, you know, you can't prove it. It's then I'm not going to listen to it. You know, I ran dangerously close to doing that.
No, you don't have to. I mean,
nah, but then you just close your mind off to everything else.
No. You can think stuff. You don't have to claim everything, but
yeah, no, that's not what I'm. Yeah, I'm just saying. You know, I just started to shut off everything else that go. Nah, well, you've got no proof of this, so nah.
Yeah, but you can see mechanisms at work in everything we do, everything we can accomplish. You see things work certain ways, and you can kind of extend that into the relation between our environment and the mechanisms that operate it.
Yeah.
And that's why our ancestors were God loving and God fearing, because they knew that there's design, bro. There's you need an informer for the information. You need an engineer for the machine.
Yeah.
So what that is, well, many people have different claims about what that is, but it is.
Yeah, and the machine doesn't need to know that the designer or the engineer of the machine exists either, or how it exists. Yeah, you know what I mean.
If the engineer puts certain rules and certain way of operating, and you start messing with the machine, you're gonna get the wrath.
Yeah, that's right. You're gonna have a piston that explodes.
Can't operate the machine. You're gonna drive drunk and sleep. You're gonna drive asleep the machine. Yeah, I get hit hard. It's not allowed.
I'm starting to wonder if I don't live in a for real Truman Show. I'm not kidding.
It's not based reality. This isn't based reality.
All of you could be in on it.
Base reality. Everything doesn't eat each other by design.
I can assure you that if I'm in on it, I'm unaware of it.
Yeah,
this is 100% a satanic as fuck realm.
There's something weird. I think they truly did unleash some kind of demons or something strange like that. I don't know what is going on.
What do you think the Hadron Collider is, bro? It's the portal.
I don't know what about the rest of you, if everything's just going along, just la 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 la, and then
this world, there could never be heaven on earth in here by design. Why? Because by design, everything eats everything else by design. The way the forest works, everything's fucking eating everything else. Down to the microscopic fucking level. Cells eating cells, microscopic things eating. Shit's fucked up. This world is satanic as fuck. We've got plants that can photosynthesize sugars from the fucking sun, but somehow that never got into the fucking animals. The animals have to kill each other. The plants are photosynthesizing as fuck.
Wait a minute. Stop. I'm already paranoid.
Brother.
Don't get me, please. That freaks me out. Like, stop.
But not only are they killing each other and eating each other by design, but per the design, every one of these fuckers feel it.
Fuck out, man. Chill the fuck out. Just relax, man. Fuck. You're stressing everyone out.
You take a breath. You can't handle the fucking heat.
You're the one who's fucking screaming here,
man,
dude. Why are you screaming?
Man, you came in fucking yelling.
I feel very strongly about the subject.
We can all hear you, dude. We can all hear you.
Cry. You know what, man? Fuck off, mate. You're a fucking clown. That's what you are.
Yeah, I heard him before. I've had arguments with him before. What a dick.
I think he had a bad day, bro.
He thinks he had a hard day. Come and see me, man. Shit.
We were having
what'd you do?
Months, like years. I've had a hard 3 months, like a battle zone. Are you kidding me?
Don't let him.
I don't know. The way Truther's letting it out, bro, it seems like he's about to die.
Yeah, chill out, man.
If you don't live like it's a good day to die, then it might not be a day worth living for. I don't know where that came from. Whoa.
I don't know, but the whole thing, right, is you got to have an outlook. The way that people look at life is the way that life represents itself. It's not like, he's looking at plants photosynthesizing and animals killing each other as a satanic world. That's crazy, man.
Yeah, no. Now listen, there's more in favor of that. I believe the manager of this building, and later on, I'm going to name names and places, people, places, and things. I'll be naming things. I'm going to write all of this down. But I was just in the thing because of my drug situation with the particular drug. But there was something else. There was something else going on that made something pop out of everywhere. Like there's something in the water, and everybody in the building is going, there's something wrong with the water here. And I noticed the water wasn't hot enough to kill germs or anything like this. And there was something strange going on. And then so I kind of know the whole neighborhood, and I'm keeping hush about that. I don't give a shit. Here's the thing. I believe it's CIA. That's what I heard some of the local people say. It's CIA agent moved in next door, whatever, close by, in the same building here, like on a different floor. So this is the continuing saga. And right now I'm locked in, which is really coincidental because I had to leave here because of some kind of voodoo magic going on. And I shit you not, I never saw anything surreal before pop out of like on any drug ever. Nothing like that ever happened. And then I heard people talking. Yeah, this one girl saw me at the hospital and said, I think there's some kind of like voodoo going on at that building. where I live. Like, I got forced into this place. None of it was supposed to be the way it happened. I was supposed to get housing by the VA. They didn't do anything for me. Even in my most destitute stage of like 10 years ago. When was that? 2014, 2015. Like I said, I'll tell the whole story later. I don't care. Because what else do I have to leave as my legacy as to the truth of who I am and what I've endured in this life? And so then everybody would have to make up their own mind. Okay, Sonny's absolutely berserk, fucking crazy, batshit crazy. And he's out of his mind. He's creating bugs coming out of his skin and coming out of his hair like rain. Like, I'm making all that up. Like, that is the weirdest shit. Like, if I can make that up in my own mind, then I was saying last night, out of my tent in the rain, in the coldest weather we've had in 40 years here in California, because I had to be. Because no one would help me. Like, when I had no money, nobody cares if you had to do your laundry or not. Like, it's an urgent matter to do your laundry so you don't get bugs and all kinds of weird shit. Now they got it locked down. I can't even get my laundry soap. So my laundry has been piling up because I couldn't do it here.
They physically won't let you leave the building?
It kept reinfesting everywhere, and until you could do all of it at one time, then you never get rid of these things. So they've been biting on my back for over a month, for 2 months, 3 months.
What do you mean by lockdown?
The elevators don't work. That means I can walk down the stairs. What can you carry back up the 8 floors?
Gotcha.
I fucking die, man. I got a torn rotator cuff. Both of my shoulders are fucked up. My neck I have nerve damage in my neck. Something fucking so screwed up, man. And I'm just glad my legs seem to be working okay. But I could have got stuck out there where I was last night and died of hypothermia. I barely made it back. Like, I've had no sleep. Like, I went to the hospital. You know what? They kept me in there for 10 hours with no water, no nothing, no IV. And no doctor. Nothing. They did nothing for me.
They have you in a room or in the waiting room the whole time?
They sent me back to the waiting room after I checked in with the app. I was in
the lobby.
I was in a gurney. I was about to die. They don't even care if I'm about to die. I think they prefer it that way, actually. So. They refuse to treat me 3 times out of 4 in the last 3 months. Refused to treat me. Completely refused to treat me and lied to me and said, "Oh, the doctor came by." Like, I'm out of my mind. The doctor says, "Hi, I'm Dr. Baker. I'll be treating you today." MFers. You know? So, wow, they have me tracked or something. Like, every single emergency room said, "No, you don't have any problem. You don't have this." Really? I've been washing it out of my wash for 3 months. Really? I don't have it. Boiling water. Hundreds of things coming out of my bicycle helmet. So I have nothing. They're crazy. So if the mind can create actual bumps on your back, like some of you scratched it, but some of I haven't, that are itchy, like if I touch them, and I ask people, do I have bumpy, itchy looking things? They go, yeah. So everybody asks here, yeah, I got pictures of it. You have this, and I can't get any help to get any of this stuff done. So, like, I was laughing because someone said, well, can't you go get some food? I actually had a $3 can of corned beef. I ended up opening that can and eating that. And that's really the only way I got enough calories to make it back home. But someone said, can't you go to like what do they call, shelter and get food? I'm laughing at myself hysterically. Do you think, where? You're going to go to a shelter and get actual food or help from anywhere? Hell no. Doesn't exist. There's nothing. They don't care. They don't care if destitute people are dying. These people just had jobs, like jobs raising families like a year ago or 2 years ago or 3 years ago. People dying in the streets, just normal people like me. And they're trying to kill me off. but I'm strong as a Dickens. I was born in 1958, the year NASA was created. So NASA, I want my money back. Like I could have a little bit better lifestyle, considering I can't even move where I want to move. Like I can't do what I want to do. I can't live life as I should be. Like I get here stuck with no elevator, delaying another day of much work still left to done that I'm not able to do. Like I'm not blaming anyone, but I can't lug 80 pounds of laundry up and down stairs. I'll freaking die today. This will be my last day. I'm at my wit's end, man. So I'll probably just have to leave this voodoo-stricken freaking CIA plot place I live in. It's crazy, man. Like, I have a bunch of calls from the VA, the veterans, who have done nothing but harm me and caused me to be homeless in the first place. That's the Veterans Administration. Yes, done nothing. So I'm going to start naming names. They don't like me very much. They probably tracked me. They've done all kinds of crazy things, and I'll just leave it vague. But I'll be calling some of these people to find out. I'm going to make sure they don't hoodwink me this time. So I don't care if they know who I am and know what I'm saying. I don't care if they know. Eventually, you probably all know my full name, exactly who I am or am not. Whatever I am, the sunny one I am, I'm still here. I'm a soldier for something. I don't know what the purpose was for me arriving here at this place that we all call Earth, the flat plane of existence we live in. I don't know why I was requested to come here. I don't know what the purpose why I was here or what I was doing here. I had no freaking clue what I was doing here. Thank God I'm only middle-aged at 64. Right? I got to 120, so bring it on. Like, I don't know. I have things that are attacking me, literally. I have some kind of influences are, like, attacking me. I think this is real. I think they're doing frequency. I think they're doing frequency on this building. And vibration. I've literally felt it bouncing up and down, really bizarre, because I have an air mattress. And I never felt that sensation, but this building moves around. I don't know what's going on. Some kind of hammering underground or something is happening at night. They're pounding away at something under there. Because I feel I feel tremors from earthquakes, but I also feel the swaying. I need some water. But I felt this kind of like sounds like a big jackhammer way down underneath me. Not only does it kind of sound like it, but it feels like it is. It feels like a jackhammer. So. Is all that me making that up too? So I have this. How is it that I would have such a strange? I don't care what has happened to me.
I would get away from there if you have the resources to, from the sounds of it.
I'm going to have to, and you know what? I'm going to have to get my bike just like I did. I'm going to have to learn how to travel and then use my resources to every now and then stop every few days and go in a hotel room or something. But I have a big rig, a bicycle with a trailer on the back. So it's got everything I need to travel. So I could travel for long distances and then, or however long I can make it, and get a solar panel and just keep going because, I mean, eventually, I don't want to enter into their system. Like I would have a car, but I'd have a hot rod that no cop could ever catch me because I'm not freaking stopping. I want something that goes like 150 or 160. I'm not kidding.